That it? That's it. Griff Burkett tossed a small duffel bag onto the back seat of the car, then got into the front passenger seat. I didn't bring much with me. I'm sure as hell not taking souvenirs. He wanted no memorabilia from his stint in BIG, official code name for the Federal Correctional Institute in Big Spring, Texas. He made himself comfortable on the plush leather, adjusted the air conditioning vent to blow straight at him, then, realizing they weren't moving, looked over at the driver. Seatbelt. Oh, right. Griff stretched the belt across his chest and latched it. Tongue-in-cheek, he said, "Wouldn't want to break the law." As lawyers went, Wyatt Turner was okay. But if he possessed a sense of humor, he kept it under lock and key. He didn't crack a smile at Griff's wry remark. "Come on, Turner, lighten up," Griff said. "This is a special day." Unfortunately, we're not the only ones commemorating it. Turner drew Griff's attention to an ugly, olive-green car parked in a handicapped space. Illegally, it seemed, since there was no tag hanging from the rearview mirror. Griff didn't recognize the make or model of the car because it was younger than 5 years old. Nothing distinguished the no-frill sedan except the man sitting behind the wheel. Griff cursed under his breath. What's he doing here? It's been all over the news that you were being released today, but I don't think he brought champagne. So why'd he come all this way to see little old me? I assume he wants to pick up where the two of you left off. Fat chance. The object of the conversation, Stanley Rodart, had parked where he couldn't be missed. He had wanted Griff to see him, and Griff would have recognized him anywhere, because Stanley Rodart was one ugly son of a bitch. His face looked like it had been hacked out of oak with a chainsaw, by a carver too impatient to smooth out the rough edges. Cheekbones as sharp as knife blades cast shadows across his ruddy, pockmarked skin. His hair was the color and texture of dirty straw. Behind the lenses of his opaque sunglasses, his eyes, yellowish, as Griff recalled, were no doubt trained on Griff with an enmity that even 5 years hadn't blunted. Griff shrugged with more indifference than he felt. It's his time he's wasting. Sounding like the voice of doom, Turner said, "Obviously he doesn't think so." As they pulled closer to the other car, Griff flashed Rodart a big grin, then raised his middle finger at him. "Jesus, Griff!" Turner accelerated toward the prison gate. "What's the matter with you?" "He doesn't scare me." "Well, he should. If you had a lick of sense, he would scare you shitless. Apparently he hasn't forgotten about Bandy. Steer clear of him. I mean it. Are you listening? Do not cross him." "Am I going to get billed for that unsolicited advice?" "No, that advice is on the house. It's for my protection as well as yours." Despite the blasting air conditioner, Griff lowered his window as Turner drove through the gates of the federal prison camp that had been his home for the past 5 years. The area in which he'd been incarcerated was classified minimum security, but it was still prison. "No offense to the folks in Big Spring, but I don't care to ever enter the city limits again," he remarked as they left the West Texas town and headed east on Interstate 20. The air was hot, dry, and gritty, perfumed by diesel and gasoline exhaust from the well-traveled highway, but it was free air. The first Griff had tasted in 1,825 days. He gulped it. "Feel good to be out?" his lawyer asked. "You have no idea." After a moment, Turner said, "I meant what I said about Rodart." The sand-bearing wind scoured Griff's face and flattened his hair against his head. "Relax, Turner," he said, speaking above the noise of a foul-smelling cattle truck roaring past. "I won't wave red flags at Rodart or at anybody else. That's in my past. Ancient history. I took my punishment and paid my debt to society. You're looking at a rehabilitated, reformed man." "Glad to hear it," the lawyer said, heavy on the skepticism. Griff had been watching Rodart in the car's side view mirror. He'd followed them out of Big Spring and now was matching their speed, keeping at least 3 vehicles between them. If Wyatt Turner realized that Rodart was on their tail, he didn't mention it. Griff started to say something about it, then figured there were things his lawyer didn't need to know. Things that would only worry him. 300 miles later, Griff stood in the center of the apartment's living area, which was a laughable misnomer. A person might exist here, but he couldn't call it living. The room was so dim it bordered on gloomy, but the poor lighting actually worked in its favor. A crack as wide as his index finger ran up one wall from floor to ceiling like a jagged lightning bolt. The carpet was gummy, the air conditioner wheezed, and the air it pumped was damp and smelled like day-old carry-out Chinese. "It's not much," Turner said. "No shit. But there's no lease. The rent's paid month to month. Consider this only a stopover until you can find something better. At least Big Spring was clean. You want to go back?" Maybe Turner had a sense of humor after all. Griff tossed his duffel bag onto the sofa. Not only did it look uncomfortable, but the upholstery was stained with God knew what. He remembered fondly the high-rise condo he used to live in, the ritzy Turtle Creek area of Dallas, suffused with natural light during the day, a spectacular view of the skyline at night, outfitted with countless amenities. Half of the gadgets and gewgaws he hadn't even known what they were for or how to work them, but the important thing was that he'd had them. "When you sold my place, weren't you able to keep any of my stuff?" "Clothes, personal items, pictures, like that. It's all in a storage unit, but the rest..." Turner shook his head and nervously jiggled his keys as though anxious to get back in his car, although the drive had taken them nearly 5 hours with only one stop. "I liquidated everything in the toy box first." That had been Griff's pet name for the extra garage he'd leased in which to store his grown-up toys. Snow skis, scuba equipment, an Indian motorcycle, a bass fishing boat that had been in the water exactly once. Stuff he had bought mostly because he could. The Escalade and Porsche went next. I held off selling the Lexus until I had no choice. Then I began emptying the apartment. I had to sell it all, Griff, to pay off your fine, consulting fees. Your fee. Turner stopped his bit with the keys. Under other circumstances, the combative stance he took would have been humorous. Griff was more than half a foot taller, and he hadn't slacked on workouts during his incarceration. If anything, he was harder now than when he went in. Wyatt Turner had the pallor of a man who worked indoors 12 hours a day. A workout for him amounted to 18 holes of golf, riding in a cart, followed by 2 cocktails in the clubhouse. In his mid-40s, he had already developed a soft paunch in front and sagging ass in back. "Yes, Griff, my fee," he said defensively. "I get paid to do my job, just like you do." Griff looked at him for a moment, then said softly, "Did. Just like I did." Turner backed down and, looking slightly embarrassed by his momentary testiness, turned away and laid another set of keys on the stick furniture coffee table. "Our extra car. It's parked outside, can't miss it. Faded red 2-door Honda. Not worth anything as a trade-in, so when Susan got a Range Rover, we kept it for emergencies. It runs okay. I had the oil changed and the tires checked. Use it for as long as you need it." "Will the daily rental fee be added to my bill?" Again, Turner took umbrage. "Why are you being such a prick about everything? I'm trying to help." "I needed your help 5 years ago to keep me out of fucking prison." "I did everything I could for you," Turner fired back. "They had you. You do the crime, you do the time." Gee, I need to write that down. Griff patted his pockets as though looking for a pen. "I'm out of here." Turner moved toward the door, but Griff headed him off. Okay, you're a prince among lawyers, and I'm an unappreciative prick. What else?" He allowed Turner a few moments to fume in righteous indignation, then repeated in a more conciliatory tone, "What else have you done for me?" "I put some of your clothes in the closet in the bedroom." He gestured toward an open doorway across the room. "Jeans and polos haven't gone out of style.
I picked up some sheets and towels at Target. You got toiletries? In my duffel. Bottled water, milk, eggs are in the fridge. Bread's in there, too. I thought there might be roaches in the pantry. Safe guess. Look, Griff, I know it's no palace, but... Palace? He repeated, laughing. I don't think anyone would mistake this dump for a palace. Then to keep from appearing ungrateful, he added, but as you said, it's only a stopgap. Do I have a phone? In the bedroom. I put down the deposit for you. It's in my name. We can have it disconnected when you get your own. Thanks. What's the number? Turner told him. Don't you need to write it down? I used to carry a couple hundred plays inside my head. I can remember 10 digits. Right. Don't forget to check in with your probation officer. He'll need to know how to contact you. First item on my list, call Jerry Arnold. Griff drew a check mark in the air. Turner handed him a bank envelope. Here's some walking around money till you can get a credit card, and your driver's license is in there too. Address is wrong, of course, but it doesn't expire until your next birthday, and by then you'll have a new place. Thanks. Griff tossed the bank envelope onto the table beside the keys to the borrowed car. Taking handouts from his lawyer was almost as humiliating as the first day of prison, when he'd been told the rules as well as the punishments for breaking them. Well, then I guess you're good to go. The lawyer clapped him on the shoulder, which seemed an unnatural and awkward gesture for him. He turned away quickly, but at the door he paused and looked back. Griff, folks are still pissed at you. To a lot of people, you committed a cardinal sin. If someone gives you flack, don't let it bother you too much. Turn the other cheek, okay? Griff remained silent. He wouldn't make a promise he couldn't keep. Turner hesitated, looking worried. Getting out. It's a tough transition. Beat staying in. Those classes they have for inmates about to be released. The release preparation program? Right. Were the sessions helpful? Oh, yeah. I learned how to fill out a job application, was urged not to scratch my ass or pick my nose during an interview. Looking chagrined, Turner asked, Do you have any idea what you're going to do? Get a job. For sure, what I mean is, do you have any prospects lined up? Do you know an NFL team looking for a starting quarterback? Turner's face went so flaccid, Griff laughed. That was a joke. The estate was enclosed by an ivy-covered 12-foot-high brick wall. Holy shit. Griff pulled the red Honda up to the call box at the gate. He'd known by the address that this was an affluent part of Dallas, but he hadn't expected it to be this affluent. Instructions on how to contact the house were printed on the box. He punched in a sequence of numbers on the keypad, which he supposed rang a telephone inside. In a moment, a voice came through the speaker. Yes? Griff Burkett to see Mr. Speakman? Nothing else was said, but the iron picket gate opened and he drove through. The brick lane was bordered by cultivated beds of low shrubbery and flowers. Beyond them, the tree-shaded lawn looked like a carpet of green velvet. The mansion itself was as impressive as the landscaping. Older than Griff by several decades, it was constructed of gray stone. Some of its walls were ivy-covered like the estate wall. He followed the curving driveway and parked directly in front of the entrance, then got out of the borrowed Honda and approached the front door. It was flanked by urns containing evergreen trees. Idly, Griff wondered how in hell they got a tree to grow in the shape of a corkscrew. No cobwebs clinging to the eaves, nary a stray leaf anywhere, not a smear on any of the windows. The house, the grounds, the whole place was freaking perfect. When he told Wyatt Turner he didn't have any prospects, he'd lied. Not that job offers were pouring in. Right now, Griff Burkett was arguably the most detested man in Dallas, if not the entire Lone Star State. No, that was still limiting. He was despised in the whole football-loving country. People sneered his name or spat after saying it as though to ward off an evil spirit. Nobody in their right mind would want him on their payroll. But he did have this one prospect, however slim. A few days before his release, he had received an invitation to be in this spot on this date at this time. The stiff card had been engraved, Foster Speakman. The name was vaguely familiar, although Griff couldn't remember why it would be. As he depressed the doorbell, he couldn't imagine what a guy who lived in a place like this could possibly want with him. He had assumed the appointment portended a job offer. Now, seeing this spread, he thought maybe not. Maybe this Speakman had been a die-hard Cowboys fan who only wanted his own pound of Griff Burkett's flesh. The door was opened almost immediately. He was greeted by a waft of refrigerated air, the faint scent of oranges, and a guy who looked like he should be wearing a breechcloth and carrying a spear. Griff had expected a maid or butler, someone in a white apron with a soft-speaking voice and polite but aloof mannerisms. This guy didn't come close. He was dressed in a tight black t-shirt and black slacks. He had the wide, flat features of Mayan royalty. His skin was smooth and beardless, straight hair black as ink. Mr. Speakman? He shook his head and smiled. Rather, he revealed his teeth. You couldn't really call it a smile because no other feature of his face changed, even moderately. He stood aside and motioned Griff in. A vaulted ceiling loomed 3 stories above. Oriental rugs formed islands of subtle color on the marble floor. Griff's image was caught in the enormous mirror that hung above the long console table. The curving staircase was an architectural marvel, especially considering when the house had been built. The space was vast and as hushed as a cathedral. The speechless man motioned with his head for Griff to follow. Again, it occurred to Griff that Foster Speakman might be lying in wait. Did he keep thumbscrews and whips in the dungeon? When they reached a set of double doors, the butler, for lack of a better word, pushed both open, then stood aside. Griff stepped into the room, obviously a library. The walls on 3 sides consisted of floor-to-ceiling bookcases. The 4th wall was almost entirely windows, affording a view of the sweeping lawn and flower gardens. I wondered. Griff turned at the unexpected voice and got his second surprise. The man smiling up at him was in a wheelchair. Wondered what? How physically imposing you'd be in person? He sized Griff up. You're as tall as I expected, but not as bulky. Of course, I've only seen you from the distance of a stadium box and on TV. TV adds 10 pounds. The man laughed. To say nothing of shoulder pads. He extended his right hand. Foster Speakman, thank you for coming. They shook hands. Not surprisingly, his hand was smaller than Griff's by far, but his palm was dry and his handshake firm. He pushed a button on his fancy wheelchair and backed away. Come in and have a seat. He motioned Griff toward a grouping of comfortably arranged pieces with appropriate tables and lamps. Griff chose one of the chairs. As he sank into it, he experienced a pang of homesickness for the furnishings of similar quality he used to own. Now he had to keep his bread in a fridge with an irritating hum. Taking another glance around the room and the acreage beyond the windows, he questioned again just what the hell he was doing here, in an ivy-covered mansion with a crippled man. Foster Speakman probably had 5 years on him, which put him around 40. He was nice-looking. Hard to tell how tall he would be standing, but Griff guessed just shy of 6 feet. He was wearing preppy clothes, navy blue golf shirt and khaki slacks, brown leather belt, matching loafers, tan socks. The legs of his trousers looked like deflated balloons, not much flesh to fill them out. Something to drink? Speakman asked pleasantly. Caught staring and speculating, Griff shifted his attention back to his host's face. A Coke? Speakman looked over at the man who'd answered the door. Manuelo, 2 Cokes, por favor. Manuelo was as square and solid as a sack of cement, but moved soundlessly. Speakman noticed Griff watching the servant as he went to the bar and began pouring their drinks. He's from El Salvador. Huh. He literally walked to the United States. Huh. He tends to me. Griff could think of nothing to say to that, although he wanted to ask if Manuelo, despite his smile, kept a collection of shrunken heads under his bed. "Did you drive from Big Spring today?" Speakman asked. "My lawyer picked me up this morning." "Long drive?" "I didn't mind it." Speakman grinned. "I guess not, after being cooped up for so long." He waited until Griff had taken his drink from the small tray Manuelo extended to him, then took his own cut crystal glass and raised it. "To your release." "I'll drink to that." Manuelo left through the double doors, pulling them closed behind him. Griff took another sip of Coke, becoming uncomfortable under Speakman's blatantly curious stare. What was this? Invite a con for drinks week? The whole scene was beginning to make him uneasy. Deciding to cut to the chase, he set his drink on the end table at his elbow. "Did you ask me here to get an up-close and personal look at a has-been football player or a convicted felon?" Speakman seemed unfazed by his rudeness. "I thought you might be in the market for a job." Not wanting to look desperate or needy, Griff gave a non-committal shrug. "Any offers yet?" Speakman asked. "None that have interested me. The Cowboys aren't. No, nor is any other team. I've been banned from the league. I doubt I could buy a ticket to an NFL game." Speakman nodded as though he had already determined that was the way things were with Griff Burkett. "If you can't do something related to football, what did you plan to do?" "I plan to serve my sentence and get out." "Nothing beyond that?" Griff sat back, again shrugged as though he didn't give a shit, reached for his Coke and took another sip. "I've toyed with some ideas, but haven't settled on anything yet. I own an airline, Sun South." Griff kept his features schooled, trying not to show that he was either surprised or impressed when actually he was both. "I fly it, or rather I used to fly Sun South often." Speakman flashed an unself-conscious smile. "So do a lot of people, I'm pleased to say." Griff looked around the beautiful room, his gaze stopping on some of its treasures, then came back to Speakman. "I bet you are." Despite his drollness, Speakman's smile remained in place. "I invited you here to offer you a job." Griff's heart did a little jig of gladness. A man like Foster Speakman could do him a lot of good. Now he remembered why the name had sounded familiar. Speakman was an influential force in Dallas, owning and operating one of the region's most successful enterprises. An endorsement from him, even a minor nod of pardon, would go a long way toward winning back some of the favor Griff had lost 5 years ago. But he tamped down his bubbling optimism. For all he knew, the guy wanted him to strain the shit out of the sewage tanks on his airplanes. "I'm listening." "The job I'm offering you would give you immediate financial relief. I understand that your assets were liquidated to pay the fine the court imposed on you." Hedging the truth, Griff said, "Most of them, yeah. Those proceeds were also used to cover substantial debts, is that correct?" "Look, Speakman, since you seem to know anyway, stop fishing. I lost everything and then some. Is that what you want to hear? I don't have a pot to piss in." "Then I suppose 100,000 would come in handy." Taken aback by the amount, Griff felt his irritation turn to suspicion. He'd learned the hard way to be wary of anything that seemed too easily come by. If it seemed too good to be true, it probably was. 100,000 a year? "No, Mr. Burkett," Speakman said, smiling, enjoying himself. 100,000 to seal our deal. Using a term you're familiar with, it would be like a signing bonus. Griff stared at him for a count of 10. 100 grand, US dollars. Legal tender. It's yours if you say yes to what I propose. Griff carefully removed his ankle from his opposite knee and set both feet on the floor, buying time while his mind spun around the amount of money and how badly he needed it. "Are you thinking about using me to advertise your airline, billboards, commercials, ads, that kind of thing?" "I wouldn't cotton to posing naked, but it could be negotiated." Speakman smiled and shook his head. "I realized that endorsements were a Significant part of your income when you were the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. That number 10 jersey sold a lot of whatever it was advertising, but now I'm afraid an endorsement from you would repel customers, not attract them. Even knowing that was true, Griff was pissed off to hear it. Then what did you have in mind? Who do I have to kill? Speakman actually laughed out loud. It's nothing that drastic. I don't know anything about airplanes. This isn't airline related. You need a new yardman? No. Then I'm fresh out of guesses. What do I do to earn my $100,000? Make my wife pregnant. Chapter 2. Excuse me? You heard correctly, Mr. Burkett. Another Coke? Griff continued to stare at his host until his question sank in. At least the crazy bastard was a courteous host. No thanks. Speakman rolled his chair over to the end table and picked up Griff's empty glass, carrying it along with his to the wet bar and placed both in a rack beneath the sink. He used a bar towel to wipe the granite countertop, although from where Griff sat, he could see that it was highly polished, not a single drop of liquid or streak of moisture on its glassy surface. Speakman folded the towel, lining up the hem evenly, and threaded it through a ring attached to the counter. He rolled back to the table at Griff's elbow and replaced the coaster he'd used in its brass holder, gave it 3 taps, then put his chair in reverse and resumed his original place a few feet from where Griff sat. Griff, watching these maneuvers, thought, courteous and neat. Let me know if you change your mind about another drink, Speakman said. Griff stood up, rounded his chair, looked back at Speakman to see if his lunacy could be detected at this distance, then walked over to the windows and looked outside. He needed to ground himself, make sure he hadn't fallen into a rabbit hole or something. He felt as he had those first few weeks at Big Spring, when he would wake up disoriented and it would take several seconds for him to remember where he was and why. This was like that. He felt detached. He needed to get his bearings. Beyond the windows, not a Mad Hatter in sight. Everything was still there and looking perfectly normal. The emerald grass, stone pathways winding through the flower beds, trees with sprawling branches shading it all. A pond in the distance, blue sky. Overhead a jet was making its final approach into Dallas. One of ours. Griff hadn't heard the approach of Speakman's chair and was startled to find him so close. Prison would do that to you, too. Make you jumpy. Linemen topping 300 pounds used to charge at him bent on inflicting injury and pain, teeth bared behind their face guards, eyes slitted with malice. He'd been prepared for them and was conditioned to take their abuse. But even in the minimum security area of the prison, where the inmates were white-collar criminals, you stayed nervous 24/7. You kept your guard up and other people at arm's length. Of course, he'd been that way before prison. Speakman was watching the jet from Nashville, due to touch down at 7:07. He glanced at his wristwatch. Right on time. Griff studied him for several seconds, then said, "The hell of it is, you seem perfectly sane." "You doubt my sanity?" "And then some." "Why?" "Well, for starters, I'm not wearing a sign that says sperm bank." Speakman smiled. "Not the kind of job you thought I'd be offering, huh?" "Not by a long shot." Griff glanced at his own wristwatch. "Look, I've got plans tonight. I get together with some friends." There was no get-together, no friends either, but it sounded plausible. "I need to get going to make it on time." Speakman seemed to see through the lie. "Before declining my offer," he said, "at least hear me out." He extended his hand as though to touch Griff's arm. Griff's flinch was involuntary, no way to prevent Speakman from noticing it. He looked up at Griff with puzzlement, but pulled his hand back before making actual contact. "Sorry," Griff muttered. "It's the wheelchair," Speakman said blandly. "It puts some people off, like a disease or a bad luck charm." "It's not that, not at all. It's, The Look, I think we're finished here. I gotta go. Please don't leave yet, Griff. Do you mind if I call you Griff? I think this is a good point at which to shift to first names, don't you? Speakman's eyes reflected the bright light from the windows. They were clear, intelligent eyes, not a trace of madness or the kind of wild glee that signaled insanity. Griff wondered if Mrs. Speakman was aware of it. Hell, he wondered if there was a Mrs. Speakman. The millionaire might have been completely delusional as well as compulsively tidy. When Griff failed to reply to the question about his name, Speakman's smile relaxed into an expression of disappointment. At least stay long enough for me to finish making my pitch. I'd hate for all my rehearsing to be for naught. He gave a quick smile. Please. Fighting a strong urge to get the hell out of there, but also feeling guilty for the physical rebuff he'd given the man, Griff returned to his chair and sat down. As he settled against the cushions, he noticed that the back of his shirt was damp with nervous perspiration. As soon as he could gracefully make an exit, he would adios. Speakman reopened the dialogue by saying, I can't father a child, by any method. He paused as though to emphasize that. If I had sperm, he added quietly, you and I wouldn't be having this conversation. Griff would just as soon not be having it. It wasn't easy to look a man in the eye while he was talking to you about losing his manhood. Okay, so you need a donor. You mentioned a sperm bank. Griff nodded curtly. Laura, that's my wife, she and I didn't want to go that route. Why not? For the most part, they're reputable, aren't they? Reliable. They do tests on the donors, all that. Griff knew little about sperm banks and wasn't really interested in how they operated. He was thinking more about what had happened to Speakman to put him in that chair. Had he always been paraplegic, or was it a recent thing? Had he contracted a debilitating and degenerative disease? Been thrown by a horse? What? When the male partner is incapable of fathering children, as I am, Speakman said, couples do use donor sperm, most of the time successfully. Well, apparently he wasn't embarrassed by or self-conscious about his condition, and Griff had to give him credit for that. If he was in a situation like Speakman's, needing somebody like Manuela to tend to him, he doubted he could be as accepting of it as Speakman appeared to be. He knew he wouldn't be able to talk about it so freely, especially with another man. Maybe Speakman was simply resigned. He was saying, Laura and I desperately want a child, Griff. Uh-huh, Griff said, not knowing what else to say. And we want our child to have physical characteristics similar to mine. Okay. Speakman shook his head as though Griff still wasn't quite getting it. And he realized he wasn't when Speakman said, we want everyone to believe that the child was fathered by me. Right, Griff said, but there was a hint of a question mark at the end of the word. This is extremely important to us, vital, mandatory, in fact. Speakman raised his index finger like a politician about to make the most important statement of his campaign. No one must doubt that I am the child's father. Griff shrugged indifferently. I'm not going to tell anybody. Speakman relaxed, smiling. Excellent. We're paying for discretion as well as your assistance. Griff laughed lightly and raised both hands, palms out. Wait a minute. When I said I wouldn't tell anybody, I meant I wouldn't tell anybody about this conversation. In fact, I'm not really interested in hearing any more. Let's consider this interview over, okay? You keep your $100,000, I'll keep my sperm, and this meeting will be our little secret. He was almost out of his chair when Speakman said, $500,000. $500,000 when Laura conceives. Arrested in motion, Griff found it easier to sit back down than to stand up. He landed rather hard and sat staring at Speakman aghast. You're shitting me. I assure you I am not. $500,000? You have blue eyes, light hair like mine. It's hard to tell now, but I'm taller than the average 5'11". We have similar genetic makeups, you and I. Similar enough anyway for a child you sired to be passed off as mine. Griff's mind was spinning so fast it was hard to hang on to a thought. He was thinking dollar signs. Speakman was talking jeans. Those sperm banks have books. He pantomimed leafing through pages. You go through them and find what you want for your kid. You pick out eye color or hair color, height, all that. I never buy anything sight unseen, Griff. I don't shop from catalogs. Certainly not for my child and heir. And there's still the risk of disclosure. Those records are kept confidential, Griff argued. Supposedly. Griff thought of the gate with the disembodied voice, the high wall surrounding the property. Apparently, privacy was a real issue with this guy, like neatness. The psychologist at Big Spring would have a field day over the obsessive way Speakman had removed the drinking glasses from view, folded the towel, and replaced the coaster. Intrigued in spite of himself, Griff studied the millionaire for a long moment, then said, "So how would it work? I'd go to a doctor's office and jerk off into a jar and no office. If Laura was inseminated in a doctor's office, there would be talk." Who would talk? The people who staffed the office, other patients who might see her there. People love to talk, especially about celebrities. I'm a fallen star. Laughing softly, Speakman said, "I was referring to Laura and me, but your involvement would certainly add another element to a delicious piece of gossip. It would be too tempting even for people bound by professional privilege." "Okay, so I don't go to the doctor's office with you. You could take my semen in and claim it as yours. Who's to know?" "You don't understand, Griff. That still leaves room for speculation. My condition is obvious. A specimen I claimed as mine could have come from the pool boy, a skycap, anybody." He shook his head. "We're emphatic about this. No nurses, no chatty receptionists, no office open to the public, at all." "So where? Here?" Griff envisioned taking a dirty magazine and a Dixie cup into one of the mansion's bathrooms, the mute manservant standing outside the door waiting for him to finish and deliver the specimen. No way, Jose. Or rather, no way, Manuelo. But for $500,000? Everyone had their price. He'd proved he did. 5 years had decreased it considerably, but if Speakman was willing to pay him $500,000 for doing what he'd been doing for free for the past 5 years, he wasn't going to let modesty stand in the way. He'd walk away with $600,000, counting the signing bonus. The Speakmans would get the kid they desperately wanted. It was win-win, and it wasn't even against the law. "I assume you'd have the doctor check me out first," he said. "For all you know, I could have taken up with a lover in prison and have HIV. "I seriously doubt that," Speakman said dryly. "But yes, I would require you to undergo a thorough physical examination and bring me back a clean bill of health, signed by a physician. You could say it was for medical insurance." It still seemed too easy. Griff wondered what he was overlooking. Where was the catch? What if she doesn't get pregnant? Do I have to return the first $100,000? Speakman hesitated. Griff tilted his head as though to communicate that this could be a deal-breaker. Speakman said, "No, that would be yours to keep. Because if she doesn't conceive, it might not be my fault. Your wife might not be fertile." "Who negotiated your contract with the Cowboys?" "What? My former agent. Why?" "A piece of advice, Griff. During a business negotiation, once you've won a point, drop it. Don't mention it again. I've already conceded that you could keep the initial $100,000. "Okay." They hadn't covered that in the release preparation sessions. Griff weighed his options, and they boiled down to this. He didn't have any options, other than saying no and walking away from mega cash. To turn this down, he'd have to be crazy as Speakman and his old lady. He raised one shoulder in a negligent shrug. "Then if that's all that's required, we have a deal. One point, though. I want to do my thing in the privacy of my own bathroom. The doctor will have to come to my place to pick up the stuff. I think you can freeze it, so I could give him several samples at one whack." He laughed at the inadvertent double entendre, so to speak. Speakman laughed too, but was serious as sin when he said, There won't be a Dr. Griff. Just when he thought he'd had this figured out, Speakman hit him with something like a linebacker coming around on his blind side and knocking him on his ass. What do you mean, no doctor? Who's gonna... He made gentle thrusting motions with his hand. Put it where it needs to go. You are, Speakman said quietly. I'm sorry for not making this clear from the beginning. I insist on my child being conceived naturally, the way God intended. Griff stared at him for several seconds. Then he began to laugh. Either somebody had set him up for a whopper of a practical joke, or Speakman was out of his friggin' mind. Nobody in Griff's life cared enough to play an elaborate joke on him. No one in his present life would go to the trouble. No one from his past would give him the time of day, much less invest the time it would take to set up this bizarre scenario and talk Speakman into going along. No, he was betting that Speakman went beyond being an eccentric millionaire and neat freak and was, in fact, certifiable. In any case, this was all one huge waste of time, and he'd lost patience with it. Flippantly, he said, My job would be to fuck your wife. Speakman winced. I don't care much for the vernacular, especially in... Cut the bullshit, okay? You're hiring me to play stud, that's basically it, right? Speakman hesitated, then said, Basically, yes. And for $500,000, I guess you get to watch? That's insulting, Griff. To me, certainly to Laura. Yeah, well. He didn't apologize. Kinky sex was the least offensive factor of this whole interview. About her, does she know your plan? Of course. Uh-huh. What does she think about it? Speakman rolled his chair toward an end table where a cordless phone stood in its charger. You can ask her yourself. Chapter 3. Upstairs, in her home office, Laura Speakman checked the clock on her desk. Only half an hour had elapsed since Griff Burkett's arrival. Punctual arrival. Being on time would definitely have won him marks with Foster. But of the other impressions he was making, were they good or bad? For 30 minutes she'd been reading a new flight attendant's contract proposed by their union. She retained none of it. Giving up the pretense of working, she left her desk and began pacing the width of the office. It was a bright and airy room. There were drapes on the windows, carpet on the floor, crown molding at the ceiling. It was designated an office only by the desk and the computer setup concealed in an 8-foot-tall French antique armoire. What was being said downstairs in the library? Not knowing was driving her mad, but Foster had insisted on meeting with Burkett alone. Let me test the waters, he'd said. Once I get a sense of him, I'll ask you to join us. And if your sense of him isn't good, if you don't think he's suitable, then what? Then I'll send him on his way, and you will have been spared an awkward and unproductive interview. His plan made sense, she supposed, but it wasn't in her nature to delegate decision-making, certainly not on something this important, not even to her husband. Of course, if she and Foster weren't in complete accord about Griff Burkett's suitability, he would be rejected. Nevertheless, she hated to miss seeing his initial reaction to their proposal and gauging that reaction for herself. How he reacted would tell a lot about him. She looked across at the closed door and for a moment considered going downstairs and presenting herself, but that would violate Foster's careful planning. He wouldn't welcome the interruption to his schedule. The pacing was only making her more agitated. She returned to her desk chair, reclined in it, closed her eyes, and utilized relaxation techniques she had taught herself while still a university student. After going days without a break from her studies, when her head was so packed full of information it couldn't tolerate any more, she would force herself to lie down, close her eyes, do her deep breathing exercises, and rest, if not sleep. Practicing the technique helped. If nothing else, it slowed her down, made her admit to the limitations of mind and body. Difficult as it was for her to accept, right now there was nothing she could do but wait. As her agitation gradually abated, Her thoughts drifted back to the events and circumstances that had brought her to this point in her life, to this day and hour, to hiring a total stranger to make a baby with her. It had begun with the color of the uniforms. Headlines on the business pages had blared the news when Foster Speakman, last in line of the prominent Dallas family who'd been made wealthy by oil and gas, bought the distressed Sun South Airlines. For years, the mismanaged airline had been teetering on the brink of total collapse. It had suffered a lengthy pilot strike, followed by a blistering media expose on its slipshod maintenance practices. Then a disastrous crash took 57 lives. Declaring bankruptcy had been the airline's final hope of recovery, but unfortunately that last gasp hadn't saved it. Everyone thought the Speakman heir was insane when he spent a huge chunk of his fortune to buy the airline. For days, the story dominated local business news. Costly hobby for millionaire, Sun South salvation, Speakman's ruin. The acquisition was even mentioned with mild derision on national broadcasts. It was implied that yet another rich Texan had gone and done something crazy. Foster Speakman further surprised everyone by immediately grounding the airplanes, laying off thousands of employees with the promise to rehire them once he'd had time to conduct a thorough analysis of the airline situation. He closed the doors to all media, telling frustrated reporters that they would be notified when he had something newsworthy to tell them. In the ensuing months, Foster sequestered himself with financial and operational experts and advisors. Upper echelon executives of the old regime were given the option to retire early with fair retirement packages. Those who didn't opt to do so were fired outright. The firings weren't vindictive, only sound business acumen. Foster had a vision, but he also realized that in order to bring it about, he would need people around him with knowledge equal to or greater than his. With his enthusiasm, charisma, and seemingly bottomless bank account, he lured the best in the industry away from cushy positions with other airlines. Almost 3 months after taking over, Foster called all the new department heads together for the first of many roundtable discussions. Laura was there, representing the flight attendants. It was at that meeting she saw the man in charge for the first time. She knew what he looked like from all the media coverage he had received, but photographs and television images had failed to capture his crackling vitality. Energy radiated from him like an electric aura. He was lean, handsome, confident, personable. He strode into the conference room dressed in a perfectly tailored pinstriped suit, soft gray shirt, conservative tie. But soon after the meeting was called to order, he removed his double-breasted jacket, draped it over the back of his chair, loosened his tie, and literally rolled up his sleeves. By doing so, he indicated that he intended to do what needed to be done, that he didn't consider himself above applying elbow grease, and that he expected the same work ethic from everyone in that room. The date had been set for the airline to resume operation. It was circled in red on the large calendar placed on an easel where all could see. "Target date," Foster announced happily. "Following our review of the budget, each of you will get a chance to tell me why I am out of my mind and that there's no way in hell we'll make that deadline." Everyone chuckled as expected. The meeting commenced. The new CFO, hired because he was a notorious penny pincher who had won his reputation by saving an American auto manufacturer from going under, was asked to talk them through the proposed budget item by item. In his monotonous drone, he went on uninterrupted for a full 10 minutes, then said, "Flight attendant program. The allotment remains the same. Next is food and beverage. Now here..." "Excuse me." The CFO raised his head and looked over his reading glasses, surveyed the table to find the voice that had interrupted him. Laura raised her hand to identify herself. "Before moving on, this figure begs discussion." He lowered one bushy eyebrow into a near scowl. "What isn't clear?" "It's perfectly clear," she replied. "What needs discussion is how sorely under-budgeted this department is." "Everyone at this table thinks his department is under-budgeted." He squinted at her, referred to the agenda for the meeting, and then squinted at her again. "Who are you, anyway?" Before she had a chance to answer, Foster Speakman spoke from the head of the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who haven't met her, this is Ms. Laura Taylor." Her lips parted wordlessly. It came as a shock to her that Foster Speakman knew she existed. The CFO removed his reading glasses and, after giving Laura a glance of consternation, asked Foster, "Where's Hazel Cooper?" He said, "Miss Taylor, will you do the honors?" She rose to the challenge, saying evenly, "Ms. Cooper tendered her resignation day before yesterday." "She did, that's right," came a voice on the other side of the table. The man was Director of Human Resources. "I sent a blanket email, didn't y'all get it?" His gaze swept around the table, but there was a unanimous shaking of heads. "Oh well, Hazel took early retirement. Said as long as there was a major shake-up, she might just as well make the move now, 'cause she planned on retiring next year anyway. I asked Miss Taylor to sit in for her until another director for the department can be hired." The CFO coughed behind his hand. "All well and good then. Once a new director is in place, I'll take up the budget for that department with him." "Or her," Foster said. The CFO turned red-faced. "Of course, I was speaking generically." "As long as we're here, let's discuss the budget for this department," Foster said. The CFO gave Laura another irritated look. "No offense to Ms. Taylor, but is she qualified to conduct that discussion?" Foster riffled through a stack of file folders he had carried in with him. He found the one he wanted, stacked the others precisely, leaving no edge overlapping another, then opened the one he had withdrawn. Laura Eleanor Taylor. I'll skip down to, here we go. Graduated with honors from Stephen F. Austin State University. 2 years later, she earned an MBA from Southern Methodist Business School, again with honors. Applied and was accepted into the flight attendant program for Sun South Airlines in 2002. Advancement, and another advancement, he said, consulting her employee record in the file. Promoted to do training and performance evaluation in 2005. Was a thorn in the side of the previous management and has made a nuisance of herself with Ms. Cooper by writing memo after memo, copies of which I have, he said, holding up a handful of sheets, criticizing standards and practices now in place and suggesting ways in which the department could be vastly improved. He read directly from one memo. But, which is underlined, not without insight, intelligence, and plain common sense on the part of the new owner, who happens to be. He paused for what seemed to Laura an eternity. Me. He replaced all the sheets in the file folder and set it on the top of the stack. Only after lining them up to ruler-edge exactness did he stand. "Will you accompany me outside, Miss Taylor? Bring your things." She sat stunned, cheeks flaming, feeling every eye in the room except Foster Speakman's on her. He was already at the door of the conference room, going through it, expecting her to follow. With as much dignity as possible, she retrieved her handbag and briefcase, then stood up. "Ladies, gentlemen," she said. Some, embarrassed for her, averted their eyes. Others gave her nods of sympathy. The CFO, with whom this had started, opened his mouth as though to apologize, then thought better of it and gave a regretful shake of his head. She stepped through the door and pulled it closed behind her, then squared her shoulders and turned toward Foster Speakman, who was standing in the empty corridor. "You're not nearly as ferocious-looking as your memos led me to expect, Miss Taylor." Her cheeks still burned with humiliation, but she maintained her composure. "I didn't realize my interdepartmental memos were being forwarded to you. In view of her impending retirement, I suppose Ms. Cooper felt the issues you raised were no longer her problem, but mine. I suppose. Would knowing I was reading the memos have changed your opinions? Not at all, but perhaps I would have softened the tone and language in which I expressed them." He folded his arms across his chest and studied her for several moments. "Satisfy my curiosity. Why, with an MBA from SMU's highly regarded business school, did you become a flight attendant? It's an honorable profession, but you are overqualified. 4 times I applied to Sun South for an entry-level management position and was passed over each time. Were you told why? No, but the positions went to men. Gender discrimination. I'm making no accusations, only telling you what happened. So you settled for a flight attendant's position. I accepted it, but I didn't settle for it. I thought that once I got my foot in the door, you would distinguish yourself and work your way up to the level for which you had applied in the first place. More or less. He smiled. Having studied your file, I thought as much. For all I know, you have your sights set on my job, Miss Taylor. In a way, I hope you do, because I admire ambition. But today I'm offering you Ms. Cooper's position as director of the flight attendant program. Add to that the title of vice president in charge of, etc. For the 3rd time since she'd laid eyes on him, he had stunned her. First, just by knowing who she was. Second, by calling her out of the meeting for what she thought would be immediate dismissal. Now this. Just like that? He laughed. I never do anything just like that. No, this offer comes after careful analysis of your employment record. I also ran credit and criminal background checks, as I did with every person in that room. You passed. But you have an outstanding parking ticket that hasn't been paid. I mailed the check yesterday, grudgingly. There was no sign posted, but it would have cost more to contest the ticket than simply to pay it. A practical decision, Miss Taylor. I believe your drive, ambition, and talent have been wasted by managers who lacked insight, intelligence, and plain common sense, he said, his smile widening as he quoted from her memo. I assume you accept this position? Still shaky, but with relief instead of the humiliation of being summarily terminated, she said yes. With no more ceremony than that, he said, Good. Now, shall we return to the others? He reached for the door, then paused. A word of warning. You'll have a fight on your hands over that budget. Are you up to it? Absolutely. Murmured conversations ceased when they re-entered. Foster startled the others by introducing her by her new title, but most seemed more pleased than not. Mr. George, Foster said, addressing the Human Resources Director. Following this meeting, you, and Ms. Taylor can go over the contract I prepared in advance and with the hope that she would accept my offer. I think you'll both find it satisfactory. He slapped the table lightly. Now, Miss Taylor, it's your first official duty to tell us why the budget allotment for your department is inadequate. Out of the frying pan. Laura took a deep breath, knowing this was an acid test and hoping she didn't blow it. While we've been grounded, we've lost a lot of flight attendants. Some have gone to other airlines. Others have left the industry altogether. Now I'm faced with hiring replacements. I can't entice the best applicants if I can't offer them starting salaries and benefits equal to those offered by our competitors. I'd like to offer them better, but I'd settle for equal. Second, the uniforms are ugly and drab. I thought attendants paid for their own uniforms. They do, Laura said, but there's no budget for a new design, which brings me to another point. The look of the airline. All heads turned toward the head of the table. Foster tapped the top file folder on the stack. To quote from your last memo, Miss Taylor, will you please elaborate? Things were moving along too quickly. She hadn't counted on being elevated to an executive this suddenly, nor had she planned on being placed immediately in the hot seat. But she had been dwelling on this topic for weeks. In her idle time, she had thought long about what she would do if she were running the show. Now, the new owner of the airline had invited her to elaborate on the bullet points of her many memos. She was ready. Days ago, Hazel, Miss Cooper, gave me a copy of the proposed budget so I could familiarize myself with it in advance of this meeting. You're spending a lot of money to make drastic changes in the infrastructure and in total reorganization of the airline's operation, she said, addressing Foster directly. You're making it brand spanking new.
but you've stopped short at conveying its newness to consumers. Changing the color of the flight attendant uniforms is easy, someone remarked. Ticket and gate agents, too. Laura acknowledged the comment with a nod. Their appearance is important because they deal one-on-one with our customers, so the impression they make is vital. But we're aiming for an about-face in public opinion of SunSouth Airlines. With that as our goal, I don't think changing the color of the uniforms is sufficient. Her gaze moved around the table, ending on Foster. But as the most recently appointed department director, I don't want to overstep my bounds. No, please, he said, indicating she should continue. Holding his gaze, she said, when we relaunch SunSouth, if we look the same, consumers will figure we are the same. Another of the directors said, it's been suggested that we change the name of the airline. That suggestion was voted down by the new board of directors, someone else contributed. Laura said, I agree we should keep our name. It's a good name, an excellent name. But, Foster said, but it suggests light, sunny days, bright skies, and open landscapes. Our planes are the color of storm clouds, and so are the uniforms. She paused, knowing the proposal she was about to make was destined to raise a chorus of protests. Even if it means making cuts in other areas, including the flight attendant program, I propose we budget to retain a first-rate design company to revamp the entire look of the airline. Hear, hear. This from the well-liked head of advertising and marketing, a genial young man named Joe McDonald. He always wore an outlandish bow tie and suspenders. Everyone at SunSouth knew him because he made it a point to know everyone. He was an equal opportunity teaser, from executives to the janitors who came in after hours to clean the offices. Thank you, Laura, for putting your butt on the line, thereby saving me from having to place mine there. Everyone laughed. The discussion continued, but in a more light-hearted mode. Laura's proposal, seconded by Joe McDonald, was ultimately acted upon, although not without many lengthy meetings and hours of debate. Cost was the major factor. Designers of the caliber she proposed didn't come cheap. Then revamping a fleet of airplanes inside and out was exorbitantly expensive. Every coat of paint on an airplane added weight, which required an increase in the fuel needed to fly the aircraft, and therefore an increase in operational costs that was passed on to passengers in the form of ticket prices, which Foster Speakman had gone on record saying were going to be the lowest in the industry. With that in mind, the design company suggested stripping the planes of paint and applying the newly designed logo to the silver metal. Eventually, the shade of red used in the logo became the signature color of the new flight attendant uniforms. They were tailored and professional-looking, but conveyed a vivacity and friendliness that the media picked up on and extolled. The pilots' uniforms went from navy blue to khaki with red neckties. The first flight of the renovated airline departed at 6:25 the morning of March 10th, its scheduled relaunch date. That evening, Foster Speakman and his wife Elaine hosted a lavish party in their home. Everyone who was anyone in Dallas had been extended an invitation to the black tie event. Laura's escort for the evening was a friend with whom she played mixed partners tennis. Their friendship was uncomplicated and unromantic. He was divorced, owned his own accounting firm, was at ease with strangers, and consequently someone she didn't have to cater to, worry about, or look after. Indeed, shortly after they arrived at the mansion, he excused himself to go look at the billiard room. Once featured in an issue of Architectural Digest, it was reputed to be a guy's fantasy room. Take your time, she told him. I'll be busy mingling. Mrs. Speakman, Elaine, was a gorgeous woman, impeccably turned out in an understated designer gown and breathtaking jewelry. But hers was a frail beauty, fragile, like that of a character F. Scott Fitzgerald might have conjured. Like her husband, she was blonde and blue-eyed, but hers was a watercolor version. Standing arm in arm with him,
She paled in comparison, literally. "It's so nice to finally meet you," she said to Laura warmly when Foster introduced them. "I serve on the board of Sun South, one of the few to survive the shakeup when the new owner assumed control." She gave her husband a nudge in the ribs. Leaning in, Foster lowered his voice to whisper, "I understand he can be a real bastard." "Don't believe it," Elaine said to Laura. "I don't. My experience has been that he's tough and knows what he wants, but he's a pleasure to work with." "And a sweetheart at home," his wife said. The two smiled at each other. Then Elaine turned back to Laura. "We on the board have heard about your excellent ideas and innovations. On behalf of the board members, the investors, and myself, thank you for your valuable contributions." "Thank you, but you give me far too much credit, Mrs. Speakman." "Elaine." Laura acknowledged that with a slight nod. Foster's made it known that the new Sun South is a team effort. Every employee has a voice in the company, but some voices offer substantially more than others, Elaine said, smiling. "Thank you again. However, I still maintain that our success will be attributed to your husband's motivational and management skills." "Am I blushing?" he asked. Elaine regarded him adoringly. Then to Laura she said, "The gentleman I saw you arrive with, is that your—" "Good friend," Laura said, cutting her off and hoping to avoid having to explain her single status. Although thousands of women in their 30s remained unmarried, it seemed an explanation was still required. The truth of it was that no one, not even the occasional lover, and there hadn't been many, had been as important to Laura as the pursuit of her career. But somehow that simple explanation fell short of satisfying people's curiosity. "He's dazzled by your billiard room. I may have to drag him out." They chit-chatted for a while longer, but Laura was aware of others who wanted time with the couple. She shook hands with both and moved away. Later, as they were leaving, she let her friend deal with the parking valet, while she looked for an opportunity to thank her hosts. She spotted them across the room, their heads together, talking privately. Foster leaned down and said something that caused Elaine to laugh. He pressed a kiss on her smooth temple. Laura was struck again by what an attractive and obviously enamored couple they were. "He's devoted to her." Laura turned to find a co-worker standing beside her. She too had been observing the Speakmans. "And she to him," Laura said. "She's lovely. Inside as well as out. A real lady." "Yes," the woman sighed. "That's what makes it so tragic." Laura turned toward her. "Tragic?" The co-worker, realizing her mistake, touched Laura's arm. "I'm sorry. I thought you knew. Elaine Speakman is ill. In fact, she's dying." The sudden laughter coming from downstairs was muted by distance but loud enough to rouse Laura from her reverie. She didn't recognize it as Foster's familiar laugh, so it had to have come from Griff Burkett. What could Foster possibly have said to bring on a laugh? A few moments later, the telephone on her desk rang. Finally, she thought. She picked up the phone before the second ring. "Foster? Can you join us, darling?" Her heart bumped. His summons meant that, at least so far, it was a go. "I'll be right down." Chapter 4. While waiting on Speakman's wife to join them, Griff had been studying the globe. Suspended within a polished brass stand, it was as large as a beach ball and made of semi-precious gems. It was quite a trinket. He speculated you could buy a damn good car for what it cost. Funny how having money, or not, changed your perspective. Recalling the rarely used, superfluous items in his toy box, he couldn't think too badly of Speakman for having a fancy globe he could well afford. Griff turned toward the library doors when he heard them open. He expected to get his first look at Mrs. Speakman,
but instead the stolid Manuelo came in. He went straight to Speakman and extended a small silver tray. On it were a prescription bottle of tablets and a glass of water. Speakman took a pill, washing it down with 3 sips of water. They had a brief conversation in Spanish. Then Speakman said to Griff, "While Manuela is here, can he get you anything?" Griff shook his head. Speakman looked up at the Central American and dismissed him with a soft, "Nada más. Gracias." Manuelo and Mrs. Speakman met in the open doorway. He stepped aside so she could come into the room, then he left, pulling the double doors closed behind him. But Griff was no longer interested in Manuelo. He was focused on Mrs. Speakman. Laura, her name was. She didn't give off crazy vibes. In fact, she seemed perfectly composed and in control of her faculties. She didn't look toward Griff, although he created a sizable silhouette even in a large room like this one. Instead, she crossed to where her husband sat in his wheelchair. She placed her hand on his shoulder, leaned down and kissed his cheek. When they pulled apart, Speakman said, "Laura, this is Griff Burkett." Since she had ignored him up till now, he was surprised when she walked toward him, right hand extended. "Mr. Burkett, how do you do?" He met her halfway and they shook hands. Like her husband's, her handshake was dry and firm, a businesswoman's handshake. Griff limited his greeting to a simple, "Hi." She dropped his hand but maintained eye contact. "Thank you for coming. Didn't you get released just this morning?" "We've been over that," Speakman said, humor in his voice. "Oh, sorry. I would ask you about the long drive, but I rather imagine that topic has been exhausted too." "It has," Griff said. Small talk sounds even smaller in this particular situation, doesn't it? He wasn't going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. She said, "I'm sure you were offered something to drink." "I was. I'm fine. If you change your mind, let me know." They might have been missing critical marbles, but their manners remained intact. "Please sit down, Mr. Burkett." She took the chair nearest her husband's wheelchair. Griff hadn't had time to speculate on what Foster Speakman's missus would be like, but if he had to define his initial reaction, it would be surprise. There was nothing in her handshake or straightforward gaze that could be interpreted as nervous, flirtatious, or coy. Nor did she seem embarrassed by the topic they now had in common. He could have been there to talk about cleaning their carpets. She didn't act submissive or browbeaten either, like this was something her husband had cooked up for his own gratification, and she had agreed to go along with it under duress. Hell, he didn't know what he had expected, but whatever it was, Laura Speakman wasn't it. She was wearing a pair of black slacks and a white shirt, sleeveless, with pleats. He thought that was what they were called, stitched in rows down the front, like a tuxedo shirt. Low-heeled black shoes, a serviceable watch, a plain wedding band. Some of the players on the football team had worn diamonds in their ears much bigger and flashier than the ones in hers. Her hair was dark and cut short, sort of swirly. He figured it would curl if it were worn longer. She was on the tallish side of average, slender, and, judging by her bare biceps, fit. Tennis, maybe. Couple of times a week. She probably did yoga or Pilates, one of those women's workouts for toning and flexibility. He tried to keep from staring, tried to avoid looking at the features of her face too closely, although his overall impression was that if he had spotted her in a crowd, he probably would have done a double take. She wasn't a babe, not like the kind of silicone-fortified Dallas dolly who used to hang out in the nightclubs frequented by him and his teammates, single or not. But Laura Speakman wasn't homely. Not by any stretch. And another thing, she looked healthy enough to have a baby. Young enough, too, if she didn't waste time. Mid-30s, maybe. Around his age. He felt awkward, standing there in the center of the room, the two of them looking at him as though waiting for him to entertain them. "Mr. Burkett." "Griff." Speakman nodded toward the chair facing them. He told himself that the first chance he got he was going to say, thanks but no thanks, and bolt. But he felt compelled to stay. Hell if he knew why. Well, there was the 600 grand. The figure had a nice ring to it that was pretty damn compelling. He walked over to the chair and sat down. Looking directly at Laura Speakman, he said, "Your husband told me you're all for this. Is that true?" "Yes." No hesitation, not even a blink. "Okay, but excuse me for saying it's unorthodox?" "I was going to say freaking nuts. A guy asking another guy, paying another guy to sleep with his wife." "Not sleep, Mr. Burkett. Not in the context that implies. Impregnate. As for the freakiness of it, it's not unprecedented. In fact, it's scriptural. Genesis, remember? In the household where Griff had grown up, there had been no Bible. When he went to school and learned the Pledge of Allegiance, he was shocked to hear that it had the cuss word God in it. He soon realized that God wasn't always used in combination with damn. In any case, it came as shocking news to him that anything like this was in the Bible. "We want a baby very badly, Mr. Burkett," she said. "There are other ways to get pregnant." "There are, yes. Our reasons for doing it this way are personal and shouldn't concern you." "They do." "They shouldn't," she repeated. "We, do our thing. I go home and sleep with a clear conscience. Is that it?" "That's what it amounts to, yes." He looked at her, wondering how she could speak so calmly about the two of them getting it on when her husband was sitting right there holding her hand. Griff looked from her to Speakman, and the man seemed to read his mind. "Before you joined us, Laura," Griff suggested that I would be observing the two of you while you perform. She'd been looking at her husband as he explained. Several seconds passed before she turned her gaze back to Griff, and he took exception to her affronted frown. "Hey, don't look at me like I'm the pervert here." "You think this is perverted?" "What do you call it? Would you think it was perverted if we were asking you to donate a kidney or give blood?" He laughed. "Well, there's a big difference. To donate a kidney, you don't have to touch," he said, quickly substituting the word he'd been about to say. "You never even have to meet. Unfortunately, the reproductive physiology is such that touching is necessary." The hell it was. He didn't have to plant the seed personally to yield the crop, but he'd already argued that point with her husband. Speakman was determined for her to conceive naturally. She didn't seem to have an ethical or moral problem with it, so why was he making an issue of it? Mentally shrugging, he reached a decision. They wanted him to fuck her? He could fuck her. It wasn't like she had 3 eyes or something. He addressed Speakman. "A handshake and I get 100 grand. Speakman rolled his chair over to a desk and opened the lap drawer. He took a manila envelope from it, and when he came back and extended it, Griff was reminded of having to accept a cash loan from his lawyer like a kid getting an allowance. The sooner he was no longer obligated to anyone, the better. He took the envelope. Speakman said, "Inside is a key to a safe deposit box and a signature card. You sign it. I'll see that the card gets returned to the bank tomorrow, where it will remain on file. While I'm there, I'll deposit your cash in the box. You can pick it up, say, anytime after 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Laura and I have a meeting in the morning with representatives of the Flight Attendants Union to discuss their new contract. Hiring a stud was just another entry in their busy agenda. Fine with him, so long as the money made it into that box." Griff removed the signature card and glanced at it. "What about the physical? What if I flunk?" The couple glanced at each other, but Foster spoke for both of them. "We'll take it on faith that you won't." "That's a lot of faith. If we anticipated a problem, you wouldn't be here." "Okay, I get my advance and you get my clean bill of health. And then? And then you wait to be notified of where you need to be and when. Laura's next ovulation." Griff looked at her. She was gazing back at him calmly, apparently not caring that her ovulation was being discussed. He would have liked some clarification on exactly what ovulation entailed, but he wasn't going to ask. He didn't need to know. He knew how to fuck. That was all they were requiring of him. "You'll meet once a month for as long as it takes to conceive," Speakman explained. He lifted his wife's hand to his mouth and kissed the palm. "Hopefully it won't take too many cycles." "Yeah, I hope that too," Griff said. "I'll be $500,000 richer." Feeling restless again, he got up and moved to one of the bookcases. He read a few of the titles, those that were in English, but they didn't register with him. They sounded like philosophy and boring stuff, not an Elmore Leonard or Carl Hyacin among them. "Something troubling you, Griff?" He turned back to the couple. "Why me?" "I explained that," Speakman replied. "There are a lot of blonde, blue-eyed guys around, but none with your particular genetic makeup. You have everything we could wish for our child: strength, amazing stamina, speed, agility, even perfect eyesight and uncanny coordination. I could go on. There were articles written about you, published not just in sports magazines but in medical journals, about what an incredible specimen of the human male body you are." Griff remembered the articles, written by trainers and sports medicine experts, one of whom had dubbed him a biologic masterpiece. He caught hell over that in the locker room, his teammates taunting him about his so-called perfection and wanting to test it with the crudest physical contests they could devise. It was another matter when he took chicks to bed. They really got off on screwing a masterpiece. But he also remembered the scathing editorials that had followed his fall from grace. In them he had been lambasted not only for his crime but for squandering his God-given attributes. God-given my ass, he thought. Those who had marveled over him wouldn't have thought he was so bloody perfect if they'd known the two who had spawned him. If Mr. and Mrs. Speakman could have seen what he'd come from, they would have had second thoughts too. Did they really want the blood of his parents flowing through the veins of their kid? "You don't know anything about my origins. Maybe I just lucked out, got a few good genes that stacked up right by sheer accident. My gene pool could be mucked up with any number of bad seeds. We would take that chance no matter who the sperm donor was, even myself," Speakman said. "Why are you trying to talk us out of this, Griff?" "I'm not." Actually, to some extent he was. He'd spent 5 years in prison thinking about the bad choices he'd made. If he'd learned nothing else, he'd learned not to jump in head first until he knew exactly how deep the water was. He said, "I just don't want to get into the middle of this and then have something go wrong that I'll be blamed for." "What could go wrong?" Laura asked. He laughed bitterly. "You haven't been around much, have you? Believe me, things can go wrong. For instance, what if I fire blanks?" "You mean, what if you have a low sperm count?" Speakman asked. Griff gave a brusque nod. "Do you have a reason to suspect that's the case?" "No, but I don't know. I'm just asking. What if?" "When you go for your medical exam, have it tested." Speakman paused, then said, "I believe you're experiencing a carryover of prison paranoia." "You're goddamn right I am." A heavy silence followed. Speakman rubbed his jaw as though sorting through words to find the right ones. "Now that the subject has been broached, let's talk about your incarceration." "What about it?" "I'll admit that it factored into our choosing you." Griff covered his heart with his hand, pretending to have had his feelings hurt. "You mean there was more to it than my being the ideal physical specimen?" Speakman ignored his sarcasm. "You cheated your team, the league, and most of all your fans, making you a persona non grata. Griff, I'm afraid you'll be subject to insults." "I haven't had any confrontations." "There hasn't been time for any," Laura said. Her reasonable tone irritated him. "I'm not expecting to win any popularity contests, okay? I cheated and broke the law. I was punished for my crime. All that's behind me. But there's also the matter of the bookmaker who died." Griff had wondered when that would come up. If they had any smarts at all, and he believed both did, they would inevitably have asked about Bandy. He was surprised only that it was the wife who had cracked open the delicate topic. Bill Bandy didn't die, Mrs. Speakman. He was murdered. You were a suspect. I was questioned. You were arrested, but never charged. Neither was anyone else. So the murder remains unsolved. Not my problem. I hope not. What the hell? Did you do it? No! Their exchange was heated and rapid, followed by a tense silence that Griff refused to break. He'd said what he had to say. He didn't kill Bill Bandy. Period. The end. However, Speakman said in the soft and conciliatory tone of an undertaker, the shadow of suspicion was cast on you, Griff. You were eventually released for lack of evidence, but that doesn't vindicate you. Look, if you think I killed Bandy, then what the hell am I doing here? He flung his arms wide to encompass the room, the house. Why would you want me to father your kid? We don't think you committed the murder, Speakman said. Absolutely not. Griff shifted his angry gaze over to Laura to see if she shared her husband's belief in his innocence. Her expression remained impassive, not accusatory, but sure as hell not exonerating. Then why was she hiring him to go to bed with her? Did he really need this kind of abuse? Yeah, unfortunately he did. He needed the money. He had to get back on his feet, and $600,000 was a better than fair shot at doing so. To hell with them, with her if she thought he'd clobbered Bandy. They must not have felt too ambiguous about it either way, or he wouldn't be here. On top of being crazy, they were hypocrites. The matter of Bandy's homicide as well as the federal crimes for which you were convicted remain black marks against your name, Griff, Speakman said. I'm aware of that. So how realistic is it that someone around here will hire you? How realistic is it that someone will hire you for any amount, much less for what Laura and I are offering? The answer was obvious. When Griff declined to waste his breath on it, Speakman continued. Your prospects are bleak. You can't play football. You can't coach football. You can't write about or talk about football because none of the media outlets will hire you to do so. You admitted having to liquidate all your assets to pay your debts, indicating to me that you didn't save for a rainy day. Speakman seemed to enjoy highlighting his shortcomings. Maybe, Griff thought, he should challenge him to a foot race. See who was better at that. I made $3 million a year from the Cowboys, plus endorsements, he said tightly. Everybody got a chunk of it, starting with my agent and the IRS, but what I got to keep, I spent, and had a whale of a great time doing it. What's your point? My point is that you seem to have no head for business or you would have appropriated your income differently. It also appears you had no talent for larceny or you wouldn't have got caught. A trap was laid for me. I walked into it. Nevertheless, after a beat, Speakman said, I'm not trying to insult you, Griff. Really? Again, Speakman ignored his caustic tone. You asked why you were chosen. I'd almost forgotten the question. It required a long explanation, and I wanted to be brutally honest about our reasons for extending you this offer. Primarily, you have the genetic makeup to create the child we desire. Second, for reasons just discussed, you're in urgent need of the money we're offering to pay. Last, you're totally independent. You have no family, no real friends, no attachments, no one to whom you must account, and that is a tremendous benefit to us. We've emphasized the confidentiality this arrangement demands. We're the only 3 people who will ever know that I didn't sire the child Laura will conceive. Griff was somewhat placated. Besides, he couldn't afford to get huffy, especially over the bald truth. He moved to the desk, picked up a crystal paperweight, weighed it in his palm. You're putting a lot of trust in me to keep my mouth shut. Speakman chuckled. Actually, we're not. We're putting a lot of trust in greed. 600,000? Griff set down the paperweight and grinned at Speakman. Not all that much when you think about it. Not what I'd call greedy. Laura looked at her husband. You haven't told him the rest? We hadn't got that far, Speakman replied. Griff said, The rest? Speakman rolled his chair over to the desk and picked up the paperweight. Taking a handkerchief from his pants pocket, he used it to polish the crystal as he smiled up at Griff. It's not that we question your integrity. Bullshit. You'd be fools not to question it. Right, Speakman said, laughing softly. We would. With the handkerchief still wrapped around the paperweight, he replaced it on the desk, moved it 1/8 of an inch to the left, then slowly withdrew the handkerchief, which he refolded into a perfect square before returning it to his pocket. So, for my and Laura's peace of mind, and to ensure your silence, you'll be paid $1 million upon the birth of our child. Additionally, you'll receive $1 million each year on his birthday, and all you have to do in return is forget you ever knew us. Chapter 5. Griff tossed the Honda's keys to the valet parking attendant and walked briskly into the sleek lobby of the upscale building. A swank hotel occupied the lower 12 floors, condos the top 12. The lobby bar was relatively quiet on this midweek evening. A pianist was playing Sinatra-type standards on a white baby grand. Most of the tables were occupied by businessmen, nursing cocktails while they played one-upmanship. The bar accessed a lighted patio where seating was available, but Griff chose to stay indoors where he could enjoy the air conditioning while keeping an eye on the entrance. He claimed a free table, signaled the waitress, and ordered a bourbon. House or label? House is fine. Water? Rocks. Want to start a tab? Please. Will anyone be joining you? No. I'll be right back. Although the occasion, getting out of prison, and the day he'd had, his bizarre meeting with the Speakmans, seemed to call for a highball or two, Griff didn't really like to drink. Since he'd had to mop up regurgitated booze so often as a kid, he never really developed a taste for it. But the drink the waitress delivered to him looked and smelled good. The first sip went down smoothly, although he could tell by the instant fire ignited in his belly that it had been over 5 years since he'd had spirits of any kind. He cautioned himself to go slowly. He wasn't sure how long he'd have to wait. $1 million. You'll be paid in cash, Speakman had told him. It will be placed in the safe deposit box, and only you, I, and Laura will be signatories. There will be no records kept, no paperwork of any kind. Once Laura conceives, absolutely no connection can ever be made between you and us. If our paths happen to cross, which will be unlikely, you won't recognize us. We'll be meeting for the first time. Understood? Understood. Conversation was suspended when Manuelo came in to deliver a phone message to Mrs. Speakman. She read it, then excused herself, saying she would be back shortly. She left, Manuelo trailing her. Speakman noticed Griff watching the manservant as he silently closed the double doors behind himself. Don't worry about Manuelo, he said. He speaks only a few words of English. I told him that you were an old school chum who was passing through. He wouldn't have recognized you from your football days. By the time he reached the U.S., you were in Big Spring. Laura Speakman returned almost immediately. Her husband asked, Anything important? Joe McDonald with a quick question that he didn't think could wait till morning. Foster laughed. That's Joe, always in a hurry. While they were chatting about the impatient Joe, Griff thought of another problem. Cash will be hard to spend, he said abruptly. After a slight hesitation, Foster said, Yes, I'm afraid that will present some difficulties. I imagine that you'll be under close scrutiny by the IRS and the FBI, since there was some speculation about your empty bank accounts at the time of your arrest. It was assumed you had money tucked away somewhere. Beneath Laura Speakman's cool statement, he heard an implied question mark. Just like it was assumed I knocked off Bandy, he said tightly. I didn't, and I didn't. She held his stare for several moments, then said, "All right." But she said it like she was only half convinced, and that pissed him off. Even though he was going to bet her, he didn't think he would ever like her. She was good to look at, but he'd never been attracted to the ball-breaker type. And why was she busting his when they were vital to what she needed him for? He considered bringing this irony to her attention, then decided not to. He doubted she would see the humor in it. He said, "I need the money, Mrs. Speakman. The money's the only reason I would even consider doing this. At least I've been honest about it." His implication was clear, that they were being less than honest about their reasons. She was about to take issue when her husband intervened. "You haven't asked me for financial advice, Griff, but I'll offer some. Get a job that earns you a paycheck. Have a checking account, credit cards, normal things. If you do get audited, how you'll explain your millionaire's lifestyle will be up to you. Probably for the rest of your life they'll be looking for a source of your income." He raised an eyebrow, adding, "Perhaps some of your former business associates can assist you with the matter. I'm sure that on occasion they use banking facilities abroad that don't question the source of great sums of cash." "I wouldn't know," Griff said, "but even if they do, I won't be associating with them anymore." He looked over at Laura and added, "Ever." He emphasized it with a curt bob of his head. Speakman asked Griff if he had any more questions. They cleared up some minor points, and then Griff raised one that turned out to be major. It concerned a potential problem with the long-term payout. 10, 15, 20 years down the road, he didn't want to encounter a dilemma for which a solution hadn't been worked out ahead of time. A heated discussion ensued. No solution was reached, but Speakman promised to think hard on it and get back to Griff with a resolution as soon as possible. Could Griff live with that? He asked. Grudgingly, Griff said he could. That settled, Speakman suggested they seal their deal with a handshake, which they did. Speakman then invited him to stay for dinner. Before Griff could accept or decline, Mrs. Speakman said, "Oh, darling, I'm sorry, but I didn't notify Mrs. Dobbins that we'd have a guest and she's already left for the day. I thought the idea was to keep Mr. Burkett's visit here a secret. Manuelo is one thing, but..." Looking flustered for the first time since she joined them, she searched for excuses not to sit at the table with him. Apparently she had no qualms over having carnal knowledge of him, so long as she didn't have to eat with him. "Besides," she added lamely, "I've got a massive amount of work waiting for me upstairs." "Doesn't matter," Griff said. "I've got plans. In fact, I'm already late." "Then don't let us keep you any longer," Speakman said. Laura Speakman stood up. She seemed relieved that he was leaving, and possibly just a bit ashamed over her inhospitality. "You should be hearing from me in about 2 weeks, Mr. Burkett. How can I reach you?" He gave her his phone number, the one Turner had connected in the shabby apartment. She wrote it down on a slip of paper. "I'll call and tell you where to meet." "In 2 weeks?" "Thereabouts. It could vary a day or two either way. I'll be using an ovulation predictor kit to test for an LH surge." "LH?" "Luteinizing hormone." "Ah." As in I see, when actually he didn't have a clue. "Hopefully I'll be able to predict the day, but it might be short notice." "Fine. Whatever." Her eyes skittered away from his, and that was when Griff figured her out. She could play hardball with the big boys up to a point. She could have her menstrual cycle and ovulation and his sperm count talked about freely in technical and practical terms. But when it came down to the nitty-gritty, to actually climbing into bed with a stranger, she turned pure female, which to him was reassuring. She said goodbye and excused herself. Speakman offered to escort him to the front door. When they reached it, he said, "I'm curious, Griff." "About?" "What you'll be thinking about as you leave here. Will you be considering what to buy first?" Actually, what he'd thought as he'd driven away from the Greystone mansion was that even though they looked like reasonable and intelligent people, it was probably a good thing that Foster and Laura Speakman couldn't reproduce, because both of them were fucking nuts. Who would do this? Nobody, that's who. Not when there were scientific methods of fertilization available, not when you had the money to pay for those methods. Maybe in Bible days this was the way to go when you couldn't have a kid, but not today, when there were options. By the time he'd reached his destination, he'd almost convinced himself that he would never hear from the couple again. Almost. Another? He glanced up. The cocktail waitress had returned. He was surprised to find the glass of bourbon empty. No, thanks. Perrier, please. Sure. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. She had used that expression twice, not knowing that the seemingly harmless phrase was like salt on an open wound to him. His mother had said those words to him the night she left, for good that time. She'd often stayed away for days at a stretch, leaving without so much as a so long, returning without explanation or excuse for her absence. He never got too upset or worried when she wasn't around. He knew that when she got tired of the current boyfriend or vice versa, and the guy either kicked her out or simply moved on, she would come home. When she did, she never asked how he'd been or what he'd been doing while she was away. Was he okay? Had he gone to school? Had he eaten? Had he been frightened by the storm? Had he been sick? One time he had been sick. He got food poisoning from eating an open can of beef stew that had been left out too long. He puked till he passed out, then came to on the bathroom floor, lying face up in diarrhea and vomit, a knot as big as his fist on the back of his head from the fall. He was 8 years old. After that, he took more notice of what he ate when his mother was gone. He learned to fend pretty well for himself until she reappeared. On the night she left for good, he knew she wasn't coming back. All day she'd been sneaking things from the house when she thought he wasn't looking. Clothes, shoes, a satin pillow a guy had won for her at the state fair. She slept on it every night because she said it preserved her hairdo. And when he saw her stuff that pillow into a paper grocery sack and take it out to her present boyfriend's car, he knew this absence would be permanent. The last time Griff saw his father, he'd been in handcuffs, being shoved into the back of a police car. A neighbor had called the cops, reporting the domestic dispute. Dispute. A polite name for his father beating the shit out of his mother after coming home and finding her in bed with a guy she'd met the night before. His mother went to the hospital. His daddy went to jail. He was placed with the foster family until his mother had recovered from her injuries. When the case came to trial, the DA explained to the 6-year-old Griff that maybe he would be called on to tell the judge what had happened that night because he'd witnessed the assault. He lived in dread of that. If his old man got off, he would make Griff pay for tattling on him. The retribution would include a beating with his belt. It wouldn't be the first, but it promised to be the worst. And he honestly couldn't say he blamed his dad. Griff knew words like whore, slut, and cunt meant ugly things about his mom, and he figured she deserved to be called those bad names. As it turned out, there was no trial. His father entered a guilty plea to a lesser charge and was sentenced. Griff never knew when he got out of jail. Whenever it was, he didn't contact them. Griff never saw him again. From then on, it was just his mother and him, and the men she brought home. Some moved in for extended periods of time, a week, maybe 2. Others were guests who hit the door as soon as they got their pants back on. Griff remembered, not long after his dad had been put in jail, crying because his mom had locked the door to his bedroom and he couldn't get out, couldn't get away from the spider that had crawled into his bed. The guy she was with that night had finally come into his room, killed the spider, patted him on his toe head, and told him it was all right. He could go back to sleep now. When he was old enough to be sent outside to play, some of his mother's men friends had looked at him with apology, even guilt, especially if the weather was bad. Others didn't like having him around at all. That was when his mother told him to get lost and stay lost for a few hours. Sometimes he was given money so he could go to a movie. Most often, when banished from the house, He would wander the neighborhood alone, looking for something to occupy him, later looking for mischief. Some of his mother's friends had given him no more notice than they would have seen in the faded wallpaper. Not many, but a few, were actually nice to him, like the guy who'd killed the spider. But unfortunately, he'd never come back. One guy, Neil something, had stayed a month or so. Griff got along with him okay. He could do a couple of magic tricks with cards and showed Griff how they were done. He came into the house one day with a shopping bag and handed it to Griff, saying, "Here, kid, this is for you." Inside the bag was a football. Years later, Griff wondered if Neil had recognized him when he got to be a pro player. Did he remember giving him his first football? Probably not. He probably didn't remember Griff or his mother at all. Men came and went. Years passed. His mother would leave, but she would always return. And then that day came when she was covertly packing the car that belonged to a guy who'd shown up with her a few weeks before and had stayed. His name was Ray, and he'd taken an instant dislike to Griff, who would snort skeptically whenever Ray launched into a story about his phenomenal record as a rodeo cowboy before a bronco stepped on his back and ruined him for the arena. Apparently the bronco ruined him for everything else, too, because as far as Griff could tell, Ray had no visible means of support. Ray didn't like Griff, and he made no bones about it. But Griff wasn't very likable either. By the time Ray appeared on the scene, Griff was 15, full of himself, full of anger and rebellion. He'd been busted for shoplifting and for vandalizing a car, but mercifully got probation both times. He'd been suspended from school twice for fighting. He carried a chip on his shoulder that begged to be knocked off. Over the years, his hair had darkened, and so had his outlook on life. So that evening, when his mother followed Ray to the front door and turned back to tell him goodbye, Griff feigned indifference and kept his eyes trained on the TV. It was second-hand, and the picture was snowy, but it was better than nothing. "See you later, baby." He hated it when she called him baby. If she'd ever babied him, it was so far back he couldn't recall it. "Griff, did you hear me?" "I'm not deaf." She heaved a dramatic sigh. "Why are you being so pissy tonight? I'll be right back." He turned his head, and they looked at each other, and she knew that he knew. "You coming or what?" Ray bellowed from the front yard. The look Griff exchanged with his mother lasted a few seconds longer. Maybe she appeared a little sorry for what she was about to do. He wanted to think she was. But probably she wasn't. Then she turned quickly and left, the door slammed shut behind her. Griff didn't leave the house for 3 days. On the 4th day, he heard a car pull into the driveway. He hated himself for feeling a surge of hope that he'd been wrong and she'd come back after all. Maybe she'd seen through Ray and his bullshit. Maybe Ray had seen her for the whore she was and was bringing her back. But the footsteps on the porch were too heavy to be hers. "Griff?" Shit. Coach. Griff hoped he couldn't be seen where he was slouched on the ratty sofa watching TV, but no such luck. The door squeaked when it was pushed open, and he cursed himself for not having locked it. In his peripheral vision, Coach appeared at the end of the sofa. Hands on hips, he stood looking down at Griff with disapproval. "I missed you at practice. School office tells me you've been absent from classes the last 3 days. Where have you been?" "Here," Griff said, continuing to stare at the TV. "You sick?" "No." A pause. "Where's your mom?" "Fuck I know," he grumbled. "I'm going to ask you again. Where's your mom?" Griff looked up at him then, and with exaggerated innocence said, "I think she's at the PTA meeting. Either that or the church ladies sewing group." Coach walked over to the TV. He didn't turn it off. He yanked the plug from the wall outlet. "Get your stuff." "Huh?" "Get your stuff." Griff didn't move. Coach walked toward him, his footfalls rattling the empty cereal bowls and soda cans littering the TV tray Griff had placed in front of the sofa. "Gather up your stuff. Right now." "What for? Where am I going?" "To my house." "Like hell. Or cop an attitude with me, and I'll call CPS." Coach placed his meaty fists on his hips again and glared down at him. "You got 1 second to choose." Laughter from a nearby table jerked Griff back into the present. At some point during his reverie, the waitress had brought his Perrier. He drank it like a man dying of thirst. He was covering a soft belch when the woman he'd been waiting for came through the revolving entrance door. He stood up and waved at the waitress to bring his check, and by doing so attracted the woman's attention. Upon seeing him, she stopped suddenly, obviously surprised. He signaled for her to wait while he took care of his tab. He did that with dispatch, then walked toward the woman where she still stood halfway between the entrance and the elevators. "Hey, Marcia." "Griff, I heard you were getting out." "Bad news travels fast." "No, it's wonderful to see you." She smiled and looked him over. "You look good." He drank in the sight of her, from the top of her tousled auburn hair to her high-heeled sandals. The curvy terrain in between made him lightheaded with lust. Laughing softly, he said, "Not as good as you." "Thank you." He held her gaze for several moments, then asked, "Are you available?" Her smile faltered. She glanced around the lobby, her unease showing. He took a step closer and said in a low voice, "It's been a long 5 years, Marcia." She considered a moment longer, then, reaching a decision, said, "I have someone at midnight." "It won't take me near that long." He took her elbow, and they walked to the elevators, saying nothing until they were inside one of the mirrored cubicles. She inserted a small key into a discreet slot in the mechanical panel. Responding to his quizzical look, she said, "I've moved up a couple of floors, into the penthouse." "Business must be good." "I have 3 girls working for me now." He whistled. "Business is really good." "The market for my product never goes soft." Laughing, she added, "So to speak." Griff was even more impressed by her success when they stepped out of the elevator, into a lobby with a marble floor and a clear skylight for a ceiling that provided a view of a quarter moon and a sprinkling of stars, bright enough to defy the skyline lights. 3 doors opened into the private lobby. "Are you friendly with your neighbors?" "One is a Japanese businessman. He's rarely here, but when he is, he finds the proximity very convenient." Griff chuckled. "He comes over to borrow sugar?" "At least once while he's in town," she said demurely. "The other is a friend, a gay decorator who envies me my clientele." She unlocked her front door. Griff followed her inside. The interior looked like a picture in a magazine, probably would be her gay neighbor's wet dream. Griff gave it a cursory glance, said a polite, "Very nice," then reached for her and pulled her against him. He hadn't kissed a woman in 5 years, and the sex was going to have to be damn good to top the pleasure he derived from pushing his tongue into her mouth. He kissed her like a horny kid whose prom date was easy, too eager, too greedy, too sloppy. His hands were everywhere at once. After a minute of his mauling her, she pushed him away, laughing. "You know the rules, Griff. No kissing. And I'm the initiator." His sports jacket was fighting to stay on while he was frantically trying to shake it off. "Give me a break." "This once, but some rules must apply." "Right, I pay up front." The sleeves of his jacket were turned inside out when he finally was able to fling the thing to the floor. He dug into his pants pocket for the money clip of cash Wyatt Turner had given him. The tight ass would have conniptions if he knew his client was spending his food and gas money on a prostitute. Speaking for himself, Griff didn't begrudge a penny of Marcia's fee. If he had to, he'd skip a few meals. "How much?" $2,000. For an hour. Straight sex."
He gaped at her and swallowed the golf ball now lodged in his throat. 2,000! You've gone up. A lot. So has the cost of living, she replied coolly, and business expenses. He expelled a gusty breath of disappointment, then bent down and retrieved his jacket from the floor. I don't have it. Maybe tomorrow night, he said wryly. How much have you got? He held out the money clip. She took it and pulled out 2 $100 bills, then gave the clip back to him. Don't tell anybody. Griff thought he might weep out of gratitude. I'll be eternally in your debt. Marcia was the most select prostitute in Dallas, and it was strict business practices that had put her there. She was a businesswoman all the way. Through the grapevine, Griff had heard that she, acting on tips from clients, had invested wisely in real estate. She'd bought up farmland north of Dallas, and when the city expanded in that direction, she had scored huge. It was also said she had a stock portfolio worth millions. All that could have been rumor, but he wouldn't have been surprised if it was true. It was said she started escorting to help finance dental hygiene school, but had soon realized she was better at polishing knobs than she was at polishing teeth, and she could make a hell of a lot more money at it. Soon after he'd signed with the Cowboys, Griff had learned of her through a teammate, being told that Marcia was the best if you could afford her, because even then she'd been expensive. He preferred a professional to the teen groupies who threw themselves at him, and once he'd slept with them, inevitably caused hassles he didn't need. Marcia was discreet. She was clean. She was scrupulous when it came to pre-qualifying her clients, making sure they were disease-free, financially stable, and safe. She never took walk-ins. She'd made an exception for him tonight. She had the wholesome face of a church choir soloist, paired with a voluptuous body that invited sin. Somehow, despite her occupation, she managed to remain a lady. And if a client didn't treat her as such, he didn't remain a client. 5 years hadn't left any noticeable damage, Griff was pleased to discover as she undressed. She was lush, but firm where she ought to be. He couldn't get his clothes off fast enough. Knowing him, remembering his preferences, she didn't assist him, but idly touched herself while she watched him peel off garments and toss them aside. When her fingers disappeared between her thighs, he made an involuntary gurgling sound but was too far gone to care how gauche he seemed. When he was undressed, she went to him and gently pushed him back until he was seated on the edge of the bed. He pressed his face into her deep cleavage, mashed her heavy breasts against his cheeks. She handed him a condom. He rolled it on. What do you want to do, Griff? At this point, doesn't matter. She lowered herself to her knees between his thighs and bent her head toward him, whispering, Enjoy. Griff? It's after 11. You need to go. He'd been sleeping on his stomach, his head buried in the soft scented pillow, virtually comatose. He turned onto his back. Marcia had showered and was wrapped in a robe. You went out like a light, she said. I didn't have the heart to wake you sooner, but you have to go now. He stretched luxuriantly. Felt good, sleeping naked, sleeping on sheets that don't smell like industrial-strength detergent. He arched his back and stretched again. Do I gotta? You gotta. She said it with a smile, but he knew she meant it. He couldn't argue after she'd already been so charitable. He sat up and swung his feet to the floor. She had his clothes waiting for him, actually hurried him along without seeming to as he pulled them on. She held his jacket for him, then placed her hand on the center of his back and propelled him toward the door. When they reached it, he turned to her. Thank you. You made a huge concession, and I appreciate it more than you know. Coming home present. She kissed her finger, then pressed it against his lips. But next time, it has to be by appointment and full fare. My financial situation should improve substantially by tomorrow.
But remembering how uneasy she'd been to be seen with him in the lobby, he added, "If you still want me for a client, that is. I could be bad for your business." Every business requires a little finessing now and then. She was making light of it, but he knew the thought had crossed her mind. "You might want to try one of the new girls. They're young and gorgeous. I train them personally." "Satisfaction guaranteed?" "Always. Want me to set something up for you?" A mental image of Laura Speakman flashed through his mind. "I'm not sure what I'll be doing, where I'll be. Let me call you. But I tried the old number, got a recording that had been disconnected." She passed him a business card. "I have to change it periodically, to keep the vice cops honest," she added, smiling. He kissed her on the cheek, thanked her again, and they exchanged a goodbye. She closed the door quietly but firmly. Getting into the elevator, Griff met the gay decorator getting out. The man looked him up and down, then closed his eyes and gave a soft, swooning moan. Too cute," he murmured as he glided past. The lobby bar was doing less business now than earlier. The girl who had waited on him was chatting with one of the idle bellmen. The pianist had been replaced with canned music. The doorman was greeting an arriving guest when Griff pushed through the revolving doors. Outside, the air had softened, but it was still hot enough to steal his breath until he acclimated. He stood there sweating for a full 60 seconds, waiting for the parking attendant to show. When he didn't, Griff went looking for him. He walked the length of the porte-cochere and rounded the corner into the parking garage, where he ran into a fist. It connected with his cheekbone like a jackhammer. One jab, two, then another. He staggered back, swearing loudly, swinging wildly in uncoordinated self-defense, trying to bring his assailant into focus. Rodart. Chapter 6. Rodart's grin turned his face into a Halloween mask. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt?" Griff's indrawn breath whistled through his teeth, which were clenched in pain. He dabbed at his cheekbone and his fingers came away red. "Son of a bitch." Rodart lit a cigarette, laughing as he fanned out the match. "That's what I heard, too." Griff glowered at him. "I heard your mother would screw a dog if nothing else was around. Poor little Griff. You had it rough, didn't you? Till Coach Miller and his wife took you in." When Griff had been indicted, overnight going from poster boy to pariah, a lot of his ugly past had been exposed. Neither Coach nor Ellie had been a source of information. Griff would have bet his life on that. But a hotshot reporter from the morning news had dug until he'd excavated just enough facts to hold together his speculations. They made for a sensational exposé. In conclusion, the writer had implied that Griff Burkett's fall had been predestined from birth, that he'd been bred to transgress, and that the crime he'd committed should have been foreseeable. Rodart leered at him. "Tell me, how did it feel to throw the big game? Honestly now, just between us, did you have any twinge of conscience, or not?" Wyatt Turner's warnings rang in Griff's ears. Do not cross him. Turn the other cheek, which seemed an ironic admonition at this particular moment, when his cheekbone was throbbing and the entire side of his head was hurting so bad he thought he might throw up. Griff wanted to grab Rodart by his greasy hair and smash his face against the concrete wall of the parking garage, again and again until his ugly features had been pulverized to mush. But Griff couldn't do a goddamn thing without bringing trouble down on himself, and Rodart knew that. Nothing would have given the bastard more pleasure than seeing Griff locked up again on the very day he'd been released. Muttering an invective, Griff turned away, but Rodart grabbed him by the shoulder, brought him back around, and shoved him up hard against the wall. "Don't turn your back on me, you cocky fucker." More than the name-calling, being manhandled like that cleared Griff's head of sharp pains and made his anger as brittle and cold as glass. He could kill this bastard. Easy. Being tackled in a game was one thing, being touched by Rodart was quite another.
take your hands off me." Either his steely tone or maybe his eyes telegraphed the murderous fury he felt, because Rodart let go and shuffled back several steps. "You were owed that," he said, hitching his chin up toward Griff's bleeding cheekbone, "for flipping me off today. I drove all the way out to Jackrabbit Country to commemorate your release, and that's the thanks I got for my thoughtfulness." "Thanks. Now we're square." Griff brushed past him. "I had an interesting conversation with some former associates of yours yesterday." Griff stopped and turned. Rodart took a deep pull off his cigarette, then dropped it on the garage floor and ground it out with the toe of his shoe while he blew smoke upward. "I don't need to name names, do I? You know who I'm talking about. Your former business partners." "They went slumming?" Griff asked. Rodart merely grinned. The three bosses of the organized crime group, the Vista Boys, as Griff thought of them, that was who Rodart was talking about. The men in the $5,000 suits, the trio Bill Bandy had introduced Griff to when he needed a quick fix to a big gambling debt. The Vista Triumvirate had been obliging, and then some. They opened wide the doors of their luxury offices in the high-rise building they owned in Las Colinas overlooking the golf course. And that was just the beginning. There were lavish dinners in the private dining rooms of five-star restaurants, private jet trips to Vegas, the Bahamas, New York, San Francisco, limousines, girls. Seduction in its purest form. The only thing he turned down was the drugs, although at any given time he'd had access to any and all he wanted. "Those guys know you're out," Rodart was saying. His smile was dangerous and insinuating, a jackal's grin. "They're not all that glad about it. They thought for sure you'd get nailed for doing Bill Bandy." "I had nothing to do with Bandy." "Right." Griff would be damned before he stood here pleading his innocence to this asshole. "You see the Vista Boys again, tell them I said they can go fuck themselves." Rodart winced. "Ooh, they're not gonna like that. First you kill their key bookmaker." "I didn't kill Bandy." "See, I don't think they buy that, Griff. You were so pissed at him for ratting you out to the FBI, of course you killed him. You had a right to, almost an obligation. Look, I understand. And so do they. A rat's a rat. If you hadn't snuffed him, Bandy might have given them up next. So what's their gripe? They'll never know for sure whether or not Bandy would have betrayed them, while you," he said, poking Griff in the chest with his index finger, "you actually named names to the FBI. Their names. You see the problem? Their thinking is that Bandy would have remained loyal to them if it hadn't been for you. Regardless of how it all came down, they blame you for fucking up their smooth operation. Gee, this is a sad story." Ignoring the remark, Rodart went on. "You were bad for their business. For years after you got sent to Big Spring, they found it harder to entice a professional athlete anywhere in the southern United States. Players of every sport were nervous, afraid that if they cheated, they'd get caught like you did." Rodart took a breath, and when he spoke again, his voice was softer. "The Vista Boys, as you affectionately call them, haven't fully recovered from the grief you caused them." "The grief I caused them." Griff finally gave vent to the angry pressure that had been building inside him. "None of them served a day of time. Only because the FBI was building their racketeering case around your testimony alone." Rodart gave a rueful shrug over the flaws in that strategy. "Your story didn't fly with the federal grand jury. They figured you were trying to point the finger at others to take the heat off yourself." He poked Griff again. "That's the only reason the Vista Boys weren't also indicted, but they came close. They haven't forgotten how close. And all thanks to you. They're sort of holding a grudge. The feeling is mutual. Now get out of my way." When Rodart failed to back away, Griff tried to go around him.
Rodart sidestepped, blocking him. But basically, these are nice guys we're talking about. They might welcome you back into the fold, on one condition. Are you the recruiter now? Rodart winked. Let's just say a word from me could grease the skids for you. I'm not interested in getting back into the fold. You haven't heard me out. I don't need to. Rodart dusted an imaginary speck off the lapel of Griff's jacket. If the man touched him again, Griff thought he might have to break every bone in his hand. Take a piece of advice, Griff. Think about it. I had 5 years to think about it. So you won't be working with them again? No. What about their competitors? The Vista boys are businessmen after all. They're nervous, just a little, over what you might do now that you're out. I'm thinking of opening a lemonade stand. Rodart's frown said that crack was unworthy of him. It's none of their goddamn business or yours what I do, Griff said. They beg to differ, especially if you're planning to link up with one of their competitors. Or leave them on that score. They got nothing to be nervous about. See you, Rodart. Again Griff moved away, but Rodart scrambled and planted himself in his path. He moved in close and lowered his voice again, this time to a conspiratorial whisper. Then there's the matter of the money. What money? Come on, Griff, he said in a sing-songy, wheedling tone. The money you stole from Bandy. There was no money. Maybe not cash. A safe deposit box key, maybe. Foreign bank account numbers. The combination to a safe. Stamp collection. Nothing. Bullshit. Rodart stabbed Griff in the chest with his finger once again, harder, angrier. Griff saw red, but despite his wish to break bones, he couldn't touch the man. One touch would be all the provocation Rodart needed to engage him in a fight. If he got into a fight with Rodart, even if he won, he'd spend the night in the Dallas County Detention Center. Bad as his new apartment was, he preferred it over a jail cell. Hear me, Rodart. If Bandy had any money squirreled away, the secret died with him. I sure as hell didn't get it. Pull my other leg. Rodart slammed him back against the wall and moved in close, baring his teeth. A hot hustler like you would have made sure he didn't come away empty-handed. You got expensive tastes. Cars, clothes, pussy. If you didn't tuck away some of Bandy's money, how you gonna finance all those luxuries? Don't worry your pretty head about it, Rodart. I got it covered. Yeah? Yeah. Doing what? Griff didn't reply. Rodart said, I'll find out, you know. Good luck. Now get the fuck out of my way. They shared a long, hostile stare. It took every ounce of willpower Griff had not to knee the guy in the balls and throw him off, but he stood his ground and his gaze didn't flinch. Eventually, Rodart dropped his hands from Griff's shoulder and took a step back, but he wasn't admitting defeat. Okay, number 10, he said softly. You want to make this hard on yourself? Fine by me. In fact, I prefer that you do. He whispered as though making a malevolent promise. Griff went past him and had made it to the corner of the garage when Rodart called him back. Hey, answer me one question. Yes, I think you're ugly. Rodart laughed. Good one. But seriously, when you snapped Bandy's neck, did you come? I know that happens sometimes. What do you think? Laura didn't have to ask about what. She and Foster hadn't talked about Griff Burkett yet, but he might just as well have been the centerpiece on the dining table. His presence between them seemed almost that tangible. She set down her fork and reached for her wineglass. Cradling the bowl of it between her hands, she thoughtfully stared at the ruby-colored contents. My first impression is that he's angry. At? Life. The formal dining room, which accommodated 30 or more, was used only for entertaining. The first 12 months of their marriage, they'd hosted numerous dinner parties.
In the past 2 years, there had been only one, at Christmas for Sun South's board of directors and their spouses. This evening, as on most evenings, they were having their dinner in the family dining room. Much cozier. It was separated from the commercial-sized kitchen by a single door. The housekeeper cook got off at 6 o'clock each day. Her last duty was to leave dinner in a warming tray. Since Laura had assumed much of Foster's workload, she usually stayed at the corporate offices until 7:30 or 8, making their dinner hour late. Foster refused to eat before she got home. Tonight the dinner had been delayed by the interview with Griff Burkett. Laura had lost her appetite, but Foster seemed to be enjoying the beef Wellington. He cut off a bite and chewed it exactly 12 times, 4 series of 3, swallowed, took a sip of his wine, blotted his mouth with his napkin. Spending 5 years in prison would put any man in a bad humor. I think Mr. Burkett would be angry under any circumstances. That anger having been ingrained into his personality? Well, you read the newspaper story about how he grew up, she said. Granted, his early years were a nightmare, but that doesn't excuse what he's done as an adult. He broke the law. He deserved his punishment, possibly more than he received. Remind me never to get on your fighting side, Mrs. Speakman. You're ruthless. She didn't take offense, knowing he was teasing her. I just have no tolerance for grown-ups who blame their shortcomings, even their lawlessness, on a disadvantaged childhood. Mr. Burkett alone is accountable for his actions, for which he has atoned, her husband reminded her gently. Lightening the mood, he added, I promise to do my part to see that our baby doesn't have a disadvantaged childhood. She smiled. Left alone, I think you'd spoil him rotten. Him? Or her? I'd love a little girl who looks just like you. And I'd be over the moon to have a boy. Their smiles remained in place, but the unspoken words hung there above the dining table. Neither a son nor a daughter would have Foster's features. Similar, perhaps, but not his. Laura took another sip of wine. Foster? No. Why no? You don't know what I'm going to say. Yes, I do. He indicated her plate. Finished? She nodded. He laid his knife and fork at a precise diagonal across his plate and folded his napkin beside it. She stood up as he backed his wheelchair away from the table. I'll ask Manuela to clear the table while I get the coffee. Let's have it in the den. In the kitchen, she filled a carafe with coffee, which she'd set to brew while they were having dinner. She placed it on a tray with cups and saucers, cream pitcher, and sugar bowl. She carried the tray into the den. Foster was washing his hands with bottled sanitizer. When he was done, he placed the bottle in a drawer. She fixed his coffee and carried it to him. He thanked her, then waited until she had hers and was seated on one of the leather love seats, her feet tucked beneath her. He continued the conversation as though there hadn't been an interruption. You were going to say that we could take the more conventional route, have artificial insemination with an anonymous donor. That was exactly what she'd been about to say. They keep sperm donors anonymous for a very good reason, Foster. We would never know his identity, never have a mental image of him. The child would be ours. We'd never be studying his or her features, looking for similarities to someone we'd met. Do you object to Griff Burkett's features? You're missing the point. He laughed and rolled his chair over to the love seat. No, I'm not. I'm teasing you. I guess I'm not in a teasing mood tonight. I'm sorry. He reached up and ruffled her hair. But she wouldn't be placated so easily. This is probably the most important decision we'll ever have to make. We've already made it. We've been over this 1,000 times, studying it from every angle. We've discussed it for months. We talked it to death and then talked it some more and finally agreed it's the right path for us. For you, she started to say, but didn't. I know I agreed, but what? I don't know. In theory. She let the sentence trail. What worked in theory didn't necessarily translate well into flesh and blood reality, particularly since it was her flesh and blood that would be affected. I'm only asking for one child, he said, stroking her cheek. If I could, I'd give you the 3 or 4 children we planned on. Before. There it was, that giant qualifier. That 6-letter word was weighty with its significance to them. It was the line of demarcation in their lives. Before. His eyes moved over her face lovingly. I still dream about making love to you. You do make love to me. He smiled wanly. Of a sort. Not the real thing. It's real to me. But it's not the same. She leaned forward and kissed him intimately on the mouth, then nuzzled her face into his neck. He held her close, smoothing his hands over her back. During her busy work days, hours would go by when she would forget his condition and the drastic effect it had had on their lives, their marriage. Mean reminders of it would strike her unaware, coming from nowhere like blow darts, giving her no warning, making them impossible to dodge. During a meeting or while she was on the telephone, or when she was conducting a brainstorming session, one would hit, numbing her for a millisecond before the pain set in. But these quiet evenings at home were the worst. When they were alone, like this, each remembered how it used to be, how they used to make love when the mood struck them, laughing at their passionate haste, collapsing in happy satiation afterward. Now she occasionally went to the room where he slept in a hospital bed, rigged with every modern contrivance to maximize his comfort. She would undress and lie with him, her body pressed against his. They kissed. He caressed her, and sometimes just the intimacy of that was enough. Other nights she would reach orgasm, which wasn't really satisfying because she always felt selfish afterward. When she expressed this, he comforted her by saying that his completion was derived from knowing that he could still give her physical pleasure. But if she left his bed feeling like an exhibitionist, she knew he must feel like a voyeur. Because it wasn't mutually fulfilling. It was, well, as he'd said, it wasn't the same. They rarely talked about their life together before the night it was turned upside down. Memories of that first year of their marriage were indulged privately, neither wanting to cause the other heartbreak by reminiscing aloud. The memories were agonizing for her. They must have been even more terrible for Foster. She was still whole and healthy. He wasn't. He didn't seem to harbor any resentment or bitterness toward fate, or God, or her. But how could he not? Taking her shoulders between his hands now, he eased her away from him. Do you have any misgivings, Laura, about using Burkett or anyone else? Any hesitation at all? If so, we'll call it off. Did she have any misgivings? She had thousands. But this was the way Foster insisted it be done, so this was the way it must be done. I want to see the results of a complete medical checkup. He promised to act on that quickly and mail us the report. As soon as we've looked it over, we'll burn it. I don't think there will be a problem. He appears to be as physically ideal as we believed. What about his character? She scoffed at that. Less than ideal. He proved that 5 years ago. His crime doesn't concern me. What I meant was, do you think we can count on his discretion? I think the money will be incentive for him to keep our confidence. I made the conditions as simple for him as I could. He had explained to Griff Burkett that he was never to make any claims toward the child, never to contact them, never to acknowledge their existence. If Griff kept to those conditions, he would receive $1 million a year. Burkett had asked, for how long? For the rest of your life. He divided an incredulous look between them. Seriously? Seriously. Regarding them as though they had both lost their minds, he said, having a kid and keeping its conception a secret, is that important to you? The question sounded like a prelude to extortion. Laura wouldn't have been surprised if at that point he demanded twice the amount they were offering. But when Foster said, yes, it's that important to us, Burkett chuckled and shook his head, as though finding such an ideal incomprehensible. Obviously he had never felt that strongly about anything or held anything that dear, not even his career. Well, it's not like I want a kid, he said. In fact, since puberty I've been damn careful to guarantee that I didn't father one. So you can relieve yourself of the worry that I'll show up someday to claim him, or her, he said, addressing that to Laura. What about the confidentiality issue? Foster asked. There is no issue. I get it. I keep my mouth shut. We run into each other by accident, I look right through you with no recognition whatsoever. For $1 million a year, I can lose my memory, like that. He snapped his fingers. One thing, though. What? What happens if I outlive you? Laura would uphold our obligation to you. What if she's not around? That was one question they hadn't anticipated. They'd never considered the possibility that he would survive both of them. She and Foster looked at each other, and she knew they were thinking the same thing. If Griff Burkett outlived them, they were leaving their child and heir vulnerable to extortion, financial as well as emotional. They had agreed that their child would never know how he came to be. They would let him assume, as everyone else would, that Foster had fathered him. That's a scenario that hadn't occurred to us, Foster admitted. Well, now that it's occurred to me, it needs to be addressed. Laura said, by that point in time you would be extremely well off. You're well off now, Griff retorted. You wouldn't enter into a contract with a contingency as important as this left unsettled, would you? He was right, but she was reluctant to concede the point. I'm sure that over time we can work something out. Not over time. Now. He's right, Laura. The timeliness is critical. I'm proof that our lives can change in a heartbeat. It's better that we resolve this issue now, rather than leaving it dangling. Foster thought on it for a moment, then said, Unfortunately, every solution that comes immediately to mind would involve paperwork, and it's essential that we avoid that. He spread his arms, palms up. Griff, either you have to trust me to come up with a workable solution, or... When? I'll give it top priority. Burkett frowned as though that weren't good enough. What's the or? Or what I'm reading from you is that it's a deal breaker. Laura noted that he didn't have to think about it for long. Okay, I'll trust you to work something out. After all, you're putting your trust in me, and I'm the convicted felon. I'm glad you're the one who cited that, Mr. Burkett. Laura had spoken before thinking, but she didn't regret saying it. He needed to be reminded that the risk they were taking far outweighed his. He moved nothing except his eyes, but she felt their angry impact when they connected with hers. You mean so you wouldn't have to? He said. So you wouldn't have to point out that if anybody in this room is untrustworthy, it's me? Laura meant no offense, Griff, Foster said. Continuing to hold her stare, he said, No, of course not. None taken. But she knew he didn't mean it, just like he knew that she had meant what she'd said. Risk on both sides is inherent to any business partnership. Foster spoke from experience. He was also an excellent mediator who always tried to diffuse a disagreement before it got out of hand. I think shared risk is a positive thing. It leaves everybody vulnerable to some extent and keeps everyone honest. He turned to Laura. Anything else? She shook her head. Excellent, he said, slapping his hands on the arms of his chair 3 times. Let's shake on it. Now Foster was saying, You told him you'd be in touch within 2 weeks. I'll be monitoring my cycle, taking my temperature each morning, so that hopefully I'll know the day I ovulate. And how long after that before you'd know if you conceived? 2 weeks. I get giddy thinking about it. Get giddy when I pee on a stick and it turns pink, or blue, or whatever it's supposed to turn. Laughing, he kissed her soundly, then by tacit agreement they headed for the elevator tucked discreetly under the stairs. Race you to the top, he said as he rolled his chair into the metal cage. She jogged up the curving staircase and was there to meet him when he arrived. You always win, he grumbled. Those sprints up the stairs keep me in good shape. I'll say. He reached around and smacked her on the butt. Hearing their approach, Manuelo opened the door from inside Foster's bedroom. Can we skip the therapy tonight? Foster asked. The aide smiled and shrugged, indicating he didn't understand the question. He's faking that, I know he is. He knows damn well I'm talking about the therapy he puts me through and how I feel about it. He clasped her hand tightly. Spare me, Laura, please. Hey, I've got it just as tough tonight. I've got to review that union contract again, but I'll come and tuck you in." She kissed him lightly on the lips and continued down the wide hallway to her office.
But an hour later, when she went into Foster's bedroom, Manuelo had done everything that needed doing.
The drapes were drawn. The thermostat was set to his preferred temperature. There was a carafe of ice water and a drinking glass on his nightstand. The call button was within reach. He was sleeping, a book resting on his lap. She turned off the bedside lamp and for the longest time sat there in the darkness, in the chair beside his bed, listening to his breathing. He didn't stir, and she was grateful that he was able to sleep so well. Eventually, she left him and went alone to the bed they used to share, wishing that her sleep could be that sound. Chapter 7. The following morning, Griff had a hitch in his back from sleeping on the soft mattress, which sagged in the middle. He denied that the chronic pain was a holdover from 13 years of getting slammed into by tacklers, 8th grade through his years with the Cowboys. His right shoulder also bothered him more than he wanted to admit. Over the course of his playing days, he'd had 4 fingers broken, one of his small fingers broken in the same place twice. The second time he hadn't bothered to have it set, so it had healed crooked. Assorted other gridiron mishaps and melees made getting out of bed every morning a slow process. Fondly recalling the comfort of Marcia's perfumed and silky sheets, he limped into the drab kitchen, boiled water for instant coffee, toasted a piece of bread, and washed it down with a glass of milk to chase the bitter pseudo-coffee taste from his mouth. Before he forgot, he called the probation officer assigned to him. Jerry Arnold's voicemail recording had made him sound like a likable enough guy, and now his live voice sounded even friendlier, non-threatening. "I was just calling to make sure you got the message I left yesterday," Griff said after an exchange of hello, how are yous. "Sure did, but let me repeat the info back to you, check to see I got it right." He recited the address and phone number Griff had left. "That's right. About a job, Griff. Anything yet?" "I'm seeing about that today." Good. Keep me posted on any progress." "Will do." "Well, you know the conditions of your probation, so I won't bore you with them again. They're etched onto my brain. I don't want to go back to prison. And I don't want you to." The bureaucrat hesitated, then said, "You a hell of a ball player, Griff. A thrill to watch." "Thanks. Well, good luck today." That chore out of the way, Griff headed for the shower. It had furry black stuff growing on the tile grout, but to his surprise the hot water was plentiful. He dressed quickly but carefully, choosing the best from the clothing Wyatt Turner had left in the apartment for him. He made a mental note to ask his lawyer where the rest of his stuff was being stored and how he could go about retrieving it. Then he remembered that if the Speakmans came through with their down payment, he could go out and buy all new stuff. The thought made his gut purr with happy anticipation. However, he wouldn't know until after 2 o'clock today if they'd come through as promised. In the meantime, he had other errands to run. He got to the walk-in medical clinic at 8:30 and was out in under an hour. "How soon before I can pick up the lab results?" 3 to 5 days. "Make it 3, he said, giving the nurse a wink and his best smile. Simpering, she promised to try. Obviously, she didn't follow Cowboys football. From the clinic, he drove to a branch of the public library, the one nearest his former Turtle Creek address. He doubted there was one in the neighborhood of his present apartment, doubted many of the residents in the area could read. He arrived at the library only to discover it didn't open until 10. A cluster of toddlers and young mothers, when had young mothers got so damn good-looking, had congregated at the doors waiting for them to open. Moms and kids alike regarded him curiously. At 6'4", he towered over all of them. The cut and bruises on his cheekbone, Rodart's contribution drew their attention too, making him feel particularly conspicuous among the Thursday morning story time at the library crowd. Once the doors were unlocked, the moms herded their children to a far corner while he went to the information desk. The librarian smiled pleasantly and asked what she could do for him. "I'll need to use a computer, and I'll probably need some help." 5 years of advancement in computer technology equaled eons. But the librarian patiently showed him how to access the internet and do a Google search, and soon he was knee-deep in information on Sun South Airlines, and more specifically, its owner. First, he got an overview of Foster Speakman's background. Starting in the 1920s with his great-great-grandfather, his family had amassed a fortune from oil and natural gas. As sole heir, Foster was bequeathed megamillions in addition to vast parcels of land in New Mexico, Colorado, and Alaska. He held an MBA from Harvard Business School and was a polo player of renown. He had received countless citations and awards from business and civic groups for community service. Economic analysts lauded his courageous takeover and turnaround of the foundering airline. If he'd been a football player, Speakman would have been the starting quarterback for the Super Bowl champs and voted MVP. He and Mrs. Speakman, not Laura, were photographed attending various charity and social functions. One photograph, accompanying an article in Forbes, showed Foster standing tall and proud in front of a Sun South jet, arms crossed over his chest, looking like a man who'd just conquered the world. He appeared robust and strong, which meant that somewhere between the time he'd bought the airline several years ago and now, he'd become paraplegic. Illness? Cataclysmic event? While pondering the possibilities, Griff came across Elaine Speakman's lengthy obituary. She had died after a valorous and lengthy battle with leukemia. No children had come from the marriage. The widower had married Laura Speakman 1 year and 5 months following Elaine's death. Foster and Elaine had been well represented in the press, but Foster and Mrs. Speakman II were featured nearly daily, which explained his allusion to their being celebrities. Then Griff found what he'd been looking for. 1 year and 70 days into their marriage, Foster and Laura Speakman's lives were irrevocably changed. The story made the front page of the Dallas Morning News under a banner headline and a graphic photograph. The news hadn't reached Big Spring, or if it had, he'd missed it. Or if he had heard about it, he'd forgotten it because it didn't pertain to him and he'd had no interest. Griff read the story twice. There were links to numerous follow-up stories. He read them all, then, using the back icon, returned to the original story and read it yet again. And when for the third time he reached that telling sentence, which explained so much, he sat back in his chair and said, "Huh." It was a nice neighborhood. Unlike the one he'd grown up in, there were no loose shutters or curling window screens on these houses. Lawns were mowed, hedges were clipped, and flower beds were weeded. The basketball hoops actually had baskets, and if the driveways were littered with anything, it was shiny bikes and skateboards, not rusted-out cars sitting on blocks. Although this neighborhood was younger by 20 years, it had the same kind of family feel as the one where Coach and Ellie Miller lived, where he'd lived from the day Coach had removed him from his mother's ramshackle place. Coach had contacted Child Protection Services and handled the legalities, which were incomprehensible and uninteresting to Griff as a 15-year-old. He supposed Coach got himself appointed his guardian. In any case, he'd stayed with the Millers until he graduated high school and went away to play football for the University of Texas. He located the address he sought and drove past the house slowly, checking it out. On either side of the front door was a pot of white flowers. Above the backyard fence, Griff could see the top of a swimming pool slide. 2 kids were tossing a football back and forth on the front lawn. They were old enough to be cautious of strangers, and eyed Griff warily as he slowly rolled past. He went to the end of the block and turned the corner. He realized his palms were damp with apprehension, and that made him angry at himself. Why the hell should his palms be sweating? He had as much right as anybody to be on these nicely maintained streets. The people who lived here were no better than he was. But he'd felt the same anxiety the day when Coach Joe Miller had pulled into his driveway and said, "Here it is." Griff had looked at the house with the welcome mat on the threshold and the blooming ivy crawling up a trellis and felt as out of place as a turd in a punch bowl. He didn't belong here, but he'd die before he let on that he felt inferior. Sullenly, feet shuffling, he followed Coach up the steps and through the front door. "Ellie?" "In here." Griff had seen Coach's wife at games. From a distance, she looked okay, he guessed. He'd never really given her a second thought. She turned to them as they entered the kitchen. Her hair was in curlers, and she had bright yellow rubber gloves on her hands. "This is Griff," Coach said. She smiled at him. "Hi, Griff. I'm Ellie." He kept his like-I-give-a-shit frown in place so they wouldn't guess that his heart was beating harder than it did before a 4th-and-goal play, and in the hope they wouldn't hear his stomach growling. He'd glanced through the open door of the pantry. Besides, at the supermarket, he'd never seen so much food stored in one place. On the counter was a pie with a golden crust oozing cherry juice. The aroma was making Griff's mouth water. Coach said, "He's going to be staying with us for a while." If this news came as a shock to Ellie Miller, she hid it. "Oh, well, good," she said. "Welcome. Now, can you give me a hand, Griff? That pie leaked sticky stuff all over this oven. I'm trying to get the racks out so I can clean it while it's still warm, but my gloves will melt if I grab hold. Pot holders are there in the top drawer." Not knowing what else to do, he'd got the pot holders and removed the hot metal racks from the oven. With no more ceremony than that, he moved into the Millers' house and into their lives. He always suspected that Coach and Ellie had discussed the possibility of this before Coach came to get him that morning, because he was shown into a room set up for an adolescent boy. It had a double bed covered by a red and white blanket with the image of the high school team mascot on it, a fiercely scowling Viking. Other sports pennants were tacked to the wall. "That's the closet. Let me know if you need more hangers." Ellie glanced down at the small duffel bag Griff had brought with him, but didn't comment on how little it would hold, how little he had. "You can keep your folded clothes in this chest. If anything needs washing, the hamper's in the bathroom. Oh, goodness, I haven't shown you the bathroom." It was so clean he was afraid to pee in the toilet. They all went to Sears that afternoon so Ellie could pick up some things, but what they came home with was new clothes for him. He'd never had food like Ellie cooked, including the pie they ate for dessert that night. He'd never been inside a house that smelled so good, that had books on shelves and pictures on the walls. But he learned from the oven-cleaning experience that such luxuries didn't come free. He was expected to do chores. Never having been required to do a damn thing in his life, except stay out of the way when a man was in the bedroom with his mother, Griff found that this aspect of family life took some getting used to. Ellie's rebukes were gentle and usually included some reproach to herself. "You forgot to make your bed this morning, Griff. Or did I forget to tell you that sheets aren't changed till Friday? You won't be able to wear that favorite t-shirt tomorrow because I didn't find it under the bed until after I'd done the laundry. Be sure it gets in the hamper next time." Coach was less subtle. "Have you finished your history paper?" "No." "Isn't it due tomorrow?" He knew it was. One of his assistant coaches was Griff's history teacher. "I'll get it done." Coach turned off the TV. "Right, you will. Now." Whenever he was disciplined, Griff muttered rebellious plans to leave. He was sick and tired of their harping. Do this, do that, clean up this, carry out that. Only dorks went to church on Sundays, but had he been given a choice? No. It was just expected. And what did he care if the car was washed and the lawn mowed? But he never followed through on any of his threats to leave. Besides, his muttering was largely ignored. Ellie chatted over it, and Coach either turned his back or left the room. Coach didn't go soft on him at practice either. If anything, he was tougher on him, as though to assure the other players that Griff was nothing special to him just because he was lodged under his roof. One afternoon, still mad over being denied access to the TV the night before, Griff sloughed off during drills. He didn't connect a single pass to the receivers. Running backs had to come to take the ball from him because he didn't scramble to get it to them. He fumbled a snap. Coach watched him. Despite his scowl, he didn't blow the whistle on him, give him a pointer, or chew him out. But at the end of practice, when everyone else headed for the locker room, Coach ordered him to stay where he was. He placed a blocking dummy 30 yards away and tossed Griff the football. "Hit it." Griff threw the ball with no more effort than he had put into the rest of the practice and missed the dummy. Coach glared at him. "Try again," he said, tossing him another football. Again he missed. Coach handed him a third football. "Hit the damn thing." "I'm having an off day. What's the big deal?" "The big deal is that you're a chicken shit." Griff threw the ball then straight at Coach. The ball bounced off his barrel chest. Griff turned toward the locker room. When Coach grabbed him by the shoulder and whipped him around, his helmet nearly flew off, taking his head with it. Before Griff could recover, Coach planted his wide, leathery hand in the center of his chest and shoved. He landed hard on his ass. Pain shimmied up from his tailbone, straight along his spine and directly into his brain. It hurt so bad, he caught his breath and tears came to his eyes. They were more mortifying than his position on the ground. "I'm not scared of you," he shouted up at Coach. "Do I have your attention now? Why don't you pick on somebody else for a change? Phillips missed 10 of 10 today. I don't see you making him kick till he gets one between the friggin' uprights. How many times did Reynolds fumble during the last game? 3, 4? Why aren't you on his ass? Why is it always mine?" "Because Phillips and Reynolds don't have any talent." Coach seemed to use up all his breath in that one roar. His voice was much softer when he said, "And you do." He flicked sweat off his forehead with the back of his thumb. He looked away then back at Griff, who was still sitting in the dirt because his butt bone hurt too bad to try to stand. Coach said, "Not another player on this team, not another one in this school or in any of our rival schools has talent to match yours, Griff, and you're pissing it away, feeling sorry for yourself and carrying a chip on your shoulder because your mother was a whore. You've had a lousy life up till now, no denying that, but if you let it ruin the rest of your life, who's the fool? Who will you be spiting? You. That's who. You may not be scared of me, but you're scared shitless of yourself," he said, jabbing the space between them with his finger. "Because in spite of yourself, you're better than the two who made you. You're smart and good-looking. You got more natural athletic ability than I've seen in any sport, and because of those gifts, you just might make something of yourself. And that scares you, 'cause then you wouldn't be able to wallow in your goddamn self-pity. You wouldn't be able to hate the world and everybody in it for the shitty hand you were dealt. You wouldn't have any excuse for being the self-centered, self-absorbed, complete and total jerk that you are." Speech over, he stood looking down at Griff a moment longer. Then he turned away in disgust. "If you've got the guts for it, suit up tomorrow and be ready to apply yourself. If not, stay the hell off my team." Griff was at practice the following day, and for every day after that, and that season he led the team to the state championship, and he did it for the 3 following years. Neither the incident nor Coach's lecture was ever referred to again, but Griff didn't forget it, and he knew Coach didn't. Their relationship improved. They had ups and downs because Griff constantly pushed him and Ellie to see just how far he could go before they got sick of him and kicked him out. When he defied his weekend curfew and came in an hour and a half late, they didn't kick him out, but Coach imposed the worst punishment fathomable, making him wait 2 months beyond his 16th birthday to take his driver's test and get his license. They encouraged him to invite friends over, but he never did. He'd never developed friend-making skills and didn't really have the desire to. Overtures by classmates were rebuffed. Sooner or later people abandon you, so why bother? In the long run, you're better off keeping to yourself. Sometimes he caught Ellie looking at him sadly and knew she harbored unspoken worries about him. Maybe she sensed even then that the worst was yet to come. Things rocked along pretty well. Then, early in his junior year, an incident in the locker room got Griff suspended from school for 3 days. It hadn't been a fair fight. Griff against 5 other athletes, 3 football players and 2 on the basketball team. When they were pulled apart by assistant coaches, 2 of the boys were taken to the emergency room, one with a broken nose, the other needing stitches in his lower lip. The other 3 had bloody noses and bruised torsos but didn't require hospitalization. Griff, instigator of the seemingly unprovoked fight, suffered no more than a few scrapes and a black eye. "We have no choice, Coach Miller," the school principal said as he relinquished Griff to him. "Just be glad the parents of the other boys declined to press assault charges. They could have," he added, glaring at Griff. Coach took him home, marched him past a subdued Ellie, and confined him to his room for the duration of his suspension. On the evening of the second day, Coach walked into his room unannounced. Griff was lying on his back on the bed, idly tossing a football into the air. Coach pulled up his desk chair and straddled it backward. "I heard something interesting today." Griff continued tossing the football, keeping his eyes on it and the ceiling beyond. His tongue would rot out before he would ask. "From Robbie Lancelot." Griff caught the football against his chest and turned his head toward Coach. "Robbie asked me to thank you for what you did, and especially for not telling." Griff remained silent. "He figured I was in on whatever it is that you're not telling. I'm asking you to tell me now." Griff pressed the football between his strong fingers, studied the laces, avoiding looking at Coach. "Griff." He dropped the football, sighed. "Lancelot weighs what? 125 maybe? He's a nerd, a geek, a pest, you know? People cheat off him during chemistry tests, but otherwise—" He looked over at Coach, who nodded, understanding. "I had finished my workout with weights and I went into the locker room. I heard this commotion back by the showers. Those 5 guys had Robbie backed into a corner. They had his underwear. He was standing there without anything on, and they were making him, you know, work it. Saying stuff like, 'Are you really Lancelot? Let's see this big lance of yours. Too bad your lance isn't as big as your brain.' Stuff like that." He glanced at Coach, then away. He was crying. Snot was running out his nose. His dick was... He was yanking on it something fierce, but it wasn't doing anything. "Okay." These guys were giving him hell, so I plowed through him and pulled him away from the wall, walked him to his locker, told him to get his clothes on, wipe his nose for God's sake, and get the hell out of there. And then went back and beat the crap out of his tormentors. "Tried, anyhow," Griff mumbled. Coach watched him for a long moment, then stood up, replaced the chair beneath the desk, and went to the door. "Ellie says dinner's in half an hour. You better wash up." "Coach?" He turned back. "Don't tell anybody, okay? I've only got one more day of suspension, and I promised Lancelot." "I won't tell anybody, Griff." "Thanks." To this day, Griff remembered the expression on Coach's face as he left his room that evening. He was never able to define it, but he knew that something important had happened, that some sort of understanding had passed between them. As far as he knew, Coach had never betrayed his confidence about the incident. By now, he'd made the neighborhood block, and for the second time approached the house with the white flowers on either side of the front door, and the backyard pool with the slide. He'd wasted enough time. It was do or die. The 2 kids with the football were still throwing passes to each other when Griff parked at the curb and got out. Chapter 8. The boys stopped their play, watching as he walked toward them. "Hey," he said. "Hey," they said in unison cautiously. "Is this Bolly Rich's house?" "He's inside," replied the taller of the 2. "He's my dad." "What's your name?" Griff asked. "Jason." "You play ball?" Jason nodded. "What position?" "Quarterback." "Yeah?" "Second string," Jason confessed self-consciously. "Want to play first string?" Jason looked at his friend, then back at Griff. "Sure." "Give me the ball." Again, Jason first consulted his friend with a look, then passed the football to Griff, keeping himself at arm's length. "I'm throwing ducks." Griff grinned at his use of the term for a slow and wobbly pass. "That happens to everybody once in a while, but you can avoid it." He took the ball in his right hand, pressed his fingertips against the laces. "See this?" He held the ball for Jason and his friend to observe. "You gotta keep the pads of your fingers tight, like you're trying to squeeze the air out of it. So when you let it go..." He motioned for Jason's friend to run for a pass. The kid went willingly. Griff drew back his arm. "You got control, better aim, and speed." He threw the ball. It sailed straight and sure. The kid caught it and beamed. Griff gave him a thumbs up, then turned to Jason. "A bullet instead of a duck."
Jason raised his hand to shade his eyes against the sun. "You're Griff Burkett." "That's right." "I had a poster of you in my room, but my dad made me take it down." Griff snuffled a laugh. "I'm not surprised." "Griff?" He turned. A slight man wearing cargo shorts, a holey t-shirt, and old sneakers had opened the front door and was standing on the threshold between the flower pots. He was balder, but his eyeglasses were the same ones Griff remembered from the last time Bolly had interviewed him. "Hello, Bolly." He looked down at the boy. "Keep practicing, Jason." The youngster nodded respectfully. Then Griff joined Bolly at the door and extended his hand. To the man's credit, he shook hands with him, after only a second or two of hesitation. But the eyes behind the wire frames weren't exactly glowing with happiness to see the most hated man in Dallas at his front door. "I think Jason has the potential of being good one of these days." Bolly nodded absently, still trying to recover from his shock. "What are you doing here, Griff? Can I have a minute or two of your time?" "What for?" He glanced over his shoulder at the two boys who were watching this exchange with undivided attention. Coming back around, Griff said, "I promise not to abscond with the family silver." The sports writer hesitated for several seconds more, then went into the house in motion for Griff to follow him. Off the entryway, Bolly led him down a short hallway and into a compact paneled room. Shelving was jam-packed, even overflowing with sports memorabilia. Framed photographs of Bolly with star athletes took up most of the wall space. There was an untidy desk in the corner dominated by a telephone and a computer. The monitor was on. The screensaver showed fireworks blossoming in multicolored silence. "Sit down if you can find a spot," Bolly said as he squeezed himself behind the desk. Griff removed a stack of newspapers from the only other chair in the room and sat down. "I called the sports desk at the news. The guy who answered said you were working from home today." "I do most days now. Go into the office only a couple days a week, if that much. If you got email, you can conduct just about any business from home. I used a computer in the library this morning. Felt like a caveman looking at the control panel of a 747. They build in obsolescence. Keep you buying upgrades." "Yeah." An uncomfortable silence followed. Bolly picked up a stray tennis ball on his desk and rolled it between his palms. "Listen, Griff, I want you to know I didn't contribute anything to that piece about you that came out during your trial." "I didn't think you did." "Well, good. But I wanted you to know. That writer, he's in Chicago now." "Good riddance." "Amen. Anyway, he pumped me for information on your background, your folks, Coach Miller, all that. All I told him, the only thing I told him was that you had the best arm and best hustle of any quarterback I'd ever seen. Toppin Montana, Starbuck, Favor, Marino, Elway, Unitas, you name me one, you were better. I mean that." "Thanks." "Which makes me all the more pissed off at you for what you did." Bolly Rich, a sports columnist for the Dallas Morning News, had always been fair to him. Even when he didn't perform well, like one Monday night football game against Pittsburgh. It was his rookie year, his first time playing the Steelers on their turf. He played the worst game of his career. Bolly's column the next morning had been critical, but he placed part of the blame for the humiliating loss on the offensive line, which had done precious little to protect the new quarterback. He hadn't crucified Griff the way other sports writers had. That wasn't Bolly's style. Griff was hoping to appeal to Bolly's sense of fair play now. "I fucked up," he said. "Huge." "How could you do it, Griff? Especially after such an outstanding season. You were one game away from the Super Bowl. All you had to do was win that game against Washington." "Yep." "No way Oakland could have defeated the Cowboys that year. Y'all would have waltzed through the Super Bowl game against them." "I know that, too." "You only had to get the ball to Whitethorn, who was standing on the two. The two! Nobody near him." Bolly didn't have to recount the play for him. He'd replayed it in his mind 1,000 times since he threw that pass while the final seconds of the game ticked off the clock. 4th and goal on the Redskins. It would be the goddamn Redskins' 10-yard line. Cowboys trail by 4. A field goal won't do it. The center snapped the ball into Griff's hands. Whitethorn shot forward off the line of scrimmage. A Redskins lineman slipped, missed the tackle. Whitethorn got to the 5. Skins defenders trying to blitz were stopped dead. They couldn't climb or penetrate Dallas's line, collectively named Stonewall that season. A Skins linebacker was charging toward Whitethorn, but Whitethorn was now on the 2 with space around him. The team was only one step shy of the goal, of victory, of the Super Bowl. All Griff had to do was lob a short screen pass over the line into Whitethorn's hands. Or miss him and get paid a cool $2 million by the Vista boys. Cowboys lost, 14-10. It was a crushing loss, Bolly was saying, but I remember how the fans still cheered you as you left the field that day. They didn't turn against you until later when it came out that you'd missed Whitethorn on purpose. And who could blame them? Their Super Bowl-bound star turned out to be a cheat, a crook. Talking about it 5 years after the fact still made Bolly angry. He dropped the tennis ball, which bounced off his desk onto the floor, ignored. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes with agitation, and asked brusquely, "What do you want, Griff? A job?" Bolly replaced his glasses and looked at him as though waiting for the punchline. Eventually, realizing that Griff was serious, he said, "What?" "You heard right. A job. Doing what?" "I thought a paper route might be available. Could you put in good word for me with someone in that department?" Bolly continued to stare at him. He didn't smile. "That was a joke, Bolly." "Is it? Because beyond that, I can't imagine why you come to me asking about a job. You go anywhere near the sports desk at the newspaper and you'd probably be tarred and feathered, if you're lucky." "I wouldn't have to go near the sports desk. I could work directly for you." Bolly frowned. "What'd you have in mind? Not that I think there's a chance in hell of this going anywhere. I'm just curious to see how your mind is working." "You can't be everywhere at once, Bolly. You can't cover more than one game at a time. I know you use people to cover games for you, provide the color only someone who's actually at the game can get." "I use some stringers, yeah. Let me be one. I majored in English. I have a fair command of the language, as much as anybody in Texas." His quick grin wasn't returned. "I can at least put 2 sentences together. Most important, I know the game. I live the game. I could give you insightful play-by-plays that nobody else could, add a perspective that would be unique based on actual experience. Years of it." He'd rehearsed the pitch, and to his ears it sounded good. "I could describe how great it feels to win, how lousy it feels to lose, how much worse it feels to win when you know you've played like shit and the win was a fluke." He paused and asked, "What do you think?" Bolly studied him a moment. "Yeah, I think you could give an accurate account of wins and losses with some original flavoring thrown in. You'd probably be pretty good at it. But even with terrific language skills, you couldn't come close to describing what it's like to be a team player, Griff. Because you don't know." "What do you mean?" But he didn't have to ask. He knew what Bolly meant. "You were a one-man show, Griff. You always were, going all the way back to high school when you first started gaining notice from college recruiters. It was all about you, never the team. You led your teams to victory after victory with your amazing ability on the field, but you were a piss-poor leader off it. Far as I know, you were never voted a team captain, which doesn't surprise me. Because the only thing that made you part of any team was wearing the same colored jersey. You made no friends. Teammates admired your game. Those who didn't envy you idolized you, but they didn't like you, and that was okay with you. You didn't give a damn so long as they carried out the plays you called. I never saw you encourage another player who made a mistake, never saw you congratulate one for making a good play. I never saw you extend your hand in friendship or lend a helping hand to anyone. What I did see was you giving back Dorsey's Christmas present unopened, saying, 'I don't do that crap.' I saw you rebuke Chester when he invited you to a men's prayer breakfast for his wife, who was going through horrible chemo and radiation. When Lambert's fiancée was killed in that car wreck, you were the only one on the team who didn't attend the funeral. You were an outstanding athlete, Griff, but a sorry excuse for a friend. I guess that's why I'm surprised and
slightly offended that you would come to me now like we'd been good buddies and ask for my help. It wasn't easy to hear those things about himself, especially since they were true. Quietly, humbly, Griff said, "I need the work, Bolly." Bolly took off his glasses to rub his eyes again, and Griff knew he was about to turn him down. "I hate what you did, but everybody can make a mistake and deserves a second chance. It's just, hell, Griff, I couldn't get you into any press box in the league. I'd cover college ball, high school." Bolly was shaking his head. "You'd be met with the same animosity there, maybe even more. You cheated. First you broke the rules by gambling, then you threw a game. You fucking threw a game," he said with heat. "For money. You robbed your own team of a sure-win Super Bowl. You were in bed with gangsters, for Christ's sake. Do you think anybody would allow you near kids, young players?" He shook his head and stood up. "I'm sorry, Griff. I can't help you." He had lunch at a Sonic drive-in. Sitting in the borrowed Honda, he gorged on a jalapeno cheeseburger, a Frito pie, 2 orders of tater tots, and a strawberry lemonade slush. It had been 5 years since he'd had junk food. Besides, he figured that if he was going to be a despised outcast, he might just as well be a fat one. On the drive out to Bolly's neighborhood, and up till the time Bolly had told him not only no, but hell no, Griff had congratulated himself for having the character to seek a job when, by 2:30 this afternoon, his immediate money problems would be solved. He'd sought work before going to the bank to check the contents of that safe deposit box. In his opinion, it had taken a lot of integrity to humble himself and appeal for a job, hat in hand, when after today he wouldn't have to do any labor, ever, if he didn't want to. He'd even endured Bolly's sermon, and the sports writer hadn't gone easy on his personality flaws. Although he had to admit that Bolly's memory was sound, the man also had a keen insight into his nature. That was why he hadn't asked for forgiveness or tried to justify himself. He'd never been the touchy-feely type. He never wanted to pat his teammates on the ass after a big play, and he sure as hell hadn't wanted any of them patting his. He'd left all that rah-rah bullshit to the bench warmers, while he was out there on the field doing the bone-breaking, bloody work, getting creamed by tacklers who got marks on their helmets if they sacked him. But why was he stewing about Bolly's censure? None of that mattered. Now he had only 2 teammates, and all he had to do to make them happy was get one of them pregnant. Easy enough. He had indigestion as he walked inside the bank building. He blamed it on the jalapenos, not nerves. He looked about him as though expecting to be spotlighted and exposed for the most gullible fool ever to walk the planet. But it went exactly as Foster Speakman had told him it would. No muss, no fuss. He made an inquiry at the information desk, then was escorted to an elevator that went into a subterranean part of the bank, where a polite, grandmotherly type asked him to sign a card. She compared it with the signature card that Foster Speakman had filed, as promised. Satisfied, the grandmother showed Griff into a cubicle. His heart was knocking in a beat out of time with the Yanni filtering through the overhead speakers. Grandmother delivered the box, told him to take his time and to press the button on the wall when finished, then withdrew. The key Speakman had given him last night was in the pocket of his jeans. He fished it out and unlocked the box. From the bank, Griff drove straight to North Park for a shopping spree. He liked his jeans old and worked in, but he bought 2 new pairs anyway, because he could. His boots were too comfortable to replace, but he had them shined. He found 3 designer shirts and Neiman's that didn't look too faggy. He changed in the dressing room and wore one of them out of the store. None of the sports jackets in the Armani boutique were wide enough in the shoulders for him, but he found one that would work with some tailoring. He was told he could pick it up in a few days. He bought a $400 pair of sunglasses. Odd that styles of sunglasses had changed more than anything in the past 5 years. He also bought a cell phone. It probably wouldn't have taken as long to buy a house. By the time all the added features had been demonstrated to him and the calling plan options explained and his voicemail retrieval set up for 1-digit dialing,
He was impatient to get out of there and actually use the damn thing to make a call, which was to Marcia. He dialed the first number listed on the card she had given him and got an anonymous, innocuous recording asking him to leave a message, which he did. Waiting on her to return his call, he drove around the area, taking in all the commerce, going past his old haunts and favorite restaurants. Some were still in business, others had given way to new. When after an hour Marcia still hadn't called, he dialed a number that belonged to one of the girls. Young, gorgeous, satisfaction guaranteed. Hello? She had a husky, sexy voice. He liked her already. Hi, my name is Griff Burkett. I'm a client of Marcia's. She recommended I call you. At first he thought she'd hiccuped, but then he realized she was crying. Marcia. She got choked up and couldn't finish. Then she wailed, Oh, God, it's just so awful. What's so awful? Marcia's in the hospital. Presbyterian Hospital was surrounded by a network of roads under repair. By the time he wound his way through the construction zones and the detours they imposed, Griff was swearing as profusely as he was sweating. He jogged across the seeming miles of parking lot and, after finally reaching the main entrance lobby, had to wait his turn at the information booth. He was raw with impatience by the time the attendant gave him Marcia's room number. Standing outside her door, leaning against the wall, was the neighbor Griff had seen last night getting off the elevator. When he noticed Griff striding down the corridor toward him, he jumped as if he'd been struck with a cattle prod and positioned himself in front of the hospital room door. Frantically, he waved his hands in front of his face. No, go away. She won't want you to see her like this. Why is she here? Griff hadn't got anything out of the hysterical girl on the phone. The man stopped his protestations and lowered his hands. His sharp, foxy face contorted into a mask of misery. His eyes were already red from crying. They began to leak fresh tears. I can't believe this happened to her. At first I thought it was you, although you didn't look the type. The savagery of it was... Savagery? The man started waving his hands in front of his face again, this time in embarrassment over his emotion. Frustrated, Griff moved him aside, ignored the no visitor sign, and went into the room. The blinds were drawn against the glare of the afternoon sun, and all the lights were off, but he could see well enough, and what he saw caused him to halt midway between the door and the hospital bed. Oh, Jesus. I told you it was savage. The neighbor had followed him in. I'm Dwight, by the way. Griff, and I didn't do this to her. I realize that now. What happened? About an hour after I saw you in the lobby, my doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting a guest, and the concierge hadn't announced anyone. I looked at the security monitor and saw Marcia standing there in the foyer, only sort of doubled over. She was like this. She'd had the living daylights beat out of her. Griff couldn't see all of her, of course, but there were bruises and swelling on every inch of exposed skin. If the rest of her looked like her face, she was lucky to be alive. Several cuts had been closed with butterfly clips. Blood had matted her hair to her head. Her face was so misshapen with swelling that if he had known who she was, he would never have recognized her. Her jaw was broken, Dwight whispered. They did surgery this morning to wire it together. Last night, no amount of morphine could dull the pain. Griff lowered his head and took several deep breaths. When he raised his head, he asked with deadly calm, who was her next client? After me. Someone was coming at midnight. She hustled me out so she could get ready for him. Do you know his name? He turned to Dwight suddenly, and his expression caused the man to back away in fear. Do you know his name? He repeated angrily. A moan from the bed drew their attention to Marcia. In 2 strides, Griff was at her side. Being careful of the IV needle taped to her hand, he gently pressed it between his. Hey there, he said softly. Both eyes were swollen shut, but she managed to pry one of them open. The lovely green iris was floating in a lake of bright red.
Since she couldn't move her jaw to speak, she merely made a whimpering sound in her throat. Shh. He bent down and kissed her forehead, barely letting his lips touch for fear of hurting her. Take advantage of the drugs. Rest. He kissed her forehead again, then straightened up and turned to Dwight, who was standing at the foot of her bed, sniffling softly. Did you call the police? Dwight shook his head. Why the hell not? She couldn't talk because of her jaw, but she became hysterical when I mentioned calling the police. I guess. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure there were no eavesdroppers about. Because of her profession, she didn't want the police involved. But you called 911. Immediately, paramedics were there within minutes. How did you explain her condition? I have a circular staircase in my apartment. I told them she'd gone up to use the powder room and had fallen on her way down. And they believe that? Probably not, but they left it to the ER staff to summon a policeman. He didn't believe the staircase story either and urged Marcia to identify her attacker by writing down his name. She refused. With limited strength, Marcia squeezed Griff's hand. He leaned down over her again and gently lifted a strand of hair away from a patch of her scalp that had been shaved to allow for sutures. Who was it, Marcia? Who were you seeing after me? Barely moving, she shook her head. She applied more pressure to his hand, and he realized she wanted him to lean in close enough to hear her speak. He bent low, placing his ear just above her lips. When he heard the single word she whispered, he jerked his head up and looked down into the single eye she could hold open. She closed it for several seconds, letting him know that he'd heard correctly. This was about me? She nodded. Rage surged through him. His veins swelled and pulsed with it, but his voice remained remarkably calm. He's going to die. He said it as a fact, meaning it unequivocally, telling her that she could bank on it. Stanley Rodart is going to die. Now he understood why she had refused to call the police. Rodart would have made it understood that accusing him would bring on a reprisal even worse than the beating he'd already given her. Most sickening was knowing the only reason Rodart had victimized Marcia was to send a message to Griff. In that, he'd succeeded. Griff read the message loud and clear. Rodart wasn't finished with him yet. Well, guess what, cocksucker, Griff thought. I've only begun with you. I'll make him pay for this, he vowed to Marcia in a whisper. I swear to you. She pressed his hand. He bent down to her lips again. The garbled sounds came from the back of her throat, but she managed to make her warning understood. Be careful of him. Chapter 9. The call came early on a Monday morning, just as he was waking up, but before he got out of bed. He rolled over, sleepily groped for his new cell phone on the nightstand and flipped it open. Hello? Mr. Burkett? That woke him up. Yeah, here. She didn't identify herself. She didn't have to. Would 1 o'clock today be convenient for you? 1 o'clock. Like he had to think about it. Like he might have a conflict. Like he had something else to do. 1 o'clock's fine. Here's the address. She gave him a number on Windsor Street. Got it? Got it. She hung up. Griff snapped his phone shut, then lay there clutching it, clutching the fact that they were really going through with it. Then he sat bolt upright. The hitch in his back protested loudly enough to cause him to catch his breath. He threw off the sheet, got out of bed, and buck naked went clambering through his apartment until he found a pen and paper to write down the address. He was certain he'd committed it to memory, but he was taking no chances. He went into the bathroom. Standing at the toilet, he looked down at himself and muttered, "Don't even think about getting stage fright." As expected, he'd passed the physical exam with flying colors. The nurse had come through for him in only 2 days. The report showed his EKG to be normal, his lungs clear. He had low blood pressure, low cholesterol, and a low PSA.
He thought that had something to do with his prostate. His sperm count, by contrast, was high. Excellent. He'd put the report, along with his cell phone number, in the addressed and stamped envelope Speakman had given him for this purpose, and dropped it into the nearest mailbox. That had been 2 weeks ago. Since then, he'd moved to another apartment and acquired a tan. Using his newfound cash, he had abandoned the roach-infested place and moved into a duplex. Living strictly on a cash basis presented the expected problems. Eyebrows were raised when he signed his lease, but the management of the complex took the cash without asking too many questions. His new place wasn't in the ritziest of neighborhoods, which would have required letters of recommendation and closer scrutiny, but it was worlds above where he'd been. The complex had a security gate, well-kept grounds, a gym, and a pool, which accounted for his tan. After moving in his new furniture and setting up a sound system and plasma screen high-definition TV, the best invention ever, he didn't have much else to do except work out. It had been during a moment of pique that he had considered getting fat, and lounged by the pool. He also went to the hospital nearly every day to visit Marcia, and he always took something with him. He'd taken flowers until the nursing staff complained that the room was becoming a greenhouse. Dwight, who proved to be a steadfast and attentive friend to her, chided Griff for not being more creative. So one day he took her a teddy bear. The next day he carried in a goofy hat. "To wear until you can get out of here and have your hair done," he told her as he gently placed it on her head. She still couldn't speak, but she communicated her gratitude for his visits with her expressive eyes. By now she could take short strolls down the corridor. Dwight had referred a plastic surgeon who, according to Dwight's affluent and well-preserved clientele, was a genius. After examining Marcia, the surgeon promised to do great things but said he couldn't even begin until she had completely healed. She still sipped her meals through a straw, and every time Griff witnessed that, his fury resurfaced. What he conjectured was that Rodart had gone up to Marcia's penthouse immediately after their encounter in the garage. Expecting her client, she'd opened the door to him. He'd pumped her for information about Griff, and when she didn't, actually couldn't, divulge any, he tried beating it out of her. From Rodart's standpoint, it was a failed mission only insofar as he didn't know what Griff's future plans were. But he'd had the satisfaction of terrorizing and disfiguring a beautiful woman who was an acquaintance of Griff's. Knowing he could get away with it because of her profession was a bonus. Rodart was a lowlife, a bully who would enjoy inflicting pain just for the hell of it. Gratifying his mean streak was really all the motivation he needed. Griff couldn't think about it without becoming enraged. On one of his visits to the hospital, he again broached the subject of reporting Rodart to the police, but the fear and anguish that filled Marcia's eyes dissuaded him. "He won't get away with it," he told her. "I promise you." There had been no sign of Rodart since the assault. Griff knew where to find him, but he didn't dare go looking. Rodart would love for him to come crashing down doors, threatening bloodshed. No doubt that was the kind of reckless reaction he had hoped to provoke. Griff wouldn't give Rodart the satisfaction of getting his butt thrown in jail again, nor did he wish to make matters worse for his suffering friend. So for the time being, he honored Marcia's silent pleas and didn't seek retribution. Today, thoughts of Rodart were obscured by Laura Speakman's call. Having had 2 weeks to prepare for it mentally, he was surprised by how nervous he was. To distract himself until the appointed time, he went for a 5-mile run, then worked out with weights in the gym. His goal wasn't to build himself back up to his football-playing size, but to maintain the lean, strong form he had now. He followed the weight session with laps in the pool, but when it occurred to him that too much exertion might be detrimental to his sexual performance, he immediately got out. He flossed before he brushed. He clipped his fingernails. He put on his new Armani sports jacket. He left his apartment at 12:30. He arrived at the address at 12:37. He had 23 minutes to kill. The house was in an established area that had a neighborhood crime watch, where residents were on the alert for people who lurked about and looked suspicious. He decided it would be better not to wait parked on the tree-lined street where he would fit that description to a T. Instead, He pulled into the narrow driveway and followed it around to the rear of the house, where there was a sheltered parking area and a neat backyard made shady by 2 venerable sycamore trees. A privacy fence separated the property from the houses on either side. In this older neighborhood, people were buying the houses and either raising them to rebuild on the coveted wooded lots or completely renovating. Griff guessed this was one of the latter, because it appeared as though what had once been the garage had been converted into a room. But it had been done well, and the house had retained its character and charm. He'd bought the red Honda from Wyatt Turner. It wasn't what he wanted to drive, but it ran okay, and he figured that paying cash for a flashy new car, soon after shelling out a deposit on the duplex, would send up all kinds of red flags to his probation officer, the IRS, the FBI. Even his lawyer eyed him suspiciously when Griff asked how much he wanted for the car and then counted out $100 bills to pay for it. Turner didn't ask how he'd come by the cash. Griff didn't volunteer the information. Now he kept the Honda's motor running so he could leave the air conditioner on. He drummed his thumbs on the steering wheel and hummed accompaniment to the country song playing on the radio. The artist had sung the national anthem to open one of the Cowboys' home games. Then, at the invitation of the owner, had watched all 4 quarters from the sideline. After an easy win against Tampa Bay, he'd asked Griff for his autograph. This guy was a hot new star. He'd won several Grammy Awards, but he'd hem-hawed and stammered, tongue-tied and starstruck as he extended Griff his program in Big Pen. Today that singer wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. He heard her car over the radio and his own humming. He shut down the Honda, took a deep breath, exhaled, and got out. He followed the driveway along the west side of the house and came up behind her on the small porch as she was unlocking the front door. Sensing him there, she turned, startled. "Oh, hi. I didn't realize you were already here. I parked around back." "Oh," she said again, then hurriedly unlocked the door and went in ahead of him. She closed the door as soon as he cleared the threshold. A short entry hall opened into a living area. Louvered shutters were closed over the wide window, so the room was dim. It was basically square, with a small fireplace in the center of one wall, a hardwood floor, standard pieces of furniture. She lowered the strap of her handbag from her shoulder but clutched the bag against her chest, as if she was afraid he might grab it from her. "I thought I'd gotten here ahead of you." "I don't live far." "I see. Couple of miles. I got here sooner than I expected." "Have you been waiting long?" "Not too long, but you're not late. You're right on time." During this scintillating conversation, she had adjusted the wall thermostat. Cool air began whirring through the ceiling vents. Griff was grateful. He'd begun to perspire. He wanted to take off his sports jacket, but thought she might read something suggestive into the removal of a garment, any garment. Since he didn't have a clue how this was supposed to go, he figured he'd follow her lead, even though doing so involved some sweating. She was dressed for the office. Her suit was black, but the fabric was summer weight. Linen, he thought. The skirt came to the tops of her knees. The jacket was nipped in at the waist. Under it was a pale pink top that draped across her chest and looked soft. Same jewelry as before. Black, high-heeled sandals. Her toenails were painted a pearly ivory color. He'd noticed all this as he came up behind her on the porch. He didn't dare scope her out now, because she was drawn as taut as a piano wire, acting uptight and all business. If she'd had "Do Not Touch" tattooed on her forehead, it couldn't have been any plainer how she felt about being alone with him. "There are some magazines in there." She pointed out an armoire in the corner, and a TV with videos. Simultaneously they looked at the closed doors of the armoire, then back at each other. "Okay," he said. "Give me a few minutes, then whenever you're ready, I'll be in the bedroom." And with that, she walked across the living room, down a hallway, turned into a room at the end of it, and closed the door. Well, at least now he knew how it was going to be. They'd do it like porcupines. He shrugged off his sports jacket and folded it over the back of a chair. He went to the armoire and opened the double doors. It contained a treasure trove of pornography. He sorted through the stack of magazines. A panoply of possibilities. Something for everybody. Same with the collection of videos. Who had stocked this stuff, he wondered. Foster? Her? Somehow he couldn't see them visiting a XXX video store, browsing among the titles for something that would turn him on. What do you think you'd like, honey? Twix Twins or Eurosnatch? Maybe they'd send Manuelo on that errand. One of the magazines was in Spanish. Maybe Manuelo was into porno. Maybe that accounted for his vacuous smile. Griff recognized his musings for what it was. Stalling. He wandered into the kitchen at the back of the house. There was bottled water and a 6-pack of Diet Coke in the fridge. He took a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, drank some as he went into the former garage, which was now a sunroom, although not that much sunlight was coming in through the drawn blinds. The house was as sealed off as Mrs. Speakman. He returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa that faced the armoire. He tugged off his boots, wiggled his toes, and tried telling himself he was comfortable and relaxed. He sorted through the magazines again, and the glossy photos on the covers got things started. But deciding he preferred his own imagination, he set the magazines aside, pulled his shirt tail out, and unbuttoned his jeans. He leaned back against the sofa cushions, closed his eyes, and recalled the night he'd been with Marcia. But erotic images of her were instantly obliterated by those of her lying in her hospital bed looking like something out of a war zone. Shit! Before he lost what he had, he searched his mind for something to think about that would keep it up. What had recently tickled his fancy or even sparked his curiosity. That mind search took only a few seconds, but it was the real deal, all right. He became instantly aroused. And once he really focused on it, he tapped on the closed door. You can come in. He opened the door and stepped into the bedroom. It was completely furnished, although later he couldn't remember a damn thing about it except the pastel sheet that covered her to her waist. She was lying on her back, a pillow beneath her head, her hands clasped over her stomach. She still had on the pink top, and he could see a sliver of bra strap at her shoulder. And under the sheet? Her jacket and skirt were folded on a chair. Shoes were beside the bed. Panties? He didn't see them. On or off? In any case, he was glad he'd followed a hunch and kept his clothes on. Obviously, getting naked wasn't part of the program. But out of necessity, his jeans were unbuttoned. Her glance in that vicinity was so fleeting he wondered if what she saw even registered before she looked up toward the ceiling and kept her eyes trained on a spot there. He walked to the side of the bed and faced away from it. She didn't say anything, so neither did he. He took off his jeans but left his boxers on. For good measure, literally, he discreetly squeezed himself through his shorts and felt a reassuring bead of moisture dampen the cloth. Then, keeping his back to her, he lifted the sheet and lay down. He felt ridiculous, modestly pulling the sheet over his legs, but he did. He lay there on his back, also staring at the ceiling, for 30 seconds or so. But this was a real mood killer, not to mention the jeopardy in which it was placing his ability to make a kid. He turned onto his side to face her. She didn't speak, or even blink, but she opened her legs. The one nearest him made contact. The outside of her thigh glanced the top of his. Just that much skin-to-skin contact gave him the needed staying power. He moved on to her, situated himself between her legs, and pushed his boxers past his hips. She raised her knees, not in a way that was particularly inviting, but at least they were anatomically positioned to have sexual intercourse. He probed where he was supposed to probe. His heart bumped. No panties. Just her. She turned her head aside and closed her eyes, which made him angry. It was a given that this was going to be awkward, difficult even,
but she'd done nothing so far to make it any easier. While he'd been out there thinking dirty thoughts to get himself aroused, what had she been doing? Obviously nothing. Masturbation probably wasn't in her vocabulary, but couldn't she have done something to make herself more receptive? If not for his sake, then for her own. Couldn't she tilt her hips up just a little? Shift forward, shift back? Take him in her hand and guide him home? Something. The only thing she did was turn her face away. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This was her idea, not his. She was orchestrating this, not him. She didn't want a conversation beforehand? All right. He didn't have anything to say to her anyway. She wanted to do it with her clothes on? Okay by him. No foreplay? Who needed it? Not him. She wanted to turn her head away like she was about to be sacrificed or something? Let her cope any old way she liked. She wanted to lie as stiff and unyielding as a board? Fine. But it wasn't fine, because it soon became apparent that he couldn't penetrate her without hurting her, and the thought of hurting her— "Just do it," she said. So he did it. After that, biology and primal instinct took over. The tight resistance only compelled him to push harder, deeper. He closed his eyes, but only because he couldn't stand to watch her grimace. That was what he told himself anyway. He tried to empty his mind of all thought except the money he was going to have. That's it. Think about the money. Don't think about her. Don't think about how this feels or how snug. Shit. Don't think snug. Don't think. Aw, hell. With a long groan, he emptied himself, then forgot the rules and collapsed on top of her. His face remained pressed into the pillow near her head, strands of her hair curling against his nose until he could catch his breath. She didn't move when he levered himself up and withdrew. She just lay there with her face still turned to the wall, eyes closed, a vertical frown between her eyebrows. He got out of bed, pulled up his boxers, and stepped into his jeans. When he finished buttoning up and buckling his belt, he looked over his shoulder. She had lowered her knees. The sheet had been pulled up to her waist again. She lay with one forearm across her eyes. "Are you all right?" She only nodded. He stood there, feeling guilty, although he didn't know why. He felt like the time Ellie had caught him stealing a $10 bill from her wallet, and then had insisted that he keep it. He opened his mouth to say something, called it back, then finally said, "Look, you told me to—" "I'm fine, Mr. Burkett." She lowered her arm and opened her eyes, but she didn't look in his direction. "It betters my chances to conceive if I lie here for a half hour or so, that's all." "Oh, so you're okay?" "Yes." She didn't thank him. It sure as hell seemed inappropriate to thank her. She was pulling on her suit jacket when she walked into the living room. Seeing him on the sofa, she stopped, shocked to find him still there. Gauging by her expression, she wasn't at all happy about it either. She shoved her arm into the sleeve and wrestled the jacket into place. "Why didn't you leave?" He stood up. You should be gone by now." You shouldn't have waited, Mr. Burkett." Her voice sounded like tearing cloth. She was either mad as hell or on the edge of hysteria. He couldn't be sure which, but this was the most emotion he'd ever seen from her. Her cheeks were red. The calm, cool, and collected lady of the manor was about to lose it. "Why didn't you just go?" Quietly, he said, "Your car is mine blocked in." In an instant, her posture went from rigid to limp. She released her breath slowly, touched her forehead with the tips of her fingers, then her flaming cheek with the backs of them looked embarrassed. "Oh, I would have moved it myself, but you had the keys." He gestured toward her handbag. She looked down where it hung at her side. "Right." Then, changing back into the got-it-together businesswoman persona, she said, "I apologize for holding you up." "No problem. You should have come and told me." If it helps to keep lying down after, I didn't mind waiting a while. The whole point of this is to get you pregnant." She nodded, then consulted her wristwatch. "I must go, or I'm going to be late for a meeting. Will you reset the thermostat, please?" "Sure. Just pull the door closed after you. It will lock. I'll be in touch one way or the other." She couldn't get out of there fast enough, and her haste to leave made him feel ornery. He had decided he wasn't going to say anything. If he was smart, he wouldn't. "But," he said, "I wondered why you would go along with this, Mrs. Speakman." Already halfway through the entry, she halted, turned, looked at him. "You know why, Mr. Burkett. I want a child." "But this?" He tapped his fly, then motioned toward her middle. The gesture caused a frisson in her cool bearing. Some of the high color came back into her cheeks. He went to her, stopping only a few steps away. "After meeting both of you, I could almost understand your husband. Your understanding isn't important to us, or necessary. Okay? Say I wanted to understand for my own peace of mind. Your husband is eccentric, maybe even altogether crazy, but looking at this child and heir thing from his point of view, from a rich man's point of view, I could sort of get it. Sorta." He shook his head, frowning with perplexity. "But you, I just couldn't figure. So don't bother trying." He took another step closer, crowding her, making her uncomfortable, wanting to because in the bedroom she had made him feel like a vandal ravaging the village virgin. "Why," I asked myself, "would you agree to making a baby this way?" His eyes held hers. He lowered his voice. "And now I know." Coldly, she said, "Now?" "Now that I know why your husband is in that wheelchair." "I can do this," Laura asserted to herself as she entered the conference room. Everyone else had assembled. She moved to the head of the table. "Sorry I'm late." "We promised not to tail Foster," one of the department heads quipped. "Thank you. We all know that punctuality is a religion to him." "Long lunch?" someone teased. Her hand faltered just a bit as she reached for the water carafe. "No, just an errand that took longer than I anticipated." The errand hadn't taken that long. Her recovery from it had. She wondered how women who had extramarital affairs in the middle of the day completed their afternoons with any level of composure. She'd been certain that when she returned to her office, her assistant, Kay, would look at her with accusation and say, "You've just had sex." But apparently, there were no visible signs of how she'd spent her lunch hour. Kay had treated her as she always did, efficiently reminding her of the meeting as she handed her a stack of phone messages in the order of their priority. To everyone else, this was an ordinary Monday. To Foster, it was a day of monumental importance. For her, one of substantial ambiguity. Foster was spending the day at home. She didn't have that luxury. She had to face this assembly of corporate heads while less than an hour ago she'd had sex with a stranger. Yes, it was strictly for the purpose of procreation, and yes, she'd done it with her husband's blessing, and yes, for the sake of their future together, she could do it again until they were successful. She would do it. She sipped from her water glass, then smiled down the length of the conference table. "Who's up first?" "Me," said the man in charge of baggage handling. "Unfortunately, we've had an incident in Austin. Foster isn't going to like it." Foster was still very much a presence, but lately she had been his proxy for some of the executive meetings. The daily commute to the office, short as it was and with Manuelo along to facilitate it, had proved to be too much. So Foster had limited his days in the office to 2 per week. On days when it was mandatory for the department heads to meet, Laura presided. Then in the evening she would give him a detailed recounting of what had been discussed. In only a few short years she'd gone from asking passengers, "Coffee or tea?" to serving as the CEO's understudy. When Foster had hired her as Hazel Cooper's replacement, her transition into management had gone smoothly. For years she had been preparing herself for such a position.
It was what she had aspired to, and having been given the opportunity, she felt confident she could meet the challenges. But when her job description suddenly expanded to include dealing with a disabled husband as well as assuming many of his corporate responsibilities, their transition wasn't quite so seamless. Up until that point in her life, she'd been resistant to delegating any responsibility. Now she had no choice. Minor and routine jobs that she had formerly insisted on doing herself, she began assigning to subordinates. Even so, the largest share of the workload remained hers. Nor could the tasks she did for Foster be turned over to someone else. Only she could do them because Foster demanded they be done in a particular order and in a particular way, his particular way, which was a way far more meticulous than anyone else's. His insistence on perfection put a strain on her time. But no matter how difficult and demanding her schedule became, she refused to buckle under. Quitting or even slacking wasn't an option. She was doing what must be done, and she would continue to. However, she'd begun to fear the impact motherhood would have on the careful balance she was maintaining. How could she possibly be a full-time mother, which she wanted to be, without detracting from her duties as wife, department head, and stand-in CEO? The prospect of juggling that additional responsibility was daunting. But when she was forced to confront it, she would. At present, there were other matters demanding her attention, such as this one, involving baggage handling. What kind of incident? She asked that department head. The worst. Stolen bags. You're right. Foster isn't going to like it. Details? The explanation was lengthy and involved, and generated discussion around the table. Laura tried to concentrate on what was being said, but her mind wandered. Her ability to focus simply wasn't there. She'd left it behind in that small, tidy house on Windsor Street, along with her dignity. Why, I asked myself, would you agree to making a baby this way? Laura? She yanked her mind back to the business at hand. Everyone was looking at her, and she wondered how many times she'd been addressed before she realized it. I'm sorry, my mind drifted for a moment. The question was repeated. Laura answered. The meeting continued. While she wasn't wholly attuned, she wasn't caught again being inattentive. But as soon as there was a convenient point to adjourn, she did so. We'll pick up the rest at the next meeting, okay? I've got a killer schedule this afternoon. As the others filed out, no one seemed especially curious about her absent-mindedness or abrupt adjournment. Joe McDonald did stop on his way to the door. Hard day? Harder than most. Maybe this'll cheer you up. From behind his back, he produced a large white envelope and, with a flourish, laid it on the table in front of her. Ta-da! What's this? Your baby. My what? Obviously taken aback by her stunned reaction, he said, What I mean is, you've been waiting a long time for it. Check it out. Having recovered from his choice of words, she opened the envelope and slid the contents onto the table. It was an 11 by 14 artist's rendering of a Sun South jet with a new and distinctive logo on the fuselage. Oh my God, Laura exclaimed. This looks great, Joe. Truly great. He hooked his thumbs into his suspenders. I thought you'd like it. Like it, she said, unable to contain her excitement. I love it. She ran her finger over the artwork as she read the words printed on the airplane. Sun South Select. Joe beamed. As I said, your baby. Chapter 10. Joe left her, and Laura decided to take advantage of the solitude in the conference room. She remained seated in the tall leather chair at the head of the table, the one in which Foster had sat the first time she saw him, and looked again at the four-color rendering of the sleek jet. Sun South Select was a concept that she'd been working on for more than a year. It was a service-oriented innovation for the business traveler that she hoped to implement before Sun South's competitors did something similar. She wanted Sun South to be the initiator, not an imitator. Joe seemed surprised that Foster hadn't yet seen the syllabus. Laura had worked on it for months, and once it was done, Joe had assumed she would take it straight to Foster. "No," she told him. "I want Sun South Select to be a surprise. I want to present it to him as a complete package." "You want to have all your ducks in a row." "Exactly. And I'm still waiting on some market analyses and cost projections. When they're ready and I've had a chance to study them, I'll lay out the entire plan for him." This was uncustomary. Always before, she and Foster had worked in tandem. One rarely made a move without the other knowing about it. While it was true that she wanted to surprise him with a kit-and-caboodle proposal, it was also true that when she did, she wanted his undivided attention. She hadn't had that in months. He'd been preoccupied with finding the right man to sire their child. He thought of little else, talked of little else. Every conversation included at least one reference to a child in its conception. That was the prevailing issue of their lives now. If she became pregnant, she knew that Foster would become an expert on prenatal care, diet, exercise. He would spend hours researching and committing to memory every aspect of pregnancy. No doubt he would chart their child's development on a daily basis. He had once been quoted in Businessweek as saying that his airline success was in large part due to his OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder. The interviewer thought he was joking. He wasn't. He had been diagnosed as an adolescent, although he had exhibited the symptoms in early childhood. His parents had thought his compulsions went hand in glove with his brilliant mind and were nothing to worry about. But when those compulsions began to interfere with normal function and everyday life, his parents had sought psychiatric help. Foster was put on medication to keep the disorder under control. He wasn't healed, however, and so in a very real sense, his obsessiveness was indeed responsible for his fanatic attention to detail, and therefore for Sun South's extraordinary success. Unless the weather was prohibitive, late arrivals and departures were not tolerated at Sun South Airlines. Each packet of peanuts contained exactly the same number. One too few, the customer was cheated. One too many cost the airline money. Flight attendants and pilots did not alter their uniforms, not even by wearing non-regulation cufflinks or an unapproved shade of pantyhose. If he'd had less charisma, Foster's obsessiveness would have incited mutiny by subordinates, but he was so personally disarming that it was indulged. Most regarded it with amusement instead of impatience. He was even teased about it. It was looked upon as an idiosyncrasy, an endearing one at that, and no one, not even his sternest critics, could argue with his success. But Laura had a different perspective on Foster's OCD because she lived with it. She covered for him to keep it less noticeable to colleagues. Only she knew how much it governed his life. Increasingly so, it seemed. His compulsions were an integral part of him. Because she loved him, she accepted and tolerated them, but doing so had once been easier. Before. Laura got up and walked to the window, rubbing her arms to ward off the chill of the air conditioning. She twirled the wand on the blinds and looked through the slats at the traffic speeding along the expressway. A Sun South jet, only minutes into its flight, was banking toward the west. The 3:45 to Denver, she thought automatically. She watched the jet as it climbed, the sun reflecting off its silver fuselage, hurting her eyes when the shaft of light pierced them. But then she realized that her eyes stung with the need to cry. Resting her head against the window frame, she closed her eyes tightly, squeezing out tears. She whispered, "I want my life back." Foster had waited 1 year after Elaine's death before asking Laura out. Initially, Laura had misinterpreted the invitation, believing he had invited her to attend a black-tie charity event with him for some business purpose. But when several dozen white roses were delivered to her apartment in advance of his picking her up, she began to think perhaps there was more to it. Undeniably, the thought of that made her feel bubbly on the inside. By the end of the evening, there was no question that it had been a bona fide date. If Foster had asked any other executive, say the CFO, to accompany him, he wouldn't have taken hold of both his hands and kissed his cheek good night. Their evenings out became more frequent. There were dinners together after work, sailing on area lakes on Saturday afternoons and Sunday suppers, which she cooked at her place. She attended his polo matches, and he had no compunction about kissing her in front of his teammates after a victory. She became his regular date to private dinner parties and public events. She stopped accepting other dates, even invitations from her tennis buddy, who began teasing her about her new beau. She couldn't apply such a frivolous moniker to Foster Speakman, but away from the office he acted like one. The more time they spent alone together, the less chaste their embraces became. She had started devoting a lot of thought to him, his smile, his eyes, his mannerisms. She found herself engaging in gauzy daydreams about him unlike any she'd had about other men, not even in adolescence. She'd always enjoyed an active social life. She'd had a generous number of boyfriends and enough lovers to be confident of her allure, but not so many that she need be embarrassed by the number. But among them there were no standouts, no disappointing heartbreaks or near-miss commitments, because every romantic relationship she'd ever had, from the first car date to the last man she'd slept with, had been qualified. It could not interfere with her ambition, which now placed her in a real conundrum with Foster. Because of the professional implications, neither acknowledged their increasing intimacy and longing for more. Their kissing and groping left them fevered and frustrated, but each was determined to preserve their working relationship. One evening, while they were cuddled on the sofa in her den, watching a movie on TV, he suddenly reached for the remote and turned it off. "Thank you," she said. "I was finding it hard to get into, too. I loved Elaine with all my heart, Laura." Recognizing the seriousness of his tone, she sat up and looked into his face. "Yes, you did. I know that. If she had lived, I would have loved her forever. I don't doubt that. I'll always cherish her memory in the years we had together." None of this came as a surprise to Laura. She'd seen them together on numerous occasions following that first time at their home. It was obvious how deeply they had loved each other. Since Elaine's death, Foster had honored her by establishing a foundation to raise money for leukemia research. He wasn't just a mouthpiece with a checkbook either, but a crusading advocate and hands-on fundraiser. In death as in life, Elaine was a vital part of him. He stroked Laura's cheek. "But Elaine is no longer here. You are, and I'm in love with you." He spent that night with her. Most nights following that they spent together. In the office they continued as they always had done, performing their individual jobs, conducting themselves in a professional manner, treating each other no differently than they treated their colleagues. They were confident no one knew about their personal relationship, but Laura learned later that they had fooled only themselves. Everyone knew. One morning, she walked into his office unannounced and laid an envelope on his desk. "What's that?" "My resignation." He struggled to contain his smile. "We're not paying you enough? You've had a better offer?" She sat down in the chair facing his desk. "Foster, the last 4 months have been the happiest of my life, also the most miserable." "Well, I hope that being with me has been the happy part." She gave him a soft look. "You know how happy I am to be with you, but the secrecy makes it seem sordid?" "Yes, and sleazy. I'm sleeping with my boss. As a career woman, I don't like what that suggests about me. I don't like the connotation coworkers would apply to it. I don't want to give up my job. It's what I've worked so hard to attain. You know how much I love it. But I can't possibly give you up," she said, her voice turning husky with emotion. "Between the two, I love you more than I love my job. So—" She gestured toward the envelope lying on his desk. "I must leave Sun South." He picked up the envelope then and looked at it, turning it this way and that as though contemplating the contents. "Or," he said, "you could marry me." Elaine Speakman had set a precedent by serving on the board of directors, so no one cried nepotism. No one wanted to anyway. When Foster and Laura announced their plans to the other executives and the board members, the only discussion was the date the nuptials would take place, and if they would be taking a sun-south jet on their honeymoon. If there was water cooler talk about her marrying Foster for his money, or any other self-serving reason, Laura never knew of it. Even if she had been aware of such scuttlebutt, she would have ignored it. While some may have regarded what had happened as a Cinderella story, in those very words it had been hinted at in a newspaper column. She knew her only reason for marrying him was that she loved him wholly and completely. She couldn't be bothered by the conjectures of mean-spirited people. Their marriage was covered extensively in the press, although there were no pictures accompanying the stories. They kept the wedding itself private, inviting only their most intimate friends to the chapel service and the dinner following it. Foster paid lip service to moving from his family estate, but Laura realized what a sacrifice that would be for him. He loved his family home and hugged her tightly when she told him she loved it too, and that was where they would stay and make their life together. She moved in, changing very little of Elaine's decor. Like his wealth, his love for Elaine was only another aspect of him. Laura didn't feel threatened by his late wife's memory any more than she was intimidated by his fortune. Foster would have preferred her to be pregnant by the time they returned from their honeymoon in Fiji. When she demurred, he had teased her about her biological clock. "I'm 31, she exclaimed. He placed his ear against her lower body. "But I can hear it ticking." Even so, she had begged for time to be a bride before she became a mother. It was a decision that later seemed terribly selfish, and one she would always regret. That first year, they were kept busy with the burgeoning airline and settling into married life. Although Laura was to learn that settling was a foreign concept to her husband, the man never rested. The more he had to do, the more he got done. He was a tireless, incessant generator of energy. He had the work ethic of a Trojan, but was also a proponent of la dolce vita. His enthusiasm for life and living was contagious. Laura reveled in the whirlwind of their life. Foster used the media to his advantage, regularly feeding them tidbits of information about his airline, even when there was no actual news to report, so that Sun South was kept constantly in the minds of the public. His name, along with Laura's, appeared frequently in the business sections of the newspapers. They received national magazine coverage, once pictured playing doubles tennis with the President and First Lady. The television news magazine 2020 did a segment on them, touting them as a team that had, despite industry naysayers, resurrected a failed airline. They appeared on Good Morning America to talk about the Elaine Speakman Foundation and the medical research it was funding. The gossip columnists, who had snidely implied that Laura was a gold digger, were soon extolling her intelligence, business acumen, impeccable taste, and unaffected charm. The Speakmans became the darlings of the local society pages, and their photographs began appearing regularly as hosts, guests, or sponsors of one event or another. As they were leaving one such event, a decision was made that would change the course of their lives forever. It was a Tuesday night. They had attended a retirement dinner for a notable Dallasite. The hotel where the dinner had been held and the Speakman estate were separated by only 3 miles of city streets. When the parking valet brought up Foster's car, Laura went around to the driver's side. "You toasted him more times than I did," she said. "I'm fine to drive." "Why chance it?" She got behind the wheel. He sat in the passenger seat. They were talking about the next day's agenda. She had just reminded him of a meeting the following afternoon. "I have a busy day," he remarked. "Any chance we could change that?" Then everything changed. The driver of a delivery truck ran a red light, an error that cost him his life. Opposed to wearing a seatbelt, he was ejected from his truck through the windshield. Otherwise, he might have had to be cut from the mishmash of metal caused by the collision, as Foster had been. The cab of the truck fused with the passenger side of Foster's sedan. It took rescue workers over 4 hours to extricate him from the wreckage. Laura was rendered unconscious by the impact. She came to in the ambulance, and her first thought was of her husband. Her rising hysteria concerned the paramedics treating her. They answered honestly, "We don't know about your husband, ma'am." It was agonizing hours before she was told that he was alive, but that his condition was critical. She learned later that he underwent emergency surgery to repair extensive internal injuries causing life-threatening hemorrhage. Because she had sustained only a concussion, a broken arm, some scrapes and bruising, she was finally permitted into the ICU, where Foster struggled to survive. Specialists came and went. In hushed voices they conferred. None looked optimistic. Days passed. Foster clung to life. Laura kept vigil at his bedside while monitors telegraphed in blips and beeps his extraordinary will to live. In all, he had 6 operations. From the outset she realized that the orthopedists knew he would never walk again, but they performed the surgeries as though there was hope. They used pins and screws to reattach bones that would never move unless someone moved them for him. Other specialists spliced blood vessels to provide better circulation. He underwent a second abdominal surgery to repair a tear in his colon that had gone undetected during the first. She couldn't remember what the other surgeries were for. It wasn't until weeks after the accident that Foster was fully apprised of his condition and prognosis. He took the news with remarkable aplomb, courage, and confidence. When they were alone, he reached for Laura's hand, pressed it between his, and reassured her that everything would be all right. He looked at her with unqualified love and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to God that she had escaped the accident without serious injury. He never implied that she was responsible, but as she gazed down at him through her tears that day, she said what she knew must have crossed his mind, as it had hers 1,000 times. "I should have let you drive." 2 years later, staring sightlessly through the window in Sun South's conference room, she was still anguishing over her decision to drive that night. Would Foster have driven a bit faster, a bit slower, prevented them from being in the center of the intersection when the truck failed to stop? Would he have seen it ahead of time and swerved to avoid the collision? Would he have done something she hadn't? Or, if fate had dictated they were in that spot at that precise moment, she should have been the one sitting in the passenger seat. Foster had never suggested she was to blame. He had never even referenced their brief conversation about how much each had to drink and who should drive. But although it remained unspoken, the question was always there between them. Would this have happened if he'd been behind the wheel? Laura acknowledged how pointless it was to ask. Even so, the suppositions tortured her, as she knew they must foster. They would go to their graves asking, what if? Griff Burkett had somehow learned about the accident. She hadn't stayed to have a conversation with him about it, but if he knew the details of why Foster was in his wheelchair, he surely understood why she would go along with this or any plan Foster devised. Foster hadn't died, but his previous life had ended the night of the wreck, and Laura was left guilt-ridden. Having a child, conceiving it in the way Foster wished, demanded very little of her, considering everything he'd had to give up. A child and heir was one of the dreams that had been snatched from him that night. Maybe by granting him that dream, she would relieve her guilt, and by doing so get back a portion of her former life. Impatient with her self-pity, she turned away from the window. As she did so, a pinching sensation between her legs caused her to wince, as much from the memory it evoked as from the physical discomfort. It had been difficult for Griff Burkett to penetrate her. That she was dry and inflexible said much about the status of her private life, and that had been mortifying. But at least he'd had the sensitivity to realize her condition and to hesitate. He'd even seemed reluctant to proceed, knowing it would hurt her. In fact, he had. No, she wouldn't think about it, wouldn't think about him. Doing so would make it personal. If it became personal, her argument wouldn't hold. The argument she used to convince herself to go along with Foster's plan was that using a surrogate father to conceive was just as clinical as and no more emotionally involving than undergoing artificial insemination in the sterile environment of a doctor's office. But the tenderness between her thighs was a daunting reminder that she had been with a man moving inside her, climaxing inside her. How could she have thought for one foolish moment that it would feel clinical? Chapter 11. The sports bar was crowded and noisy, but Griff had thought if he spent one more evening cooped up inside his apartment, he was going to go around the bend. Without anything constructive to do during the day, the evenings were particularly long. His tan was already too deep to be healthy. Although he kept to a strict exercise regimen, he was bored with working out. He'd seen all the current movies, some more than once. He'd caught up on his reading. Everything he found entertaining, anyway. Marcia was completing a recuperation at home, and via Dwight, she had asked Griff not to visit her there. She's dealing with a lot just to recover. Then she's facing the plastic surgery, Dwight had told him. She needs some space. I'm sure she'll contact you when she's back to her glorious self. The message had been polite enough, but Griff could read between the lines. He was an additional complication she didn't need. She didn't blame him for what had happened, but distancing herself from him would be safer and healthier for herself and for her business. Consequently, he didn't even have his daily trips to the hospital to look forward to. He was bored, and possibly for the first time in his life, lonely. Being a social outcast was different from choosing to be alone. One of the things he'd hated most about his incarceration was the lack of privacy. During those 5 years, he'd yearned for solitude and swore that when he got out, he was never going to take it for granted again. But at least when he was in the mood to talk, there were other prisoners to shoot the bull with. His meals were eaten in the company of other people. Now he had nobody with whom to do anything. Days would pass when he didn't exchange a single word with another person. Not that he was gregarious by nature. As Bolly had so candidly pointed out, he'd always been a loner. No doubt that tendency was a holdover from his childhood. His mother's neglect had taught him to be self-sufficient. He'd relied only on himself for everything: sustenance, pacification, and entertainment. That mandatory self-reliance developed into a personality trait. It also became a weapon he used to keep other people at arm's length, out of either dislike or mistrust. He didn't see the percentage in letting anyone hold sway over him. Even the most casual friendship required too much. To be a friend, one must give as well as accept. Griff found both equally difficult. Coach and Ellie had finally figured that out and had stopped pressuring him to make friends, resigning themselves to his preference for his own company over anyone else's. But in his former life, he'd at least been around other people, even if he didn't mingle with them. At school, with the Cowboys, at Big Spring. Now he was actually lonely. So a few days ago, out of desperation, he'd called one of his former teammates, one with whom he'd been comparatively friendly. The former tight end, who owned a successful software company now, congratulated him on getting released and lied by saying that it was great to hear from him. But when Griff suggested they get together for a beer, the guy ticked off a dozen excuses in the span of 30 seconds, one being that he'd gotten married. She's a great lady, don't get me wrong, but she keeps me on a tight leash. You know how it is. Actually, he didn't. But what he did know was that this big, tough former NFL player would rather Griff think he was a henpecked husband than drink a beer with him. Tonight, unwilling to spend another night in the solitary confinement of his apartment, Griff had dressed and gone looking for a crowd. He'd found one at an expensive sports bar in an upscale neighborhood. The place was sleek and snazzy, serving more fruit-flavored martinis than beer. It catered to the young, beautiful, and fit. Griff's was the palest tan among them. He was ogled by the 20-somethings in skimpy summertime tops and short skirts. He ogled back, but not ambitiously, which was somewhat surprising, since he hadn't had sex with anyone since Marcia. Well, and Laura Speakman. Don't go there. That was what he told himself every time his thoughts went there. People were standing 3 deep at the circular bar. He had to wait almost half an hour before a bar stool became available. He claimed it, ordered a beer and burger. While he ate, he watched a baseball game on the large-screen TV suspended over the center of the bar. He'd become aware of a brunette sitting on the far side of the bar, facing him. She flashed him a smile and a glimpse of tit every time her boyfriend, or husband, or whatever he was, wasn't looking. Beyond that, Griff let the barroom dramas pulse around him without taking notice. He stretched his meal out over 5 innings of the Rangers game. To maintain ownership of his bar stool and to keep from going back to the empty apartment, he ordered a second beer he didn't want. The Rangers were up by 3. They were having a good season. If they made it to the playoffs, he would become interested. Otherwise, he didn't much like baseball. He couldn't make sense of a sport where the perfect game was one in which nothing happened. Baseball aficionados would disagree, saying that plenty happened during a no-hitter, but he couldn't appreciate it. Of course, it was a hell of a lot more fun to watch when you wagered on the outcome. His gambling had started out as innocently as that. He did it for fun. Even while he was at UT, he would make calls, place bets on NCAA games, although he'd never bet on a Longhorns game. But he'd wanted to. He didn't yield to the temptation of betting on his own games until he was drafted by the Cowboys. The shrink who counseled him at Big Spring had a theory. He said Griff had felt guilty over his good fortune. The Longhorns had won the national championship his senior year. He'd missed being awarded the Heisman by 2 votes. He was the #1 pro-draft pick that year and an enviable prize for the Cowboys, whose veteran quarterback had retired. When he signed with the team, his picture was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Fame and fortune at 23. Heady stuff. The shrink's take on it was that he'd gambled in the subconscious hope of getting caught, being punished, and losing everything, including Coach and Ellie's affection. The shrink had emphasized that. Coach Miller is perhaps the one individual in the world you respected and for whom you felt affection. Yet you deliberately did what you knew he couldn't forgive, the one act that would cause an irreparable breach in your relationship. His surmising analysis was that, subconsciously, Griff felt he should be penalized for all the good things that had happened to him, beginning with Coach giving him a home and ending with him becoming starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, because in his deepest, darkest self, he'd felt these boons were undeserved. His ruin had become a self-fulfilled prophecy. Maybe that was right. Or maybe that was horseshit. He'd gambled because it was fun and because he could get away with it. Then when he got deep in hock, it stopped being fun, and he couldn't get away with it anymore. As he sat sipping his second beer, trying to make it last, he idly wondered how much money had been gambled on the outcome of this Rangers game. How much would his former business associates in the fancy Las Colinas office make off these 9 innings? Plenty, you could be sure. The Vista boys had bookmakers all over the country working for them. One less now that Bill Bandy was no longer in their employ. Griff hoped that sniveling little snitch was being slowly turned on a spit over the fieriest fire in hell. You got any money on it? Having been lost in thought, Griff turned his head to his right to make sure he was the one being addressed. The man on the next stool was glaring at him, his upper lip raised in a belligerent smirk. "Pardon?" Griff said. "Ask him again." A second man was standing behind the first. His truculent expression matched that of his friend, and his eyes were equally bloodshot from too much drink. Calmly, Griff said, "Ask me what?" "I asked if you put any money on this game." The one on the stool hitched his thumb toward the TV screen. "No, I didn't." Griff turned away, hoping that would be the end of it. "You don't gamble anymore?" Ignoring him, Griff reached for his beer. The one on the stool jabbed his arm, causing him to slosh beer onto the bar. "Hey, asshole, didn't you hear me? I asked you a question." By now, those nearest to them had become aware of the cross words being exchanged. The music continued to blare through the speakers with palpable percussion. Action continued on the TV screen, but conversations were suspended as attention was directed toward them. "I don't want any trouble," Griff said under his breath. "Why don't you guys just back off, go somewhere and sober up, okay?" But he knew they weren't going to simply walk away. The second one had moved up behind his bar stool, crowding in close. Griff's back was to him, but he sensed the man's hostile, challenging stance. He made eye contact with the bartender and motioned that he wanted his check. The bartender hastened over to a computerized cash register. Griff glanced across at the brunette who had been flashing him. She was sucking her drink through a straw, watching him over the frosted glass. Her escort was looking at him, too. The guy standing behind Griff's bar stool said, "I guess he only bets on the games he throws." "Fucking cheater." The first guy jabbed his arm again, hard. Fucking cheat. Griff's hand shot out with the speed of a striking snake, grabbed the man's wrist and slammed it down onto the bar like the coup de grace of an arm wrestling match. He howled in pain. The second one landed on Griff's back like a mattress stuffed with lead. Griff came off his bar stool and tried to shake the guy off. There was a noisy shuffling of feet as people hastily backed away. Somewhere a glass broke. Two bouncer types appeared and pulled the guy off Griff's back. "Break it up." One of the bouncers pushed Griff's shoulder, shoving him back several steps. Griff put up no resistance. He raised his hands. "I didn't ask for any trouble. I didn't want it." The two bouncers took firm hold of his hecklers and escorted them away. They protested drunkenly, but they were taken outside. But the show wasn't over. All eyes remained on Griff, especially now that he'd been recognized. His whispered name moved through the crowd like a spreading stain. The bartender presented his check. Before he could count out the bills to pay it, a young man in a fashionable suit materialized beside him. He was obviously the man in charge. "It's on the house," he said to the bartender, who nodded and retrieved the check. Griff said, "Thanks." But the young man's expression wasn't hospitable. "I'm asking you to leave and not come back." Anger and embarrassment caused Griff's face to grow hot. "I didn't do anything." "I'm asking you to leave and not come back," the young man repeated. Griff stared at him for several seconds more, then pushed him aside and strode past. The crowd parted to clear a path. When he reached the door, one of the bouncers held it open for him. As Griff walked through, the bouncer muttered, "Cocksucking cheat." Outside, the air wrapped around Griff like a damp shroud. However, he would have had better luck throwing off the cloying, humid atmosphere than he would his anger. He'd been minding his own business, hurting nobody, and he'd been asked to leave and not come back by a guy wearing one of the shirts he'd passed over at Neiman's because it looked too faggy. Screw him. He'd had better burgers at Dairy Queen for a fraction of the cost, so what the fuck did he care anyhow? He cared because he'd been humiliated in front of people who used to cheer him. And going from a superstar of the Dallas Cowboys surrounded by media photographers and screaming fans to being escorted out of a glorified burger joint was quite a come-down. He got to his car and unlocked it. Before he had time to open the door, he was grabbed from behind and flung against the rear quarter panel. "We're not finished with you." It was the guy from the bar, the one who'd first spoken to him. His buddy was standing right beside him. They weren't drunk. They were stone-cold sober. And Griff realized with a blast of clarity they weren't disgruntled fans either. "This is for my wrist," the guy snarled. He buried his fist in Griff's stomach. No, Griff thought as his knees liquefied. These guys aren't sports fans with too many beers under their belts. They're pros. Chapter 12. "Foster? Will you come to the office tomorrow?" He set down the book he'd been reading and looked across at Laura. She'd brought home paperwork from the office. Since dinner, she had been sitting on the sofa in the library, riffling through various reports. "If you want me to." "Some of this stuff is over my head," she said. "It's technical and requires your input. It's been almost a week since you were there. I think it's important for you to go to the office whenever you can." "You think the mice are playing?" She smiled. "No, because they know I would tattle on anyone slacking off." She hesitated, then said, "I think it's important to you that you go." "Oh, so you think that I'm slacking off?" She placed her hands on her hips in feigned exasperation. "Are you trying to pick a fight?" "Okay, no more teasing. But you do understand, don't you, that just because I'm not physically at the office doesn't mean I'm not working. I know that your mind is always busy, but there's an energizing quality about actually being in the office." He considered her for a moment. "You're doing your job as well as covering for me. Have the dual responsibilities become too much for you?" He touched a sensitive spot, and she reacted. "Do you think they have?" "Not at all. I've just noticed that you seem tired." She let that go for the moment. "I'm concerned for you, not me. You love Sun South. It's your lifeblood. You need that airline as much as it needs you. And when was the last time we went out to dinner?" His head went back a fraction. "Sorry, I must have missed the segue. When did we switch subjects?" "We didn't. It's the same subject." "It is?" "We rarely see our friends anymore. I can't remember when we last went out or had a couple over for cards or Sunday brunch. You stay here most days. All I do is work. I love it, and I'm not complaining, but—" She stopped, dropped her chin, and let the sentence trail off. "You got your period." She raised her head, met his gaze, and as her shoulders gradually sank, she nodded. "I'm sorry." He frowned with regret. "I knew it." "By my whining?" "No, this was the first morning that I didn't ask about your period." "Foster." She'd been mistaken. It wasn't regret behind his expression, but self-reproach. He'd been tracking her cycle diligently, asking about it every day, sometimes several times a day. "I jinxed it this morning by not getting up in time to see you off before you left for your breakfast meeting. I always ask you about your period first thing in the morning. This morning I didn't ask." "Foster, believe it or not, my menstrual cycle doesn't depend on your asking about it." "You were late." "Only 2 days." "Why were you late?" "I don't know." "You've never been late before." "Not usually, no." "Then why now?" "I don't know, Foster," she said, trying to contain her impatience. "Stress, maybe." "Damn it." He struck the arms of his wheelchair 3 times. "When you didn't start 2 days ago, I let myself begin to hope. I should have asked. If I'd have asked, I would have menstruated anyway." "We'll never know." "I know. My temperature had dropped, indicating I wasn't pregnant. I felt premenstrual for days. That's why I've been draggy and tired. I hoped I was wrong, but—" She shook her head wistfully. "I dreaded telling you. It's not your fault. Come here." His soft tone compelled her to set aside the paperwork. When she reached him, he guided her onto his lap. She sat down gingerly. "Don't let me hurt you." "If only you could." They smiled at each other, but left unsaid the many things they always left unsaid about the accident and its residual effect on their lives. He squeezed her shoulder affectionately. "This is a letdown, but it's not a defeat. You did everything you could." Which obviously wasn't enough. Success has been delayed. That doesn't equate to failure. She ducked her head, murmuring, "You know me so well. I know how your overachiever's mind works, sometimes to a disadvantage." Both being Type A personalities, they had compared their childhoods and discovered that, despite the sizable financial gap between the two families, they had been reared similarly. Her parents, like his, had expected much from their only child. Both their fathers had been dominant but not unloving. The pressure to succeed that they had placed on their children was more implied than overt, but that didn't make it any less effective. Her father had been career Air Force, a bomber pilot who'd served 2 years of duty in Vietnam. After the war, he was a test pilot and trainer. A natural daredevil and risk-taker, he rode his motorcycle without a helmet, slalomed on both water and snow, went skydiving and bungee jumping. He died in his sleep. A cerebral aneurysm burst. He never knew what hit him. Laura had adored him and took his death hard, not only because of the bizarre unfairness of it, but because he hadn't lived to see her achieve all the goals she'd set for herself. Her mother had considered her dashing husband an unparalleled hero. She worshipped him and never recovered from the shock of finding him lying dead beside her. Grief deteriorated into depression. Laura was helpless to stop its inexorable pull until eventually it claimed her mother's life. Laura had been a straight-A student, valedictorian, Phi Beta Kappa. She had achieved every goal she'd ever set for herself. Her parents had openly showed their pride. They'd call her their crowning achievement. But their deaths, both tragic and premature, had left her feeling that she had failed them miserably. Foster knew this. She pointed her finger at him now, saying, "Don't start with that psychobabble about me not wanting to disappoint my parents." "Okay, but that's what you're thinking," she accused. "Just like you're thinking that this is your fault because you didn't ask me about my period this morning." He laughed. "Who knows whom well?" She ran her fingers through his hair. "I know that you don't like changing your routine, because if you do, terrible things will happen. Isn't that the principle by which you live, Foster Speakman? And now here's proof of how sound that principle is. The laws of nature are also sound." She shrugged. "An egg wasn't fertilized. It's as simple as that." He shook his head stubbornly. "Nothing's that simple." "Foster, it's indisputable, Laura. Unwritten laws govern our lives." "To some extent, possibly, but—" "No but. There are cosmic patterns in place that one should not violate. If one does, the consequences can be severe." Lowering her head, she softly said, "Like switching drivers at the last minute?" "Oh, Christ. Now I've made you even more unhappy." He pulled her head down onto his chest and stroked her back. She couldn't argue this with him. To try to do so would be futile. Shortly after they were married, in an effort to better understand his OCD, she had talked with his psychiatrist. He'd explained Foster's conviction that disorder predestined disaster. Patterns could not be broken. Series could not be interrupted. Foster believed this with his heart, mind, and soul, and the doctor had told her that trying to convince him otherwise was a waste of breath. "He copes with it extremely well," he'd told her. "But you would do well to remember that what to you is a hitch is chaos to him." Tacitly agreeing to let the matter drop, they sat quietly. After a time, Foster said, "Griff Burkett will be disappointed too." "Yes. He'll have to wait at least another month for his $500,000. He hadn't asked her anything specific about her first meeting with Burkett. When she came home that evening, she'd given him a detailed account of everything that had taken place in the office, but she told him nothing about that until he asked, "How was your appointment with Burkett?" "Brief. He did what he needed to do and left." She hadn't elaborated, and he hadn't asked for more information, perhaps sensing that going into detail would make her uncomfortable. "So you'll be calling him again in a couple of weeks?" he asked now. She sat up and looked deeply into his eyes. "Do you want me to, Foster?" "Yes, unless it was unbearable to you." She shook her head but looked away. "If you can bear it, I can." "Isn't this what we agreed?" "Yes. It's what we want." "I know, I just hope it happens soon." "It's what we want." "I love you, Foster." "And I love you." Then he drew her head to his chest again, saying, "It's what we want." A week after the beating,
Griff began to think he would live. For the previous 6 days, he hadn't been so sure. The sons of bitches hadn't even been kind enough to beat him unconscious, and that had been deliberate. They'd wanted him awake to feel every punch, grind, and gouge. They'd wanted him conscious so that when they lifted up his head by his hair and pointed out to him a car parked nearby, he would recognize it as Rodart's olive-drab sedan and see the cute flashing of its headlights. They didn't want him muzzy or confused. They wanted him to remember the beating and who was behind it. They'd given him a concussion. He'd suffered a couple in football, so he recognized the symptoms. Even though he didn't experience the amnesia that sometimes accompanies a concussion, the nausea, dizziness, and blurred vision had plagued him for 24 hours. By rights, he shouldn't have moved, except to use his cell phone to call 911, summoning an ambulance to the parking lot. But a trip to the emergency room would have involved paperwork, the police. God only knew what else. Somehow he'd managed to climb into his car and drive himself home before his eyes swelled shut. Since then, he'd been popping ibuprofen tablets every couple hours and trying to find one position in which to lie that didn't cause throbbing pain. He didn't worry about internal injuries. The pros knew how to damage him so he would feel it, but they didn't want a murder on their hands. If they did, he'd be dead. They'd only wanted him praying for death so he'd feel better. He got up solely to pee, and not until his bladder was full to bursting. When he did leave the bed, he walked like an old man, bent at the waist, shuffling because every time he tried to lift his feet, a knifing pain in his lower back brought tears to his eyes. Yesterday, his mobility had improved a bit. This morning, he'd worked up enough courage to get in the shower. The hot water had actually felt good, easing some of the aches and pains. The bedroom stank of him because he hadn't been up to the task of changing the sheets. Sick of looking at the same 4 walls, he left the room for the first time in a week. Coffee sounded good. He realized he was ravenously hungry. Things were looking up. He was scooping scrambled eggs straight from the skillet into his mouth when his doorbell rang. Who the hell? He couldn't think of anyone who would come calling. He made it to his front door and looked through the peephole. "You've got to be kidding," he muttered. Then, "Shit." "Griff?" Griff hung his head, shaking it in wonderment at his fuck-all rotten luck. "Yeah, just a minute." He fumbled with the locks, which he'd had the wherewithal to secure when he returned home the night of the beating, fearing that Rodart's thugs might show up for round 2. He pulled the door open. "Hi." His probation officer gaped at him. "Holy shit. What happened to you?" He'd met Jerry Arnold in his office a week after speaking to him on the telephone. Griff had figured that a person-to-person meeting might win him some favor. When he'd left the 10-minute meeting, he knew he'd earned a few points. Now Arnold's good opinion of him was in jeopardy. Ordinarily, Griff would tower over the short, stocky black man. Today, since Griff was standing at a 60-degree angle at best, they were roughly eye to eye. "What happened?" Arnold repeated. This being the longest time Griff had been out of bed in a week, he'd begun to feel lightheaded and shaky. "Come in." Turning his back on his guest, he slowly made his way to the nearest chair and lowered himself into it as carefully as possible. Even so, every ache and pain that had been lulled by his hot shower was jarred awake again. "Take a load off, Jerry," he said, indicating another chair. Arnold dressed and conducted himself like a bureaucrat and looked like a man with huge responsibilities and a lot on his mind. A wife, a mortgage, a few kids to rear on a government employee's salary, and unreliable ex-cons to babysit. He placed his hands on his hips, reminiscent of Coach. "You gonna tell me or what?" "I got thrown into the gorilla cage at the zoo. Those fuckers can get testy." Arnold wasn't amused. Griff sighed in resignation and pain. "I ran into some former fans last, Thursday, I think." "And you still look this bad?" "Don't worry. It hurts a lot worse than it looks." He grinned, but the other man's frown stayed in place. "Did you go to the emergency room? Has a doctor seen you?" Griff shook his head. "I didn't report it to the police either. It was just a couple of drunks. They jumped me in the parking lot of a restaurant." He made a gesture that dismissed the incident's importance. I didn't fight back, so you don't have to worry about them filing assault charges against me." Finally, Arnold sat down. "Is this kind of thing happening a lot?" "I get dirty looks, but this is the first time the hostility has turned physical. As I said, they were drunk." He gave a sanitized version of what had happened. "You think Vista was behind it?" "Vista?" Griff snorted. "If Vista was behind it, I wouldn't be here to tell you about it. It's nothing, Jerry. Swear to God, I'm feeling much better." Arnold made a point of looking at the cold sweat Griff could feel beading on his forehead, but he didn't comment further. "How are you doing otherwise?" "Good." Arnold looked around the apartment, taking in the fancy TV, the new furnishings. "This is a nice place." "Thanks." The man's eyes moved back to him. "How'd you pay for it?" "Cash, which I came by legally." "How?" "It has nothing to do with Vista, none of that. I haven't broken any laws. I haven't placed a bet." "Do you have a job yet?" "I'm looking into a couple of things." "You were going for an interview." "It didn't pan out." "What was it?" "I didn't get the job, so what difference does it make?" Arnold didn't get visibly ruffled over the attitude behind the question, but he repeated in a no-bullshit tone. "What was it?" Resigned, Griff said, "I asked a sports writer if I could do legwork for him. You know, Bally Rich? I'll read his column. I proposed becoming one of his stringers. He turned me down." Actually, Griff was glad Arnold had pressed him about this. He hoped the probation officer would call Bally for verification. Bally would confirm that Griff had tried in earnest to secure employment. "Anything else?" "Nothing concrete." Griff hoped Arnold would let it go at that, because basically Griff liked the guy. He had a rotten job, but somebody had to do it. Griff had nothing personal against him, and he'd have hated lying to him. "Let me know as soon as you land something. It'll look good on your record." "Will do, as soon as I land something. In the meantime, no bookies, no Vista." "Hell, I know that." "No matter how discouraged you become. Believe me, Jerry, I want nothing to do with them." "I do believe you." He said it like he wanted to, but didn't. "Try staying out of places where you might run into football fans." Griff gave him a look. Abashed, he said, "Hard to do, I know, but try not to provoke another incident." "I didn't provoke this one." "I believe that, too." And this time he sounded sincere. He stood up to leave. Griff tried not to let his relief show. "Stay where you are," Arnold said when Griff made to get up. "I see myself out." He turned to go, then came back around. "Have you heard anything from Stanley Rodart?" Griff was glad for the concealing effect this swelling and bruising had on his expression. "Actually, he showed up at the prison the day of my release." He admitted it in case this was a trick question. Arnold might have been in contact with Wyatt Turner, who could have mentioned Rodart's unwelcome appearance. "Did you talk to him there?" "No." Again the truth. "He'd mean trouble for you, the last person you'd want to see coming." "You can say that again." "I'd like to know if he comes around. In fact, I need to know." "Absolutely." "You'd be dumb to take him on alone, Griff." "I won't." Thoughtfully, Arnold threaded his clip-on necktie through his fingers. "His reputation being what it is, I'm a bit surprised he's keeping his distance. Nothing from him since that day at the prison, huh?" "Nope, nothing." So much for not lying to his probation officer. Griff's physical strength and conditioning served him well, and he mended. During the week following the surprise visit from Jerry Arnold, the swelling around his eyes and mouth subsided, and his face began to look familiar. The bruises faded to an ugly greenish yellow. Then the green began to go away, leaving him with only an overall jaundiced look. The gash above his eyebrow was reduced to a faint pink line. It matched the faint pink line across his cheekbone, a lasting gift Rodart had delivered himself that night in the parking garage. Rodart had a shitload of grief to answer for. Despite what he told his probation officer, Griff couldn't wait for the opportunity to pay the bastard back. He hadn't resumed his multi-mile runs yet, but he had swum laps the past 2 days. His muscles were sore, but in the good way that came from exercise, not from being pounded on by fists that had felt like meat tenderizers. He wasn't up to full speed, but he no longer moved like a 90-year-old with arthritis in every joint. He was feeling more like himself, which was good. Because Laura Speakman called one morning as he was stepping out of the shower. 1 o'clock? That's good for me. I'll see you then. He looked at himself in the full-length mirror on the back of his bathroom door. If she had turned her head away from him before, she might go into a full-fledged cower at the sight of him today. His appearance had improved, but he still looked like he'd taken a sound beating. He gave himself another critical once-over in the mirror, front and back. One good thing, he thought, she won't be seeing me naked. Chapter 13. Laura opened the door for him, then stood aside and motioned him into the house. No sports jacket this time, she noted. He was wearing a white Oxford cloth polo shirt tucked into his jeans and brown cowboy boots, which he'd been wearing the other 2 times she'd seen him. He was carrying a small white paper sack. She closed the door and joined him in the living area just as he was taking off his sunglasses. She managed to keep from gasping, but just barely. His face, particularly around his eyes and along his jaw, was bruised. Gauging by the sickly color of the bruises, they were a week or so old. They must have looked much worse when fresh. The cut above his eyebrow was new. The one on his cheekbone was fainter than it had been a month ago. Either he was accident-prone, or... She didn't want to speculate on the or. None of the possibilities that came immediately to mind were good. He noticed her staring, but since he neither acknowledged nor explained his battered appearance, she didn't ask about it. He set his sunglasses in the sack on the coffee table, then stood looking at the closed doors of the armoire for several moments before turning back to her. It didn't take? Because she was still wondering under what circumstances his face had become so bruised, it took a second or two for his question to sink in. Looking away, she shook her head. If it had, we wouldn't be here. Right. The AC cycled off. Without its soft whir, the house seemed abnormally quiet. Well, They began at the same time. Laura motioned for him to go ahead. He reached for the small sack he had carried in with him and passed it to her. I brought this. She looked at him curiously, then opened the sack and peered inside. When she saw the box, her heart gave a little jump. It's not the kind that has a spermicide, he said. I double-checked, 'cause some of 'em do. Have it, I mean. Not trusting her voice to speak, she nodded. The cowboy boots shifted slightly. I just thought Yes, thank you. Before any more could be said, she hurried toward the bedroom. Once inside, she closed the door and leaned against it. She had the sack clutched in a death grip. Her palms were actually damp. This was silly, getting so flustered. But what flustered her more than the tube of lubricant was that he had thought to bring it. That he had thought at all about what they would do today. She set her handbag on the dresser and went into the bathroom. The mirror above the sink reflected an image that looked surprisingly normal. Dark hair, gray eyes that verged on green, a distinctive black spot in the right one, a triangle-shaped face, the brow slightly wider than the jaw. It was saved from being too prim by her lips, which were full and, she'd been told, sexy. Her color was a little high. She attributed that to the midday heat. A month ago, as well as today, she had carefully selected what to wear, dressing in her most structured business suits. Nothing too feminine, certainly nothing provocative. She took off her suit jacket, skirt, and shoes. As before, she left on her top, which today was an unadorned V-neck t-shirt, light blue, not too fitted. She also left on the 3 strands of silver chain around her neck, which somehow made her feel more dressed than un. She took the box out of the sack, opened it, removed the tube. Just in case he was wrong, she read every word on the label. Twice. Afraid that she'd taken too long, she hurried from the bathroom, folded back the covers, and got into bed. She removed her panties and tucked them between the mattresses as she had done last time. She raised the sheet to her waist, then a bit higher. She closed her eyes and tried to relax and control her hectic breathing. Her heart was beating way too fast. This waiting for him was agonizing. What was he doing out there? Well, of course she knew what he was doing. She just wondered what he was doing. Was he sitting up? Lying down on the sofa? Did he feel any self-consciousness at all? Was he the least bit anxious about his ability to perform? Had it occurred to him to wonder what she was thinking about while she waited for him? She hadn't heard any sound coming from the living room, either the last time or today, so she imagined he decided against the videos in favor of the magazines. Or maybe he didn't need either and was simply fantasizing, conjuring up his own prurient images. Surely he'd been with countless women. When he was a football star, women would have thrown themselves at him. Undoubtedly many still would. He would have had hundreds of erotic experiences from which to draw. What kind of woman appealed to him? Tall or petite? Slender and athletic or curvy and buxom? Blonde or redhead? Brunette? His knock was soft, but it still gave her a start. She took a deep breath. "Come in." He stepped into the room. Although they were the only two in the house, he closed the door. Even without his boots, he seemed towering in the confines of the bedroom. Their eyes connected for a nanosecond as he walked toward the bed. He sat down on the edge of it, his back to her. He hesitated for several beats, then raised his hips only high enough to push off his jeans. He worked them down his legs and left them lying on the floor. She thought he removed his socks, too, but she couldn't be sure. He started to get between the sheets, then muttered something she didn't catch. She cut her eyes to him, about to ask what he'd said, when he hooked his thumbs into the waistband of his boxers and pulled them off. She glimpsed a tan line at his waist. There was a stark contrast between the brown skin above it and the white skin, dear God, below. And then his shirt tail dropped back into place. He raised the sheet and slid in beside her. "Did you use it?" "Yes." With no more preamble than that, he rolled onto her and separated her knees with his. His first thrust lodged the head of his penis inside her, but just. She closed her eyes and turned her head aside, but she could sense him looking down at her with dismay and anger. Using one straight arm to support himself, he worked his other hand between their bodies. She tensed, but he didn't touch her. He stroked himself in short, rapid tugs. A few times his knuckles brushed against her. Soon she sensed the tightening of his muscles. His breath became uneven and hot against her face. He gave a soft groan, a heartbeat before he removed his hand, pushed himself into her fully, and came. The arm he'd used to bear his weight gave way. He settled on her heavily, all 6'4" of him, tanned skin and white skin. He pulled in a deep breath and let it out slowly. He rearranged his right leg. It felt muscular and hard against the inside of her thigh and rough with hair. His shirt was slightly damp with perspiration. The dampness seeped through her t-shirt into her skin. She could smell his sweat, soap, semen. When he moved suddenly, as one does when on the verge of sleep and muscles are seized with a violent twitch. He raised his head and levered himself up, but was yanked back down on top of her. Laura, not realizing what had happened, tried to push him off. "Relax," he growled. Then she saw the problem. One of her chains had looped itself around a button of his shirt. He fumbled with it, cursing under his breath, until he worked it free. Less than 5 minutes after pulling off his boxers, he was pulling them back on. Laura kept her eyes averted, but in her peripheral vision she followed his motions, which were jerky and abrupt, those of an angry man barely holding on to his temper. He stuffed his shirt tail into his jeans as though he was furious at it. He buttoned up his fly with dispatch,
but his belt buckle presented a challenge. When he finally managed it, he slapped it lightly into place and turned to face her. "Why did you lie to me?" "I didn't use it because I was afraid it would make a difference." "You're damn right it would have made a difference. That's why I brought it." "I mean, I was afraid it would prevent conception." "I told you it wouldn't. It might have affected the motility of the sperm. Something I don't know," she said defensively. "I just didn't want to take a chance." "Well, I didn't want to hurt you again." His loud vehemence seemed to surprise him as much as it did her. It rendered them both silent. Finally, he said, "Look, I know you have a low opinion of me. You think I'm an outlaw, a criminal, a big dumb football player. Well, fine. Think whatever you want to. I really don't give a rat's ass so long as your money's good." He paused for breath, and when he spoke again his voice was gruff. "But I hurt you. Twice now, and I resent you thinking that would be okay with me, because it isn't." She sat up but kept the sheet pulled to her waist. "It shouldn't make any difference to you." "It does." "Well, it shouldn't." He was provoking an emotional response from her, and she didn't want to feel any emotion, even anger. "This isn't about how you feel or how I feel. I understand that, but if you gotta do it this way, you could at least make it easier on yourself. Why don't you watch the dirty movies?" He raised his hands to stop her from commenting. "Forget it. Forget it." Again he paused to take several deep breaths, then said, "No touchy-feely? Fine. I'm not into all that either. No kissing or foreplay because I get why there's no kissing or foreplay, okay, but couldn't we at least have a conversation first?" "What for?" "Because maybe that would stop you from cringing and I wouldn't feel like I was violating you." "I don't think of it as a violation." He snorted in disagreement. "Could have fooled me. You don't even look at me." She gave him a meaningful look then, but she didn't dare verbalize what she was thinking, that looking at each other would make it harder, not easier. He seemed to realize that too, because he turned away and mumbled a string of swear words. He tilted his face up toward the ceiling, placed his hands on his hips, and blew out a gust of breath. He ran his fingers through his hair. Christ. After a time, he looked at her again. "I walk in here. We've barely made eye contact. You're lying there, still and silent, resigned to a fate worse than death. How do you think that makes me feel?" "I don't care how it makes you feel." She did, but she couldn't let him know that. Actually, his concern touched her, and that was a dangerous sentiment. They couldn't be friends or enemies. They could be nothing to each other. Between them there must be nothing except total indifference, or she could never return to this house. Her features impassive, her tone cool, she said, "This is biology, Mr. Burkett. Nothing more." "Then why don't you just have me jerk off into a bottle and hand it over? You've made it plain how distasteful it is to have me on you. Admit it, you came unglued when I put my hand down there. Hell, you panicked when your chain got caught on my button. If it's so god-awful, why do you put yourself through it?" "I thought you had that figured out." "You were driving the night your husband lost his manhood. Poor you. You've got that cross to bear the rest of your life. This is your penance, I guess. Screwing a lowlife like me. Is that it?" He'd scoured an open wound, and she lashed back in self-defense. "If I can stand it, surely you can." His expression changed to match hers. The skin of his face was pulled tight, actually changing the configuration of the bruises. "I didn't sign on to be insulted. And I didn't promise to make polite conversation. Stop worrying about how I feel and just play stud." "That's what you agreed to do." "Well, I'm rethinking our agreement. I don't need this shit." "No, just our millions." He glared at her for several seconds, then turned. He reached the door in 2 long strides and flung it open so hard it bounced back when it hit the wall. "I'd say fuck you, lady, but I already did." He slammed the door on his way out, thinking he was leaving for the last time. Even if he wanted to come back, which he didn't, his exit line was reason enough for them to fire him.
Fire him? Like this was a normal job? Like the terms of his employment would ever be a matter of record? He could just imagine sometime in the future being interviewed by a prospective employer. "What was your last job, Mr. Burkett?" "I was paid to fuck this rich wacko's wife." "Uh-huh. And you failed to perform the task?" "Oh, no, I performed just fine." "Then what was the cause of your dismissal?" "I lost my temper and told her off." "I see. And all you had to do was show up, keep your mouth shut, and just fuck her." "That's right. You're not very bright, are you, Mr. Burkett?" "Apparently not." It sounded like a third-rate joke. She must have parked around back where he'd parked the first time, because the red Honda was the only car in the driveway. In the time it took for him to reach it, he was already considering going back inside to apologize. He was still mad as hell, but he couldn't afford his anger. The price tag of it was $500,000 now, and millions more to come. Not worth it? Not by a long shot. He turned on his heel and had started back to the house when he spotted something that drew him up short. Chapter 14. Rodart was parked halfway down the block. The windshield of his car reflected the leafy trees above it, so Griff couldn't see him. But he stuck his hand out the driver's window and gave a friendly little wave. Griff forgot about his apology to Laura Speakman. He jogged to the Honda, scrambled in and cranked the motor. The tires left rubber in the driveway as he backed out. He sped the short distance and came to a squealing stop a half-inch from the grill of Rodart's sedan. He was out of the Honda before inertia settled in. Rodart was waiting for him. His car engine was idling, but the driver's window was down. It took all of Griff's self-control not to grab him by the neck and haul him out through that window. "You're a goddamn coward, Rodart." "Are you trying to hurt my feelings?" "You hire goons to do your dirty work on men. Women, you beat up yourself." "Speaking of, how is your favorite whore?" Rodart laughed at Griff's expression of rage. "Okay, so I got a little carried away. Why didn't you report me to the police?" "That was Marcia's decision." "But I bet you didn't argue against it, did you? The very thought of police involvement puckers your sphincter, doesn't it? As for the working over you took, I heard you got jumped by a couple of former fans. They were pros. You know this? You were behind it." Rodart wagged his finger at him. "But you didn't file a police report. I'll bet you didn't tell your lawyer either, or probation officer. Jerry Arnold, right?" "You know who my probation officer is?" Griff regretted the question as soon as he asked it. It revealed how surprised and alarmed he was to learn that Rodart was so well acquainted with his life. Rodart grinned. "I know lots about you, number 10. He must have been tailing him, or he wouldn't have known that Griff would be in that particular sports bar the night he sicked the brutes on him. He also wouldn't have known to find him here, on this street, today, right now. Jesus. And before Griff could even fully process the worrisome implications of that, Rodart said, "One thing I don't know is the name of your new gash there." Griff turned his head quickly to see Laura Speakman backing her car out of the driveway. Fortunately, she drove away in the opposite direction. "Real estate agent," Griff said. "She was showing me the house." Rodart snickered. "You're looking for a house just after getting settled into your duplex?" "Turns out I'm not crazy about the neighborhood." "Where'd you get the money to buy all those fancy toys? Sound system, big screen TV, all that?" Griff's mind was spinning. He wanted to cram his fist into Rodart's mouth because every word from it increased his alarm. Rodart knew where he lived. He knew how he spent his money. And now he knew about this house. Most alarming was that he might learn about Griff's arrangement with the Speakmans. "See," Rodart said conversationally, "what I think is, is that before you used your big, strong quarterback's hands to snap Bill Bandy's neck, you dipped those hands into his private till. That's crap, and you know it. How could I have taken any money? I was arrested at the scene. A technicality, Rodart said with a dismissive gesture. Before the real heat came down on you, you managed to stash the ill-gotten funds where nobody could find them. They've been sitting somewhere, earning interest, waiting on you to get out. Now they're coming in handy, just as you planned. He paused, frowned, and said sadly, Only thing is, Griff, the way those Vista boys see it, it's their money, not yours. They would be real grateful to anybody who could recover it and bring it home to them. In other words, you? I'm just trying to make things easier for you is all. I'm doing everybody a favor. These guys get their money back, and they just might forget about what you did to poor old Bandy. You see where this is going? How nice it would be for everybody? His ingratiating smile collapsed. Where's the money? You're delusional. About Bandy, about ill-gotten funds, about every friggin' thing. You think if I had money I'd be driving this piece of shit? He raised his arm toward the Honda. A second-hand car I bought from my lawyer? Rodart regarded him for a moment, then said smoothly, You cut quite a figure in that new Armani jacket. Griff tried to keep his expression neutral. Thanks. It would look like shit on you. Rodart chuckled. I'm afraid you're right. I haven't got the figure. You haven't got the balls, either. If you did, you'd get out of that butt-ugly car, stop making veiled threats, and fight me like a man. Rodart pulled a face as though considering it. You sure you want me to do that, Griff? Think hard now. Griff was seething, but he knew he could not give vent to his rage. If he laid into Rodart, he'd be giving the woman-beating son of a bitch exactly what he wanted. Marcia didn't have anything to tell you, he said. You ruined her face for nothing. Rodart shrugged. I guess. She didn't tell me anything useful, and from what I understand, she won't be telling anybody anything for a long time. Wonder if she's able to give blowjobs, what with her jaw wired shut and all. And something else. Griff didn't bite, but Rodart told him anyway. You'd think a whore wouldn't make such a fuss over getting it in the ass. A tide of red-hot fury washed through Griff. Rodart sensed it and grinned. You ever had her that way? Griff had wondered if Rodart's assault included rape. He hadn't asked Marcia because he hadn't wanted to cause her further distress, and possibly he just didn't want to know exactly how badly she suffered on his account. Now that he did, he wanted even more badly to kill the man grinning up at him. Rodart nodded toward the house midway down the block. And what about her? Even from this distance, I could tell your new lady friend has a sassy little butt. Just as well tell me her name. I'll find out anyway. Griff's outrage went from fiercely hot to icy cold in seconds. The degree of his rage frightened him, and it should have frightened Rodart. One of these days, he said softly with conviction, with promise, I'm going to have to kill you. Rodart dropped the gear shift into reverse and smiled as he backed the car away. I have wet dreams about the day you try. Reluctantly, the concierge rang Marcia's penthouse. With his back turned to Griff, he spoke in whispers into the telephone until Griff reached across the counter and tapped him on the shoulder. Give me the phone, please, he added, but with impatience. Reluctantly, the man passed Griff the receiver. Marcia? Actually, it's Dwight. Hey, Dwight, Griff Burkett. I want to come up. I'm sorry you can't. Who says? She doesn't want company. I'll need to see her. She's resting. I'll wait. There was a dramatic sigh, followed by, She'll probably kill me, but okay. Dwight answered the door to the penthouse and stood aside to admit Griff. This isn't one of her good days. Mine either. Griff returned grimly as he followed Marcia's neighbor into the spacious living room, where Marcia was reclined on her sofa. She appeared to be sleeping,
although it was hard to tell because her head was swathed in bandages. She had surgery? The first of many. 3 days ago, her nose had to be rebroken. She's still got a lot of pain, but they said she was well enough to come home. Generally, how's she doing? Not very well. I can hear you, you know. Her voice was muffled by the bandages, and her jaw still had limited range of motion. But she was her droll self, and Griff took heart in that. Injecting some levity into his voice, he said, "Hark, the mummy speaks." "I've got lobster bisque simmering on the stove," Dwight said. "She's cranky as a mama bear, but be sweet to her." He patted Griff on the arm as he passed on his way into the kitchen. Griff pulled an armchair closer to the sofa and placed it where Marcia could see him without having to turn her head. She said, "If you think I look bad now, just wait until the bandages come off. I'll be a real freak show." She was wrapped neck to ankles in a bathrobe, but he could tell that her lush curves had been diminished. He wondered how much weight she'd lost just since he'd last seen her. He reached for her hand and pressed a kiss onto the back of it. "You can be a freak show no matter how hard you try." "I'd hate for my own mother to see me like this. Not that she will, since she disowned me years ago." "So much for how you look. How do you feel?" "Stoned." He laughed. "Good drugs?" "I could make a fortune selling this stuff, if only it weren't against the law. But then, so is prostitution." "Speaking of breaking the law," he looked directly into her eyes, which peered at him through a slit in the bandage. "I'm going to the police about Rodart." Her reaction was immediate. "No." "Listen to me, Marcia. I know what he did to you. He bragged to me about it not an hour ago." She stared up at him for a long moment, then closed her eyes as though to shut out him, her memory, everything. Griff felt the shudder that went through her. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want to talk about it." "He hurt you?" "Yes." "Bad." She opened her eyes then. "I'm a whore. I've done everything, but always when I was in control. Having it forced on you is different." She closed her eyes again. "Believe me." When she reopened her eyes, she said, "Try explaining that to a cop." "I will. You were raped. And he'll say it doesn't matter. It matters to me." He shot up from his chair, sending it over backward. Dwight came running, wearing an apron, a dripping spoon in his hand. "Get back to your bisque," Griff ordered. Dwight hesitated, then cupped the spoon with his free hand and, walking backward, retreated into the kitchen. The decorator's almost comical rush to her rescue had diffused Griff's temper. He righted the chair and sat down, taking Marcia's hand again. "Rodart's not going to give up. The son of a bitch has been stalking me. He knows everything going on in my life, but all that's nothing compared to sodomy. I'd like to kill him for that, but I can't, and he knows it. I can't do anything without violating my probation. He's going to stay after me, Marcia. Pushing. He'll continue hurting people close to me. The only option left is to take it to the police." "I'm begging you, Griff. Don't." "But look at me." Tears filled her eyes. "If you do this, I'll have a huge spotlight focused on me and my business. Every Bible-thumping holy roller, some who are clients, by the way, will come out of the woodwork, condemning me and my occupation. It wouldn't matter to my self-righteous critics that I went to the emergency room torn and bleeding. They'd say it was punishment befitting my sins. If Rodart is made to answer for himself at all, which is doubtful, he'll deny the beating and blame it on a customer or boyfriend who was there after him. Probably you. There's no DNA. He used a condom." Sourly she added, "I'm glad of that at least." "Christ," Griff swore, knowing that what she said was probably right. "So you expect me to do nothing?" "I'm asking you to do nothing. I avoided public scrutiny when I was my gorgeous, voluptuous self. Do you think I could endure it looking like this? I couldn't, Griff. I'd jump off the roof first." She said it in such a way that he believed she would. The threat of exposure would frighten my clientele away for good. I'd lose everything. If you have any regard or feeling for me at all, let it go. Let it go. She withdrew her hand from his and closed her eyes. I think you should leave now. She needs sleep. Dwight had slipped back into the room. His tone wasn't unkind, but unquestionably he was Marcia's self-appointed advocate and protector. Griff nodded and came to his feet. Before turning away, he bent down and kissed Marcia's closed eyes. Dwight saw him to the door. I suggest you call before you come here again. Griff gave his silent consent with a nod. In the foyer, he punched the button for the elevator, but was so lost in thought he stood looking into the empty cubicle for several moments before it registered with him that it had arrived. On the descent, he realized that further argument wasn't going to change Marcia's mind. Pressuring her would only add to her mental anguish. He had already inflicted enough suffering on her, and when all was said and done, she was right. Taking this matter to the police would fix a spotlight not only on Marcia, but on him. He didn't want that any more than she did. No, he would have to solve his road art problem alone, one-on-one with this son of a bitch. He stopped at the florist in the lobby and ordered an orchid plant to be delivered to Marcia's penthouse. On the enclosure card he wrote, "Okay, it stays our secret, but he will pay." He didn't sign it. Chapter 15. Griff heard the doorbell chime inside the house and then approaching footsteps. His gut tightened with apprehension over how he would be greeted, maybe with the door slammed in his face. Was coming here a bad idea? Too late to change his mind now, because the door was pulled open and he was looking into Ellie Miller's smiling face. He waited in dread to see her smile dissolve. Instead, it brightened. "Griff!" She looked ready to launch herself against him and give him a big hug, but checked the impulse, and instead reached across the threshold and grabbed his hand, with a strength surprising for a woman so petite. She looked him over from head to toe. "You're thinner." "I've been doing a lot of swimming, less weights." She hadn't stopped smiling yet. Come in. We're standing here letting cold air out, and our electric bill is sky high as it is." He stepped into the house and was instantly enveloped in its familiar scents and sights and textures. He paused to take a look around. The hall tree was where it had always been. The wallpaper hadn't changed. The framed mirror, which to him had always seemed a little too small for that particular spot, was still there. "I replaced the living room carpet last year. It's nice." Beyond the carpet, everything was exactly as it had been the last time he was here, except that the picture of the three of them was no longer on the end table. The photo had been taken minutes after the NCAA National Championship victory. He still in his grass and blood-stained jersey, hair matted down by sweat and the weight of his helmet, standing between Ellie and Coach. 3 beaming smiles. Ellie had had the picture framed and prominently displayed within days of the game. The Millers had never been happier or more proud of him than after the Orange Bowl victory, except maybe the day he signed his letter of intent with the University of Texas. That day this house had been filled to capacity with sports writers from all over the state. Ellie had fussed over the mess they were making, dropping cookie crumbs and spilling punch. Coach had complained when the TV lights blew out a fuse. But their grumbling wasn't taken seriously. It was obvious to everyone there that the couple was bursting with pride over Griff. Not only had he been offered a full scholarship to play football for the university, but he was graduating cum laude from high school. Coach's decision to take him in had been validated. His investment in that recalcitrant 15-year-old had paid off, and in ways beyond Griff's athletic ability. The 4 years Griff had played for UT, he was coached by some of the most respected and knowledgeable men in the game, but he still had relied on Coach Miller's advice. He took everything he'd learned from Coach into that Orange Bowl game with him. It was Coach's triumph as much as his. It was later, after signing on with the Cowboys, that Griff stopped listening to his mentor's advice and started thinking of Coach as a nuisance rather than a sensible guiding hand. The absence of that framed photo on the living room end table spoke volumes about Coach's feelings toward him now. "Come on back," Ellie said, shooing him into the kitchen. "I'm shelling peas. You can buy them already shelled, but they don't taste as good to me. Want some iced tea? Please. Pound cake? If you've got it." She frowned at him as though her not having pound cake on hand would happen the day hell froze over. She cleared her pea-shelling project off the kitchen table. He sat down in the chair that had been designated his after his first dinner here and was embarrassed by the unmanly nostalgia that made his throat seize up. This was the only real home he'd ever known, and he'd brought disgrace to it. "Coach isn't here?" "He's playing golf," Ellie said with vexation. "I told him it was too blamed hot to play at this time of day, but he hasn't grown any less hard-headed. In fact, he just gets worse." She served the tea and pound cake and sat down across from him, clasping her hands on the table. He looked at those tiny hands, remembering the bright yellow rubber gloves she'd had on the day he moved in and recalling one of the rare times he hadn't avoided her touch. He'd had the flu. Sitting on the edge of his bed, she laid her palm against his forehead, testing it for fever. Her hand had been soft and cool, and to this day he remembered how good it had felt against his burning skin. To her it had been an instinctual thing to do, but until then, Griff hadn't known that was what moms did when children complained of feeling sick. Ellie and Coach had never had children. The reason for that was never explained to him, and even as a teenager he'd had the sensitivity not to ask. Maybe her childlessness had factored into her welcoming that surly and sarcastic boy into her home. She hadn't smothered him with motherly affection, which she'd sensed correctly that he would have rejected. But with the merest signal from him, she made herself available. She would lend an ear if he wanted to talk through a problem. In 1,000 small and subtle ways she had demonstrated the maternal tenderness she obviously felt for him. He could see it in her eyes now. "It's good to see you, Ellie. Good to be here." "I'm so glad you came. Did you get my letters?" "Yes, and I appreciated them more than you know." "Why didn't you write back?" "I couldn't find the words. He shrugged helplessly. "I just couldn't, Ellie. And I didn't want to cause a rift between Coach and you. He didn't know you wrote to me, did he?" She sat up straighter and said smartly, "It's not up to him what I do or don't do. I make up my own mind about things." Griff smiled. "I know you do, but I also know you support Coach. The two of you are a team." She had the grace not to argue that. "I knew how pissed he was," Griff said. "He tried to warn me against setting myself up for a big fall. I didn't listen." He distinctly remembered the day that their steadily declining relationship was finally severed. Coach had been waiting for him at his car after practice. The Cowboys' coaching staff knew Coach Miller well, knew how influential he'd been on their starting quarterback, and always welcomed seeing him. Griff didn't. Their conversations had grown increasingly contentious. Coach had no quarrel with his performance on the football field, but he didn't approve of much else, such as the rate at which Griff went through money. Griff wanted to know the point of having it if you couldn't spend it. "You'd be wise to put aside some for a rainy day," Coach told him. Griff ignored the advice. Coach also disapproved of the pace of his life. He cautioned Griff against burning the candle at both ends, particularly during the off-season when he got sloppy with his workouts and kept late hours in the glossy nightclubs of Dallas and Miami, where he'd bought a beachfront condo. "Discipline got you where you are," Coach said. "You'll sink fast if you don't maintain that discipline. In fact, it should be more rigid now than before." Yeah, Griff thought. He figured Coach's dissatisfaction was based on jealousy. He no longer had control over the decisions Griff made or the way he lived his life, and that rankled the older man. While Griff appreciated everything Coach had done for him, he was old school in his thinking. His strict lessons no longer applied. Coach had got him where he was, but now that he was here, it was time to cut the apron strings. Griff began distancing himself. Their visits became less frequent. He rarely returned his mentor's phone calls. So he wasn't happy to see Coach that day. He ambushed Griff at his car. With his typical tactlessness, Coach came straight to the point. "I'm worried about your new associates." "New associates?" "Don't play dumb with me, Griff." He could only have been talking about the Vista boys, and Griff wondered how Coach knew about them. But then, he'd rarely been able to sneak something past the man. Coach's vigilance had been a pain in the butt when Griff was a teenager. It was a bigger pain now that he was a grown-up. "You're the one always harping on me to make friends. I've made some friends. Now you don't like 'em." "I don't like you getting too friendly with these guys." "Why? What's wrong with them?" "In my view, they're a little too shiny." Griff guffawed. "Shiny?" "Slick, slippery. I don't trust 'em. You should check 'em out." "I don't snoop on my friends." Looking Coach straight in the eye, he said what he hoped would end the discussion. "I don't go poking my nose into other people's business." Coach didn't take the hint. "Make an exception. Do some snooping." "What for?" "See what they're really about. How do they pay for those fancy limos and chauffeurs?" "They're businessmen." "What's their business?" "A tin mine in South America." "Tin my ass. No mine I ever knew needed a bodyguard." Griff had heard enough. "Look, I don't care how they pay for the limos. I like the limos and the chauffeurs, not to mention the private jets and the pussy they get me free for the asking. So why don't you go away and leave me the hell alone, okay?" Coach did just that. It was the last conversation they'd had. Griff looked at Ellie now and shook his head sadly. "I thought I was smarter than him, smarter than everybody. When I got caught, Coach denounced me. I didn't blame him. I understood why he washed his hands of me." "You broke his heart." He gave her a sharp look. She nodded and repeated solemnly, "You broke his heart, Griff." Then she laughed lightly. "Of course he was pissed, too." "Yeah, well, it's probably just as well he's not here. If he was, I doubt I'd have been invited in for cake." "Honestly, I doubt it, too." "I knew I could take a chance by coming." "Why did you?" "I'm delighted, but why did you come?" He left the table and moved to the counter. He took a black-eyed pea from the brown paper sack, held the pod between his thumbs and split it open, then shook the peas into the stainless steel bowl. He tossed the empty pod back into the sack. "I'll keep hurting people, and I don't want to." "Then stop doing it." "I don't mean to. I just do." "How?" "Just by being me, Ellie. Just by being me." He turned and rested his hips against the counter, crossed his ankles, folding his arms over his chest, and studied the toes of his boots. They needed another shine. "I'm destructive. It seems to be the curse of my life." "Stop feeling sorry for yourself." His head came up, and he looked across at her. "Stop crying in your beer and tell me what's going on. Who's been hurt?" "An acquaintance. She was hurt bad on account of me. No other reason, just because of her association with me." "I'm sorry for that, but it doesn't sound like it was your fault." "Feels like it was. It goes back to—" He gestured as though saying, "back then." "There's this guy. Ever since my release, he's been right here," he said, holding his palm inches from his nose. "He's got it in for me, and he's not going to go away until I'm dust under his heel." Griff had kept one eye on his rearview mirror the whole time he'd been driving here. He'd taken a circuitous route, too, doubling back several times to make certain he wasn't being tailed by either Rodart or somebody Rodart had hired to follow him. Of course Rodart would know where the Millers lived. If he'd wanted to get Griff by harming them, he would have done so. Griff supposed Rodart didn't consider Coach as vulnerable as Marcia. The idea of coming up against Coach might even scare him. And it should. "Are you in trouble, Griff?" He knew she was asking if he was involved in something illegal again. "No, I swear it." "I believe you. So go to the authorities and tell them about this person who's hounding you and—"
I can't, Ellie.
Why not?
Because he's not acting strictly on his own.
You mean?
Vista. The same men Coach called slippery, and he didn't know the half of it.
Then you certainly need to talk to the authorities.
He shook his head, thinking back to what he'd resolved yesterday as he left Marcia's penthouse.
I've been up to my eyebrows in the authorities for the past 5 years. I don't want anything to do with the authorities. He couldn't report Rodart's crime without bringing a lot of shit down on himself and Marcia. The hell of it was, their silence gave Rodart protection and room to maneuver. Rodart could make a real menace of himself, and Griff was hamstrung. But the police or the FBI need to know if... I no longer trust the system, Ellie. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I formed a good relationship with my probation officer. I think he's on my side. I want to stay under the radar, do nothing that would call attention to me. And to that murder?
And to that murder, he admitted.
They never caught the person who killed that bandit character, did they?
No, they never did.
The silence became dense, stretched out. She didn't come right out and ask. She didn't want to insult him by asking. Or maybe she didn't want to hear the answer. She took a sip of tea, returning the glass to the table with more care than necessary. You can't live your life dodging the bad guys, Griff. You just have to ignore them.
I've tried. It's not that easy. In fact, it's impossible.
Ignoring them only makes them more determined to get my attention. And they'll use other people to do it, to bend me to their way of thinking. I won't play with them, Ellie. I won't break the law again. But I don't want other people getting hurt. Specifically the Speakmans. If Rodart found out about Griff's deal with them, he could ruin it, and it was the only thing Griff had going. Beyond that, Rodart could do irreparable damage to the couple's reputation. Speakman might be as crazy as a loon, but he seemed like a decent enough guy. He was respected for his community service and for giving away barrels of money to charity. And it made Griff queasy to think of Laura Speakman being subjected to Rodart's violence as Marcia had. Given half a chance, Rodart would hurt her and not think twice about it. He'd already noticed her, spoken of her in terms that enraged Griff. Noticing Ellie's look of concern, Griff relaxed his stance and smiled. I didn't come here to worry you. I just needed a sounding board, and you've always been a good one. She got up and took his hand again. More than anything, I want you to be happy, Griff. Happy? He repeated the word as though it was of another language. Happy seemed an unattainable goal. Have you got a job yet? I'm looking into some things. One will open up soon. In the meantime, what are you doing for money? My lawyer sold my stuff. There was a little left after he paid the fines and such. What wasn't sold he put in a warehouse. I cleared it out a few weeks ago, sold a few things on eBay. I'm doing okay. She pulled her handbag off the peg near the back door and took a $50 bill from her wallet. Here. He staved her off. Ellie, I can't take that. Yes, you can. I insist. It's part of my Hawaii money. Hawaii money? After years of my pestering him about it, Joe's finally consented to take me to Hawaii later this summer. I've saved some spending money. If you don't take this, I'll buy $50 worth of tacky souvenirs I don't need and will never want to look at again. Take it. He took it, not because he wanted to, or needed it, but because she wanted to give it to him, and she needed him to accept it. I'll pay you back. They heard the car at the same time. She looked up at him, gave him a very weak smile of reassurance, and turned to face the back door as Coach came in. Whose car? That was as far as he got. Seeing Griff in his kitchen stopped him in his tracks. His sparse hair had gone grayer. He'd put on maybe 10 pounds, but he was still as solid as a brick wall, not fat. There were more squint lines extending from the corners of his eyes, showing up white against his perpetually sunburned face. Otherwise, he looked much the same as he had the day he'd brought Griff to his house almost 20 years ago. Griff registered all this within the span of a second. which was only as long as Coach stood still before continuing on his lumbering way through the kitchen, past the living room, and down the hall. The slamming bedroom door echoed loudly through the house. It was a while before Ellie spoke. "I'm sorry, Griff. I didn't expect him to be glad to see me. He is. He just can't show it." Griff didn't have the heart to disabuse her. "I've got to go." She didn't argue. At the door, she looked at him with concern. "Take care of yourself." "I will." "You promise?" "I promise." "I never got an opportunity to tell you this, but when all that happened 5 years ago, I hurt for you. What you did was wrong, Griff. Very wrong, and you have no excuse for doing it. But I couldn't have hurt more for you if you had been my own flesh and blood." "I know that." His voice was dangerously rough. "Don't get discouraged." She patted the back of his hand. "The best for you is yet to be. I'm certain of it." He didn't disabuse her of that either. "Need help with that, ma'am?" Laura turned, ready to accept the kind offer of assistance. But when she saw Griff Burkett, her smile froze in place as her eyes filled with alarm. "What are you doing here?" He lifted the large box she was carrying out of her arms, which seemed to have gone boneless at the sight of him. "Where were you taking this?" She continued to gape at him. "You keep looking at me like that, you're going to attract attention," he said. "Where were you taking the box?" "To my car." She nodded in the direction of the reserved spaces in the executive parking lot, not too far from the employee entrance from which she had emerged. She glanced around nervously, rows of cars baked beneath the blazing sun, but there was no one else around, which was why she'd been carrying the box in the first place. The building that housed the corporate offices of Sun South Airlines was one of Dallas's famed contemporary structures, built basically of glass held together by a framework of steel. So anyone looking out from this side of the building had an unrestricted view of the parking lot and could see her with him, possibly even recognize him. However, if he hadn't been this close, she probably couldn't have identified him herself. He had on a faded t-shirt that was nearly threadbare, knee-length shorts with a ragged hem, and sneakers instead of cowboy boots. But his height and the width of his shoulders were impossible to disguise, although he attempted to by walking in a slouch. "What are you doing here?" she repeated. "I know it's against the rules." "Foster would go apeshit, I know, but it was important that I see you." "You could have called." "Would you have taken the call?" Probably not, she thought. "Okay, you're here. What's so urgent? Are you backing out?" He stopped, turned to her. "Do you want me to? You left saying you didn't need this shit, remember? And you reminded me how much I do." They looked at each other for several seconds, then simultaneously remembered how vulnerable they were to being seen together, and resumed walking in the direction of the reserved spaces. "Which one's yours?" "The black BMW." "Hit the trunk button." She juggled her keys, depressed the button, and the lid of her trunk automatically opened. He lowered the cumbersome box and placed it inside. "What's in here? For being so bulky, it's light." "An airplane model. I'm taking it home." "To Speakman? I noticed he didn't come to work today." He was still bent at the waist, fiddling with the box. To a casual observer, it would have looked as though he was situating it in the trunk to prevent damage during transport. "How do you know that?" "Because that first parking slot has his name stenciled on it, and it's empty. I know he wasn't here earlier because I've been staked out across the street." "Staked out?" "At that pizza place, for hours, watching this door, waiting for an opportunity to talk to you." "What's so important that it couldn't wait until the next time we meet?" "Will there be a next time?" He straightened up and turned to face her. She gave a small bob of her head. "You, yes. Day before yesterday." "Oh." He just stood there. She examined her keys. "Forever." Then he said, You must have been disappointed. Of course I was. We were, Foster and I. Drawing a quick breath, she said, "So you and I must meet again." Having avoided looking at him except peripherally, she tilted her head back and looked directly into the opaque lenses of his sunglasses. "Unless you resign." "We've been over that." "Then what's so important that you came here?" "I came to warn you." She had expected a demand for more advance money, maybe even an apology for what he'd said to her before he left last time. But a warning? Warn me about what? "A couple of weeks ago, when we were together, you saw the bruises on my face? And your hip." He tilted his head, and she knew that if she could see into his eyes, they would be looking at her curiously. There was only one way she would have known about the bruises on his butt, and she'd given herself away. But to try to maneuver herself out of the blunder would only make it more awkward. "What about the bruises?" she asked impatiently. "I wish I could say the other guys looked worse." "Guys? More than one?" "Two. I was jumped in a restaurant parking lot and beaten up. A few weeks before that, a friend of mine got it even worse." His lips formed a hard, thin line. "Much worse, and hasn't recovered yet." Laura couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What are you into?" "Nothing." "You and your friend got beaten up over nothing?" "Listen to me," he said, bending nearer, talking quickly and softly. "It goes back to 5 years ago, but it has nothing to do with me now, except that there's this asshole who's made his life's mission to ruin my life. His name is Stanley Rodart. He drives an ugly olive-green car. If you see him, stay out of his way. Under no circumstances let him get near you while you're alone. Are you hearing me?" "I'm rarely alone." "You were just now. Look how easy it was for me to get close to you." As though to emphasize that, he looked down at the space between them, which was less than a foot. "I appreciate the warning," Laura said, distancing herself, and more than just physically. "But your extracurricular activities have nothing to do with Foster and me. This Stanley whatever poses no threat to us." "Rodart. And the hell he doesn't," he said, pushing the words out. "Listen to me. He's dangerous. Given a chance, he would hurt you in ways you probably can't even imagine. This is no bullshit. He—" "Laura?" They jumped guiltily at the sound of another voice. She turned and spotted Joe McDonald approaching them from the next row over. "Hi, Joe," she called, trying to sound normal and glad to see him. "Remember what I told you," Griff said in an undertone. Then he walked quickly away. Forcing herself to move, Laura headed off the marketing head, who was looking curiously after Griff's tall figure as he wove between the rows of cars. "Who was that?" "Someone cutting across our parking lot. Lucky for me, he saw me lugging the box with the select model in it and offered to carry it for me." "Where was the guard at the door?" "He wasn't there when I came through, and I didn't want to wait." Without it being obvious, she steered Joe toward the entrance. "I'm eager to get the model home and show Foster." "So tonight's the big night?" "It is. Wish me luck." As they approached the entrance, she glanced casually over her shoulder. Griff Burkett had disappeared. Chapter 16. Laura didn't tell Foster about Griff Burkett's unexpected appearance. Ordinarily, she didn't keep anything from her husband, but she was reluctant to share Burkett's warning about a man in a green car because even a hint of her being in danger would send Foster into a tailspin. He would respond in typical Foster fashion. She would have armed guards within an hour. Furthermore, she wanted nothing else competing for Foster's attention tonight. She changed clothes before coming down to dinner, putting on a simple black dress that was one of his favorites. She took extra time with her hair and makeup. She applied fragrance. Descending the staircase, she realized she had butterflies, and that nervousness surprised her. But then she reminded herself she'd been preparing for this night for months. A little stage fright was understandable. She barely touched her meal, but Foster didn't notice because he was enthusiastically telling her about a new exercise Manuelo had incorporated into his physical therapy sessions. "It's helping to strengthen my back and arms. I've noticed a big improvement already." "Did he learn the technique at that seminar you enrolled him in last month?" "Yes. Obviously he's a quick study. He would be even quicker if he knew English. He's a very proud man." "How would learning English damage his pride?" "He would regard it as a betrayal of his heritage." Before she could comment further, he asked about her day at the office. "I'm glad you mentioned it," she said, giving him a mischievous smile. "I have a surprise for you after dinner." When they were done with the meal, she asked him to follow her from the dining room. He rolled the wheels of his chair forward and backward 3 times before moving ahead. He'd adopted that habit a few weeks ago. Also, plastic containers of hand sanitizer had begun showing up everywhere. Initially he'd used them when he thought she wasn't looking. Now dozens of them were scattered throughout the house so that one was always within Foster's reach. Cleanliness and germ-killing had always been obsessions, but these recent signs of his OCD disturbed her. She would insist he speak with his psychiatrist about these manifestations. But tonight they would not address his disorder or anything else negative. Besides, once Foster was focused on the project she was about to introduce, his symptoms would probably recede again. She'd set up everything in the den beforehand. Leading him to the closed door, she pushed it open and dramatically intoned, "Introducing Sun South Select." She stepped aside so he could see the prominently displayed artist rendering, the banner she had made bearing the new logo, the graphs and charts standing on easels for quick reference, and the model. Looking a bit overwhelmed by the visuals, Foster did the 3 times back and forth routine, then slowly rolled his chair into the room. "What's all this?" "An innovation in airline service, conceived with frequent flyers and business travelers in mind," she said, as though addressing a room full of people from a podium. "Allow me?" "By all means." She stood before him as though assuming center stage. "Sun South Select will offer red carpet treatment on a limited number of flights from Dallas to high-density destinations: Houston, Atlanta, Denver, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., New York. 1 early morning flight, 1 late evening. Select will be for members only. Flyers will be pre-screened and registered. They will have passes enabling them to avoid the normal airport security checks. Select will provide white-glove baggage handling. Car service to and from the airport would be optional but recommended to guarantee even better service and fewer of the hassles normally associated with business travel. Airplanes designed for 130 passengers would be reconfigured to accommodate 50. Even the overseas carriers who cater to their first-class passengers would pale in comparison to the pampering given the subscribers to Sun South Select. Expensive? Definitely, but less expensive than owning even a fractional share of a private jet, and much more leg and headroom, she added with a smile. For what a business executive would spend chartering a private jet to these destinations, he could fly in much more comfort with the specially trained flight attendants waiting on him. Or her. So far, Foster had said nothing, but he was listening. She continued, "Because it would operate under the auspices of Sun South Airlines, the traveler would be assured of Select's dependability, stringent safety standards, and incomparable efficiency. That efficiency is Sun South's trademark, but it hasn't come without a price. The one criticism often heard, especially from the frequent business passenger, is that Sun South is equivalent to traveling in a Greyhound bus. 10 months ago, the airline began offering a reserved seat as opposed to first-come, first-served. That's proven to be a hugely successful option. 18.3% of our passengers are willing to pay the additional $20 per ticket to guarantee a reserved seat and have the convenience of boarding first. Extrapolating, if even 1/2 of 1% of those 18.3% buy a membership in Sun South Select, the airplanes will fly full. In recent years, private jet ownership has become extremely competitive, but this mode of transportation is still affordable to only a minuscule percentage of travelers. On the one hand, you have no-frills airlines, like Sun South and Southwest. On the other, private jets. Sun South Select would fill the gap in between. That gap is projected to widen as carriers decrease first-class service in favor of economy travel. Granted, it's a narrow margin of the marketplace, but a vital one because it caters to those who must and do fly tens of thousands of miles each year. Fortunately, those flyers are also the ones who have the funds to spend on air travel. If Sun South doesn't claim that niche in the marketplace, a competing airline will. Select will ensure that Sun South maintains its position as a leader in the airline industry. It was the planned wrap-up to her pitch. When Foster was certain she had concluded, he rolled his chair forward and back 3 times, then moved to the table where she had placed the model. One side of the fuselage had been made of clear plastic so that the interior, which far surpassed even the most luxurious and roomy first-class cabins, was visible. He studied it for what to Laura seemed an interminably long time. Finally, he spoke. It's been tried before. Rolls-Royce service for Rolls-Royce prices. Those airlines didn't last long. She had an answer for that argument. They didn't sell memberships. They relied on single bookings, so they ran into cash flow problems. We would sell memberships, renewable annually. Before the first plane ever took off, we'd have operating capital to sustain the service for at least a year, and earning interest at the same time. The membership would entitle the passenger to fly a given number of segments. Miles, actually, since some of the segments are longer than others. We're thinking in the neighborhood of 75,000 miles. If the member doesn't fly them all, he forfeits them. If he flies above that number for each additional flight, he pays a fee equivalent to the price of a first-class ticket on another airline. And those numbers work? It's in the syllabus. She passed him a 3-ring binder with the Sun South Select logo embossed on the leather cover. He studied the logo but returned the binder to the table unopened. How much would we have to charge for the memberships? As I said, the syllabus contains several financial projections. If we charge this much, our margin of profit would be larger than if we charged that much. I know what a financial projection is, Laura. Taken aback by his tone, she murmured, Of course you do. I just wanted you to understand that this was all preliminary. Really? It seems so well thought out. I've worked on it long and hard, Foster. I've tried to think through every aspect and contingency. Who else has been in on it? She laughed. That makes it sound like a conspiracy. It sort of looks like a conspiracy. A few weeks ago when I asked you if the mice were playing while the cat was away, I meant it as a joke. Are you angry? Forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, then over to the bar, where he poured himself a shot of scotch. He didn't offer to pour her one. What does the TSA say about these special passes issued to members? It isn't a new idea. Passes for frequent flyers is a topic already on the table. Some are already in use at selected airports. Where would the planes come from? With so many airlines reducing flights for economic reasons, we could buy the grounded planes for pennies on the dollar. It would still cost us millions. Millions more to convert them to that, he said, gesturing toward the model. Sun South has an extensive line of credit. We borrow the money, and if this concept fails, we're stuck with a huge debt and no way to pay it back. We would incorporate those newly purchased planes into our normal operation. Our planes always fly full. Usually they're oversold, and we were planning to expand the fleet next year anyway. He finished his scotch in one swallow, then went back to the bar, took a cocktail napkin, and wiped the rim of his empty glass, circling it 3 times, before placing it in the rack beneath the sink. He replaced the stopper in the crystal decanter and put it back exactly where it had been. He used one of the bottles of hand sanitizer. Finally, he said, It's all very speculative, Laura. And preliminary. I said as much. It needs a lot of fine-tuning. I'm relying on you for that. He didn't address that. The likelihood of it succeeding is slim. So was the likelihood of Sun South's making it when you took over. Everyone told you there wasn't room for another commercial airline based in Dallas. Economists said you were crazy. Business analysts laughed in your face. You didn't listen. You steamrolled over the skeptics. You didn't let anything keep you from realizing your dream. I wasn't a cripple then. If he'd slapped her, she couldn't have been more shocked. Indeed, he had struck her where he knew it would hurt the most. She stared at him. Then, recovering from her initial astonishment, turned and headed for the door. Laura, wait. I'm sorry. She paused, her hand on the doorknob. He came up behind her and reached for her hand. God, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. He pulled her down onto his lap, took her head between his hands, forcing it around so she would have to look at him. I'm sorry. He kissed her cheek, then her lips. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Hearing genuine regret in his voice, she relaxed her posture. Why would you say something like that, Foster? It was uncalled for. Completely. She looked over his shoulder at the display, which represented so many hours of labor for her and many others. I thought this would excite and invigorate you. He stroked her hair. I ruined your surprise with my negativity. I apologize for that, especially since you've already had one let down this week. He was talking about her period. True, that was a letdown, but she wouldn't be distracted from this subject by talking about that. Do you hate the idea of Sun South Select? It's a lot to absorb in 15 minutes. His gentle smile was an attempt to soften the blow, as were his carefully chosen words. You've had months to fuel your enthusiasm. I was blindsided. Give me some time to mull it over. But your initial reaction is thumbs down. Not at all. It's cautiously favorable to an idea that needs further study, which translated to thumbs down. He guided her head to his shoulder. In the meantime, congratulations on a job well done. It's one of the best presentations I've ever heard. He was rejecting the idea but giving her an A for effort. She hated being patronized, but was too downcast to take issue with it tonight. She'd poured all her energy into the presentation. Now that it was over, and hadn't yielded the results she'd wished for, she felt hollow and depleted. Now, he said, as though a minor matter had been dealt with and dismissed, tell me what else happened today. Chapter 17. Bally Rich climbed the bleachers and sat down beside Griff. For a full 60 seconds they sat there in identical poses, forearms braced on their thighs, hands clasped between their knees, staring at the players on the field. Bally was the first to break the silence. What the hell you doing, Griff? I'm watching practice. This is the third day in a row you've been here. You're counting? Yeah, I'm counting. What's the deal? Well, in my learned opinion, Jason is as good as any other player on this team. They don't have a strong running back. Their safety's for shit. Jason's scrambling, but he's... Cut the crap, Griff, Bally said, even angrier than before. What are you doing watching the middle school's football practice? Griff turned his head then and looked at him. Killing time, Bally, 'cause I got nothing else to do. Last time I checked, this was public property, giving me as much right to be here as you. You don't like it, you don't have to speak to me. I didn't invite you up here. So why don't you go back down there and rejoin the decent folk before I rub off on you and you get ousted from the booster club? Down on the field, the coaches had the boys huddled, letting them drink from their water bottles while talking them through plays. The boys looked too small for their wide shoulder pads. From this distance, they looked like bobblehead dolls, all out of proportion. Griff had started playing football at about Jason's age. He supposed he had looked small then, too. Bally stayed where he was. He said,
My kid idolizes you. I'll make a sorry hero. I told him as much.
They watched as the coaches divided the offensive players from the defensive and herded the two groups to opposite ends of the field to run practice drills. 5 minutes passed. 10. Then Bali cleared his throat.
That night in Buffalo.
Griff didn't acknowledge that he'd heard him, although he knew immediately the particular night he was referring to.
Never been so cold in my life.
10 below at game time, Griff said. Or so they told me later. They didn't have the heart to tell us in the locker room before the game. 60 minutes of football played in blowing snow, and at the final whistle all we had to show for it was a freaking field goal. That kicker, wrapped in Mylar and sipping hot drinks on the bench the whole game, trots his skinny ass out there and makes the only 3 points of the game. My fingers are bleeding from some Bills lineman digging his cleats in. They're so cold I can't even bend them. That runty kicker gets all the glory. Bali snuffled a laugh.
He was a cocky bastard to start with.
Tell me, where was he from anyway? There were no vowels in his last name.
One of those Eastern European countries.
Switched from soccer to football so he could come to the States and make more money. Cowboys are well rid of him. It had been an inglorious win to a game that came late in the season, its outcome irrelevant to the playoffs. The airport was closed because of the blizzard, so the team couldn't fly home. No one was in a party mood as they returned to the hotel for another night. Most went straight to their rooms.
You and I wound up the last ones in the bar,
Bali said as though following Griff's thoughts.
I got wasted.
Bali.
No, this needs to be said, Griff. I got drunk on my ass and blubbered like a baby about my marital problems.
Best Griff could recall, Bali's wife had packed up and moved out on him, saying she was sick of staying at home with their young son while he was away having fun with the guys, covering one sporting event or another.
It worked out okay, apparently, Griff said. Lucky for me.
As drunk as Bali had been that night, Griff was surprised that he even remembered his emotional meltdown. Maybe he'd needed that catharsis to make things right at home. He and his wife were still together. He had a nice house, a kid with a reasonable haircut and no visible body piercings. Why bring it up now?
I never thanked you for keeping my confidence, Bali said quietly.
Griff looked over at him. Shrugging self-consciously, Bali removed his tinted eyeglasses and twirled them by the stem.
A lot of my colleagues cheat on their wives when they're on the road. They sure as hell don't cry over 'em. I'd given you plenty to talk about in the locker room, but you never breathed a word of it to anybody. I didn't have any friends, remember? Nobody to tell.
Bali gave him a wry look.
But you never brought it up to me either. Held it over me, you know? In fact, you pretended it hadn't happened.
He ducked his head and squinted down at his sneakers.
And you never called in the favor, not even when you came asking me for a job. That's been eating at me ever since.
Bali replaced his glasses. Several minutes passed while they watched as Jason's coach gave him some pointers on taking the snap. Finally, Bali said,
This guy's okay for a middle school coach, but Jason could use some extra help. I realize it's not much of a job. In fact, Griff, it's not. I accept. Hold on. Any offer of payment I make will be insulting. You don't have to pay me. I need something constructive to do.
Buy a dozen footballs for me to use and we'll call it square. Bali considered him a moment, then seemed to reach a decision.
How about here, an hour before practice each day?
Suits me. They shook hands. Tell Jason to come prepared to work his butt off.
He'll be thrilled. Start tomorrow?
I'll be here. Bali stood and clumped down several of the bleachers, then stopped and turned back.
This doesn't mean I excuse what you did, Griff. You're still on probation, with me as well as with the court. The least hint of trouble, you're out of here.
There won't be any trouble, I swear. Bali nodded, then continued down the bleachers to join the other dads who were standing on the sideline watching practice. Griff wasn't invited to join them, and wouldn't be, but that was all right. He felt better than he had in a long while. He had a project now, something to look forward to, a reason for getting out of bed in the morning. And for coaching an aspiring quarterback, no one was better qualified. Knowing that made him feel good. He was smiling when his cell phone rang. He arrived ahead of her and parked in back. A few minutes later, she pulled her car in behind his. "A meeting ran long," she said as she got out. "I just got here myself." Together they walked toward the front of the house. While she was unlocking the door, he looked in both directions along the street. No olive sedan. He'd come straight from the middle school practice field and knew he hadn't been followed there. In fact, he hadn't seen Rodart or anyone suspicious since their last confrontation, a month ago, he realized. But he didn't think for a moment that Rodart had been scared off. In fact, his noticeable absence was unnerving. Griff would prefer him to stay visible, at least occasionally. With that in mind, as soon as they got inside, he asked Laura if she'd seen the guy he'd warned her about. "In the ugly green car?" One of her eyebrows arched slightly. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I made him up?" "What I think is that you took an unnecessary risk of being seen with me. I know the rules, but you needed to know about Rodart." "I doubt it." "Look, I don't want to argue about it," she snapped. Then she rubbed her forehead and sighed wearily. "I haven't seen a man in a green car lurking about." "Good. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Why didn't you just say that and save us the argument?" She looked ready to take issue, then changed her mind and started toward the bedroom. "What was the model?" "What?" "The model, in the box I carried to your car." "It was an airplane model." "I figured that much. You were taking it home to show your husband. What for?" "For a presentation." "Yeah? How'd it go?" Avoiding eye contact, she combed her fingers through her hair. "It doesn't matter now." Before giving him an opportunity to say more about it, she walked down the hallway and disappeared into the bedroom. Griff stood looking after her, wondering what had caused her to be in such a snit. A quarrel at home? Bad day at the office? Or just put out that she had to endure him again? Screw it. Let her be snippy. Let her sulk. Whatever. He didn't care. He only hoped to God it worked this time. He was ready to cash in and blow. He tugged his shirt tail from his waistband and pulled off his boots. He checked the wall thermostat and lowered it several degrees. He went into the kitchen and checked the fridge. Same bottled water, same six-pack of Diet Coke. He didn't want either, but he unbuttoned his shirt and stood in the open door of the fridge, fanning the cold air onto his chest. Back in the living room, he opened the armoire and scanned the titles of the videos. Maybe he should check one out just for variety. Let's see. Men with women. Women with women. A Tale of Two Cities? Which two cities? He wondered. On one cover, a chick wearing nothing but strips of black leather was straddling a motorcycle. Her snarl and sharp red fingernails turned him off, not on. He closed the armoire doors, once again rejecting the videos and magazines in favor of his own imagination. "Come in." He went into the bedroom and closed the door. Midway across the room, he stopped. She was lying as before, staring at the ceiling, covered to her waist by the sheet. Above it, she was fully dressed. But this time there were tear tracks on her cheeks. When he didn't immediately move to the bed, she glanced at him, then back at the ceiling. He walked to the foot of the bed. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." "You've been crying." "I'm just tired." "You cry when you're tired?" She looked at him and said testily, "Sometimes. Now can we please just get this over with?" Pissed off by her tone and the condescension behind it, he muttered, "At your service, ma'am," and shoved down his jeans, actually hoping the sight of his tinted boxers would offend her. It did. She turned her head aside. He kicked off his jeans, peeled off his shorts, and crawled onto the bed, stretching out on top of her. He wrestled with the sheet, cursing its tenacity, before he got it out of the way. Her legs parted. He moved into position, thrust, missed, thrust again. It was easier than the first 2 times, faster too, quickly over. If you looked up "slam bam thank you ma'am" in the dictionary, he didn't even give himself time to catch his breath before levering himself up. As he did, he glanced at her averted face and froze. Fresh tears were rolling down her cheeks like silent admonitions. Her lower lip was clamped between her teeth as though to keep it from trembling. Well, shit, how bad could it have been? Apparently pretty bad, because her chest hitched on a sob. Hell, did I hurt you? She shook her head. You said you wanted it over with. She tried to say something, but the words got lodged in her throat. She swallowed convulsively. Griff, at a loss, didn't say anything. Instead, he laid his hand against her wet cheek. At his touch, she tensed beneath him. When she raised her hand, he expected her to remove his from her face. Instead, she covered his hand with hers, then turned her face into his palm so that the heel of his hand was under her chin and the tips of his fingers were curved up over her hairline. Her breath struck with hot gusts of emotion. Tears were captured in his palm. He watched her throat as she struggled to contain the choppy sounds of weeping. And then, when she couldn't hold them back any more, she clamped her teeth again. Except this time, it wasn't her lip that was caught between them. It was the meaty pad at the base of his thumb. She sank her teeth into it. The effect on Griff was instantaneous. He sucked in a quick, audible breath. Her teeth let go immediately. He lifted his hand off her face. Their eyes connected with an impact as startling as the bite. Her eyes, swimming in tears, widened fractionally when she felt what he couldn't control, didn't want to control. He swelled inside her with an infusion of blood so hot and insistent he had neither the time, the willpower, nor the desire to withdraw. He filled her completely. Or was she shrinking around him? It was difficult to tell, and it didn't matter, because, God, it was a rush, the most erotic damn thing ever to happen to him. He pressed his hips forward, tentatively, testing her reaction. Her eyes closed briefly, then reopened. Her eyelashes were wet, forming spiky clumps, very pretty. There was a black speck in the iris of her right eye that he'd never noticed before, but he'd never been this close to her before. He had never really looked into her eyes. He hadn't allowed himself to look into them. Still tentative, he angled his hips forward and up. Her breath made a soft hissing sound as she inhaled through her teeth. Her eyes closed. Encouraged, he slid his arm beneath her, scooped her ass into his hand, and tilted her up at the same time he pressed deep. A hungry sound vibrated in her throat, because by now her lips were rolled inward, tightly compressed. She was breathing rapidly through her nose. He pulled back, almost out, then sank into her again. She groaned. He did it again. His strokes were long, slow, and deep, and she responded with corresponding movements that soon had him calling on deities in mindless gasps. Her hands, which before had always stayed motionless at her sides, were moving restlessly. She took fistfuls of the sheet, twisted it, then released it and reached for more, for something, and found the front panels of his shirt still unbuttoned. She clutched the fabric, tugging it until he could feel it pull taut across his back. Her throat arched as her head dug into the pillow. Her hips lifted to meet his thrusts, more shallow now and faster. Then holding her tightly to him, grinding against her, he came hard. And so did she. Even when he was spent, lying on her like a dead man, Her tiny orgasmic aftershocks nipped at him. It was like being kissed right on the tip of his cock. He was too whipped even to smile, but in his mind, he did. Eventually they were still. He cupped the back of her head in his hand and rolled onto his side, carrying her with him. And he held her like that, one hand securing her head beneath his chin, the other still firmly on her ass, holding her in place, keeping him inside her. The sensations were indescribable. He was torn between wanting to stay there like that until they petrified and looking at her. He wished there was a way to get out of their clothes without moving. He was suddenly desperate to be skin to skin. He wanted to look at her breasts, at all of her, to touch, explore, nuzzle, and pet all those tantalizing spots he hadn't let himself even think about. Later. Right now, her lethargy was so absolute she appeared to be asleep. He angled his head back so he could look into her face. Her lips were slightly parted, damp and soft-looking, swollen and red from her biting them. Where the fuller lower lip met the upper one, there was a shallow dimple. Jesus, that was a sexy spot, begging to be caressed by the tip of his tongue. He was lowering his head to do just that when her body went rigid. Her eyes sprang open, and in the flurry of thrashing limbs she separated them and sat up. Oh, God. She buried her face in her hands. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Laura? Don't say anything. Just please don't. Don't. Oh, God. She was groping for something at the side of the bed, and he saw it was her underwear. She wrestled the panties on and left the bed, disappearing into the bathroom and soundly closing the door behind her. He got up and clumsily pulled on his boxers, went to the bathroom door and knocked. Laura? Without waiting for permission, he opened the door. She was working her skirt up over her hips and shoving her feet into her shoes at the same time. Once she had the skirt fastened, she grabbed her jacket off a hook on the back of the door. In perpetual motion, she pushed him aside and went past, snatched her handbag from the top of the bureau, and flung open the bedroom door. Laura, wait! He trailed her down the hall. Halfway across the living room, he hooked her elbow with his hand to bring her around. Will you wait a damn minute? Talk to me. She yanked her arm free, wouldn't look at him. There's nothing to talk about. Only everything. That didn't happen. She patted the air with both hands, emphasizing each word. It did not happen. It happened. Squeezing her eyes shut, she shook her head furiously. No, it didn't. She covered her mouth with her hand to catch a sob. Oh, my God. Spinning away from him, she walked quickly to the door. He lunged after her, but she was out like a flash. Laura! He shouted. She didn't look back. Chapter 18. Foster was on the telephone when Laura came into his office. She hesitated on the threshold, but he waved her in. Her arrival gave him a welcome excuse to conclude his conversation with one of the board members. It had begun to bore him. Running the airline wasn't as much fun as it used to be. Key personnel were so good at their jobs, they could do them without his supervision. From a management standpoint, it was gratifying to know he'd made wise choices in hiring them, but their reliability made him superfluous. These days he often felt like the token handicapped employee. He wrapped up his phone conversation with a promise to continue it soon. Laura was standing with her back to him, staring out the window. To what do I owe this honor? He asked. You're usually too busy to pay me a call during business hours. Or is this business? Are you here as department head or wife? Wife. Do you have time for me now? Always. She'd taken his rejection of Sun South Select harder than he would have guessed. Since joining the executive ranks of the airline, she had been overruled and outvoted on numerous issues. But she took those small defeats in stride and ultimately gave wholehearted support to the majority rule. Not this time, and with reason. Although she'd given others credit for creative and informative input, Select had been her vision, and he had essentially squelched it, Judging from her mood over the past couple of weeks, she had regarded it as a personal rejection. The subject had come up only once in the meantime. Last week, during an executive meeting, Joe McDonald had mentioned Select in passing. Laura had shot him a warning look that said, "Don't talk about that." It hadn't been spoken of again, at least not in Foster's presence, and he didn't think it was being whispered about behind his back. Nowhere in the building had he seen any of the materials Laura had used for her presentation. He got a sense that, since he hadn't taken up the baton, everyone considered it a dead issue. He had snuffed Sun South Select while, actually, the prospect of offering alternative carrier service was exciting. Unbeknownst to Laura, he had been thinking about it himself and doing his own research into that growing market, assessing how he might claim a large segment of it. He'd studied the new superlight jets and considered ordering a fleet of them with which to begin a top-notch charter service. He'd even given thought to doing as Laura suggested and starting an offshoot of Sun South. But whatever form the innovation took, it would be his conception and his design, not hers or anyone else's. He would be the leader, not the crippled has-been. He'd given her space and time to nurse her wounded pride, basically by pretending not to notice her dejection. Was this unscheduled visit to his office a sign that she was finally climbing out of her funk? One could hope. He said, "You didn't bring wine this time." She turned around and looked at him quizzically. "Has it been so long ago that you've forgotten? You surprised me with lunch here in this office to celebrate our 3-month anniversary." 4-month, and it was champagne. Was it? What we drank isn't the part I remember. However, I vividly recall dessert. She smiled and modestly ducked her head. "Fun times. I'll miss them." After several beats, she raised her head and looked at him, all seriousness now. "We could still have fun times, Foster. Not like that. Not exactly like that. Different, but just as good." He gave a mirthless laugh. "Not from my standpoint." She held his gaze for a moment, then declared, "I'm not going back." "Back?" "To the house. To Griff Burkett. I'm not doing it again." So, this was how she was going to pay him back for hurting her feelings. Keeping his expression impassive, he folded his hands in his lap, clasping them loosely. "Oh?" "No." "Why this sudden?" "It's not sudden. I've thought about little else since the last time. I'm not going back." "You said that. I think I deserve to know why." "Because it's wrong." "Wrong by what standard? How can it be wrong if I sanction it?" "I don't. It's wrong by my standard." "I see. When did you decide it was wrong?" She looked away, saying in an undertone, "When you first proposed it." Then more staunchly she said, "I was against it from the beginning. I consented to it only because I love you and wanted to give you anything you asked of me. But I can't do this. I won't." "I thought you wanted a child as much as I do." "That hasn't changed," she exclaimed. "I do want a baby. I want that for us very much. But we have options. I can be artificially inseminated using an anonymous sperm donor. You know how I feel about that." She hesitated, then said, "All right, I'll make that concession. Since Griff Burkett is already in our confidence, we can use his semen. He suggested that at our first meeting with him, remember? That way he wouldn't lose out on his money. We'd take his specimens to the doctor's office and claim they were yours. No one would know the difference." "I'd rather not resort to that method." "I don't see it as resorting." "I do. And anyway, isn't it too soon to go to Plan B? It's only been 3 cycles. "I know how many it's been," she said curtly. "But even if it's only 1, I'm not doing it again." "Is it Burkett you find objectionable? Does he treat you badly?" "No." "Rudely? Roughly?" "No. Because if he does, he doesn't." "Okay." He let that lie without further comment, giving her time to collect herself. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. My decision has nothing to do with him. This is about me and the whole idea of it. We discussed the idea for months, Laura. We went over every aspect of it time and again. I'm aware of that. And you agreed. Yes, but talking about it in the abstract and actually... Suddenly she drew herself up to her full height. I shouldn't have to justify the way I feel, or try to explain it. I don't want to do it, she said with emphasis. That should be the end of it. He let several moments elapse, then said, This surprises me. It's not like you to leave a job unfinished. True. You've never walked away from a commitment. No, and I didn't plan to break this one. I thought I could approach it like any other challenge, but I can't. I didn't think it would cause you this much emotional distress. Well, it does. Perhaps you're taking it too personally. She looked at him aghast. I'm your wife. I'm having sexual intercourse with another man. How in God's name can it not be personal? You're becoming hysterical, Laura. He cast a cautious glance toward his office door. She hugged her elbows and turned her back on him. He rolled forward and back 3 times, then wheeled his chair away from his desk and moved up behind her. He reached out and placed his hands on either side of her waist. She flinched and tried to move away, but he held her firmly. I miscalculated. I didn't think it would offend your sense of right and wrong. I hate disappointing you, Foster. I know how much this means to you, but there's a moral ambiguity that I cannot get past. I honor your feelings, of course, as well as your decision. She expelled a soft breath. Thank you. He applied enough pressure to turn her around to face him. You've been morose for weeks. I haven't remarked on it, but I've noticed. I admit I haven't been myself. This has been weighing heavily on my mind. It was distracting me from work. Worse, it was creating a barrier between us. Knowing it would be a disappointment, I put off telling you, but had to before it was time to meet Burkett again. The dread of telling you has been nerve-wracking. I'm glad to have this conversation behind us. She gave him a tremulous smile, then leaned down and kissed his lips. When she pulled away, he said, It's been 15 days since you were last with Burkett, correct? She nodded. Then this discussion may have been for nothing, he said with a bright smile. You may be pregnant already. What if she's pregnant? It was the big what if in Griff's life now. Each morning he woke up wondering if this would be the day he'd get the congratulatory call. Of course, that was their goal, wasn't it? A fertilized egg would be the answer to all their troubles. It would make the childless couple happy and make him a millionaire for the rest of his life. But if Laura had conceived, he would never see her again, which was no cause for celebration. Griff! He was startled to find Bolly standing elbow to elbow with him on the practice field sideline. The sports writer was looking at him strangely. Sorry, I was a million miles away. I had to say your name 3 times. Were you asleep? Griff removed his sunglasses and blinked against the blistering sun. In this heat? Hardly. I was concentrating on Jason. He's showing some good hustle out there today. Thanks to you. No, he's applying himself. Credit belongs to him. The boy's obsessed with football. Worries his mom. How come? She's afraid he'll go whole hog and get hurt. Moms are like that, he supposed. She'd rather he play badminton. Griff winced and Bolly laughed. My sentiments exactly. Say, listen, I just got a call. I've been granted an interview with that new goalie the Stars signed yesterday, but it's a narrow window of opportunity before he flies home to Detroit. If I rush, I can catch him at DFW before his flight. I hate to pull Jason out of practice. Would you mind driving him home? Of course not. I wouldn't ask, but my mother-in-law had to go to the podiatrist and my wife volunteered to drive her, so... Bolly, go. Should I stay with Jason till you get home? Nah, just see him to the house, make sure he locks the door. He knows the rules of staying by himself. Okay, no problem. Bolly looked toward the field and picked out his son, who barely had time to hand the ball off to a halfback before being slammed to the ground by a tackle. But he wasn't down for long. He was back on his feet in time to see the halfback make a first down. He jumped straight up in the air and raised his fist and whooped with joy. Bolly, still watching, smiled, but then a worry line formed between his brows. Griff, on second thought, maybe... You can trust him with me, Bolly. Bolly turned back to him and held his gaze for several seconds, while silently debating the advisability of asking for this favor. Then he nodded. I appreciate it, Griff. Thanks. When practice was over, Jason jogged off the field toward Griff, who gave him a high five. Great practice, QB, especially that last offensive series. Thanks. The boy was red in the face, and sweat had plastered his hair to his head beneath his helmet, but he was basking in the praise. Griff told him about Bolly's unexpected errand, which leaves me your ride home today. You mean it? Don't get excited, my car's crap. On the way, Griff pulled into a Brahms. I could use a milkshake, how about you? As long as they were there, they decided they might just as well have burgers and fries to go with their shakes. They were seated in a booth, talking amiably about Jason's team and the strengths and weaknesses of various players, when Griff became aware of a trio of construction workers. He'd noticed them when they came in, but had given them only a passing glance before returning his attention to Jason. Now he realized that he'd been spotted and recognized. The workmen kept their voices low, but the looks they directed at him sizzled with hostility. Others began to notice. Griff could feel a dozen pair of eyes fixed on him. Jason, who'd been chatting nonstop, barely pausing long enough to fill his mouth with food, became aware of the charged atmosphere. His chatter slowed down and then stopped altogether. He looked toward the three men, then across at Griff, his eyes clouded with concern. "That's okay, Jason." But it wasn't, because when the men got their carry-out orders and were on their way to the exit, they had to pass the booth in which Griff and Jason sat. As the last one filed past, he said, "You suck, Burkett." Then he hawked up a gob of phlegm and spat it at Griff. It missed, smacking into the vinyl upholstery inches from Griff's shoulder. Their departure left a vacuum. No one moved. Griff figured everyone was waiting to see what he would do. What he wanted to do was follow the guy out and kick his ass up into his hard hat. Had he been alone, he would have. But with Jason there, he couldn't. He didn't mind the embarrassing scene for himself nearly as much as he minded it for the boy, who was sitting with his head down, his hands in his lap beneath the table. Soon the clerks and other customers resumed their business, everyone but Jason. "You finished?" Griff asked. The boy raised his head. "It's not fair." Griff was surprised to see that he wasn't embarrassed, but angry. "What's not fair?" "What that man did just now. What people say about you." Griff pushed aside his plate and propped his forearms on the edge of the table. "Listen to me, Jason. Spitting like that was disgusting. It only made him look like an asshole, but what I did 5 years ago was much, much worse." He looked through the window at the three, who were climbing back into their utility truck. "How much do you think that guy earns a year?" Jason raised his shoulder in a disinterested shrug. "A fraction of what I made when I was playing football. A tiny fraction. That guy works hard and doesn't earn as much as I spent on having my tailored shirts laundered. He doesn't hate me for making more money than him. What he hates is that I was living the life every guy dreams of, and I threw it away. I took money for cheating. I was stupid and selfish, and I broke the law. There's no getting around that. But you're not bad now?" He was screwing a paraplegic's wife for money. That was pretty damn bad. The only thing worse would be to want to screw her whether he was being paid or not. He tried not to think at all about what had happened. When he did, he tried passing it off as physiological cause and effect, sexual mechanics that, with all the gears oiled and working, had produced a predictable result. Or as caprice, a fluke. Stars had collided, but it wouldn't happen again for another 1,000,000 years. But in whatever terms he tried to explain it, it stayed on his mind. Constantly. Every time he thought about her teeth sinking into the bottom of his thumb, he got hard. His gut tightened with longing, and all he wanted was to be inside her again. "I'm nobody's hero, Jason. Don't make me into one. You want a hero? Look at your dad." "My dad?" Jason scoffed. "What's he do that's heroic?" "He loves your mom. He loves you. He takes care of you, worries about you." Jason, still sullen, said, "That's nothing." "That's huge." Then, to keep from sounding too preachy, he added, "But he can't throw a football for shit. And don't tell him I said shit in front of you." "He says it all the time." Griff laughed. "Then he's my hero." Jason started smiling again. The following day started out like every other. Griff got out of bed and went into the bathroom. As soon as he'd peed, he consulted the calendar he'd tacked to the wall. This was his routine now. He was marking off the days, for Christ's sake. He'd bought a computer and taught himself to use it. After extensive internet research, He thought he had a fairly comprehensive overview of the female reproductive system and how it worked, more than he had learned from his basic biology in school. Some of the message boards he'd logged onto gave him more information than he wanted. Did he really need to know about mucus plugs and yolk sacs? But he'd learned a lot about timing and what happened within that 28-day cycle. He'd learned what an LH surge was. If he'd been with Laura on the day she ovulated, he approximated when she would have menstruated, if she was going to. Those 5 days had come and gone. If she'd had a period, and if his calculations were correct, he should have heard from her 3 days ago, when she should have been ovulating again. But she hadn't summoned him back to the house on Windsor Street. So did that mean she hadn't had a period and therefore had conceived? Maybe she was holding off breaking the glad news until she had her pregnancy confirmed by a doctor. Or maybe, because of what had happened the last time, she didn't intend to call him, ever again. But wouldn't he have been notified that the deal was off? Not knowing was making him crazy, but all he could do was wait. As he did every morning, he made a notation on the calendar, then showered. When he stepped out of the tub, he heard his newspaper being thunked against his front door. Disinclined to dress yet, he wrapped a towel around his waist. He retrieved the paper from his small porch, went into the kitchen, and started a pot of coffee. While waiting for it to brew, he perused the front page and drank orange juice from the carton. He flipped the paper over, read the headlines beneath the fold, and finding them relating to the same world crises that they'd related to yesterday, he pulled out the sports section. The headline caused his heart to stutter. Blood rushed to his head and made him momentarily dizzy. The fuck is this? Burkett questioned in Death of Bookmaker, the headline read. Further woes for former cowboy. Veteran coach denounces fallen star. Recognizing the stories, he looked at the dateline. Not this morning's issue. It was 5 years old, and though it was well preserved, he saw now that the paper on which the sports section was printed didn't match the rest of the newspaper. It had yellowed some with age. Rodart. He knocked over a kitchen chair in his rush. In seconds he was out of the kitchen, through the living area, and flinging open his front door. He charged out onto his narrow patch of yard and scanned the street. He didn't really expect to see the green sedan, and he didn't. Rodart had given himself time to get away. Son of a bitch. Griff grabbed the towel, which was slipping off his waist, and stormed back inside, slamming the door behind him. Rodart hadn't reappeared in almost 2 months. Now, just when Griff had begun to think, hope, the bastard had given up and gone away. This. Clever of him, planting this old sports section in today's newspaper where Griff was certain to find it. Rodart was rubbing his nose in the shit he'd made of his life 5 years ago. When he felt composed enough to confront the fine print, he righted the chair and poured himself a cup of coffee, then sat down at the kitchen table and began to read. Every word was like a blow, hurtful because it was true. Not since Pete Rose's gambling and Jose Canseco's admission to using steroids had a professional athlete scandalized himself as much as the record-breaking all-star quarterback Griff Burkett had. Media coverage had been extensive and pervasive. The story had made headlines internationally. ESPN had dedicated hours of programming to it. But Rodart had done well to choose this particular issue of the Dallas Morning News, because these stories were summarizing chronicles of his long, inexorable fall. The gambling had started small, but it grew like a creeping vine he couldn't kill or control until it dominated, becoming more exciting for him than the Sunday games. Winning big on a wager was more thrilling than winning big on the gridiron. It had evolved into an addiction. Before it had got out of hand, he should have been smart enough to recognize the danger signs. Maybe he had. Maybe he had just ignored them. He got caught up in a dangerous but exhilarating spiral. If he won, he raised the stakes of the next bet in order to win more. If he lost, he raised the stakes to recover the loss. The spiral became a maelstrom that eventually sucked him under. Bill Bandy looked more like a tax accountant than one's idea of a bookie. He was a slightly built man who probably had weighed no more on the day he died than on the day he graduated high school. He had thinning brown hair, a small face with a pointed chin and a sharp nose. His pinched nostrils and pale blue eyes waged a constant war with airborne allergens. His hands were as soft and white as a woman's, and one got the sense they would feel moist if touched. No one would have pegged him for a mobster, yet that was exactly what he was. It was rumored that back in St. Louis, before he'd been relocated to Dallas, he had poisoned an uncle who had double-crossed him. Griff never knew if that was fact or fiction. Bandy worked for Vista, the syndicate's dummy corporation that ostensibly ran a tin mining operation somewhere in South America. The actual location and other details were vague. Vista's real enterprises were high-stakes gambling, money laundering, and, Griff suspected, drug trafficking. Vista's miners in the Las Colinas high-rise wore designer suits and diamond-studded Rolexes. They packed heat even when they went to the men's room. They had bodyguards with automatic pistols and cars with bulletproof windows. You did not fuck with them. That was what Bill Bandy had told Griff over a plate of chicken enchiladas one night at his favorite Mexican restaurant. Griff was midway into his 4th season with the Cowboys. Bandy had invited him to dinner to discuss business, specifically the repayment of his gambling debt, which was now $300,000 and change. You don't fuck with these guys, Griff. If it was me, I'd extend you some more credit. Hell, you make millions. I know you'd be good for the money in a few months, but these guys? He blotted his dripping nose with a damp white handkerchief. There's no charity in their hearts, believe me. Griff dunked a tortilla chip into the salsa and munched it noisily. He took a sip of frozen margarita and winked at the starstruck teenage girls staring at him from the next table. What are they going to do? Send some guy with hairy knuckles to break both my legs? You think this is funny? I think you're about to panic when panic isn't called for. They compound the interest every week, making me a profit center for them, so what's their problem? They want their money. Finally, Bandy's funereal tone captured Griff's attention. No longer nervous or fidgety, Bandy's pale gaze was rock steady. Even his nose had dried up temporarily. Griff thought maybe the fable of his poisoning an elderly uncle was true. Maintaining that cold expression, he continued, Be glad they sent me as the messenger, or you might not be starting on Sunday, or any Sunday for the remainder of the season. Make no mistake, they can inflict serious injury on you, Griff. They will. It wouldn't make sense for them to injure me. If I can't play, they'll never get their money. The argument didn't make a dent in Bandy's resolute expression. Griff pushed aside his plate and sighed with disgust that he had to deal with this now. The team was facing the Falcons on Sunday in Atlanta. The Cowboys were favored, but not by much. It wasn't going to be a cakewalk by any stretch. He should have been psyching himself up for a tough game, studying the playbook, not pandering to gangsters. Okay, give me a few days, he told Bandy. I'll liquidate something, a car, my condo in Florida, something. What's the minimum amount that would temporarily satisfy him? $200,000? That's more than half what I owe him. Would that buy me some grace? Bandy dabbed his leaking eyes with the corner of his handkerchief. There may be another way. To buy me time? To cancel the debt. Griff gaped at him, as if he'd said that he could have a week on a desert island with every playmate of the month for the past year, that they were all nymphomaniacs with the hots for him, and that no clothes were allowed. Bandy asked, Are you willing to meet with them? Discuss options? Where and what time? The them Bandy had referred to were 3 men, who welcomed Griff into Vista's opulent offices with hearty handshakes and unlimited hospitality. What would you like to drink? Help yourself to the tray of sandwiches there. I highly recommend the beef tenderloin with the horseradish sauce. How about a massage after the meeting? We got a girl on staff who'd give you a massage with a happy end and wink-wink, if you get my meaning. Which Griff did. You'd never know by the reception they gave him that he owed them over $250,000, and that they were making threats against his person if he didn't pay this debt immediately. The only native Texan was tall, trim, darkly tanned with large and very white teeth. He was an avid golfer who talked loudly, lewdly, and non-stop. It was he who placed his arm around Griff's shoulder and told him about the masseuse with the magic hands and mouth. Larry was the guy's name.
Martin had a swarthy Mediterranean look. He was obese. He didn't breathe. He wheezed like an off-key bagpipe and looked like he could go into cardiac arrest at any moment if only his heart could work up the energy. The third, Bennett, was quiet and unobtrusive. Balding and fair-skinned, he sat apart, contributing little but studying Griff with the unblinking, lashless stare of something scaly and venomous. After the initial greetings, they got down to business. The terms of their proposal were simple. Throw the Atlanta game on Sunday, and his debt would disappear. That was not how they put it, but that was the bottom line. Martin told him they didn't expect him to try to lose.
Just don't play up to your full potential.
Larry winked again. Give the fucking Falcons a fucking chance. That's all.
And who knows,
Martin wheezed.
if the Falcons pull out a win, we could throw a little extra bonus your way in addition to clearing your debt. Gasp. Right, Bennett?
Bennett the Silent nodded his stiff comb-over. Griff told them he'd think about it. Fine, they said. He had till Sunday to make up his mind. And just to show their goodwill, they insisted that he avail himself of the massage with the girl, who capped off the 50-minute rub-down with a blowjob. Not that he couldn't get head whenever he wanted it. There were always girls just dying to notch their bedpost with the Lone Star logo of the Dallas Cowboys. But this girl was exceptional. On Sunday, while he was suiting up, during the singing of the national anthem, even as he took the field following the opening kickoff, he was still wrestling with his decision. He didn't know what he would do until late in the fourth quarter with a 10-10 score, when Dallas was deep in their own territory and it was 3rd and 12. He took the snap. Dallas linemen went down like bowling pins under a Falcons blitz. His fastest, strongest running back got blocked by 2 linebackers. The third one was chugging toward Griff, smelling blood. Scrambling, looking for an open receiver, Griff realized how easy and convincing it would be to throw an interception. Atlanta won 17-10. The partnership was forged.